electric opening ceremony, the perfect way to kick off the grand finals here in Seoul. I mean, you guys, what do we make of that? That was crazy.
I mean, incredible performance from everyone who went up there.
Halo semuanya, balik lagi bersama gua Isna dari sini Ridwan. Akhirnya live lagi ya guys ya, setelah sekian lama karena urusan pribadi ya. Today kita live ini ya, watch party grand final ini VCT Champion Seoul. Kita lihat siapa yang jadi baranya guys. Dan aman ya guys, sinyal.
Like we were talking about, there's not that many pain points to really target with these bans.
I think the biggest thing is the crossover in this pool. Team Heretics is great on Sunset. We've seen EDG's competencies on that map as well. EDG choose into a Lotus that Team Heretics have also favored here, even beating Fnatic earlier in this tournament on that map. That double ban advantage, I don't think is actually huge considering how deep Team Heretics map pool is.
Yeah, but it will be amazing to finish up, to close up today in that abyss, in that map 5 if we ever make it there. But thinking of Haven, of that first map, we saw the other day what Heretics did. They brought in an entire new composition and we just cannot do nothing else but wonder, are they going to do it again?
I will have to just wait and see. I don't think there's going to be too many pivots here as far as comps are considered, but as you mentioned, that abyss, the perfect cap on this series. We may not have
tapi ini guys, tapi ini lihat performa barusan keren juga nih opening ceremony-nya. Kelas. Suaranya bagus. Video ini kalau agak gelap, maaf ya guys. Ini webcamnya emang kayak gini nih.
It's such a crazy moment to have these 10 players on that stage. For 6 of them, this is their first ever champions.
Apa gua coba geser ya?
This is their first year playing at Tier 1 in Valorant.
Share dia nggak ini guys. Agak gelap.
And everything feels different about this final. The one time that they played against each other earlier in the year, EDG was only able to get 9 rounds total. Then they can exceed that in just the first map.
The difference is back then, EDG was playing for Kong Kong. They were looking to empower him, to have him continue to be that superstar. But now it's Kong Kong playing for the team, playing with alongside EDG, being assisted by the likes of Simon, who comes in as the perfect pairing to set up everybody to shine.
And map 1, we're going to see that on full display. We start on Haven. That's where we've seen EDG playing this Neon Breach composition, which is all about Kong Kong and Simon's coordination, and what Kong Kong can provide in getting these opening kills, in claiming space early in the rounds for his team. Him and his opponent duelist on the other side, Miniboo, are the two duelists who, when you watch them,
ada cosplay ini nih.
Most opportunities for
malu nih.
In a lot of ways, that matchup will define this series.
Yeah, and the other side of this as well, we've seen Boo and Miniboo playing on the same side together over and over again, taking advantage of that synergy. And look at the comp changes.
Oh, there's a lot of comp changes, but it's definitely some inspiration. Mirror matchup for our first map. Another change coming in from the side of Heretics. We understood that the other composition was everything about getting that plant down, but if you want to play the distance, if you want to play to the best of your abilities, this is the best composition you can play.
This is not a new comp for Team Heretics. They were playing this in EMEA and they looked great with it. Miniboo, I think his best agent is that Neon. He has been on it all year long. But the biggest thing here is that EDG's prep will have been wasted. They will have been looking out for that Sage comp, figuring out how to play against it, and Team Heretics have thrown a huge curveball here to start the finals.
I completely disagree. I think that they thought that was a one-time thing. It didn't work. We saw back.
Yeah, it's ready. It's time for map 1. Let's send it over to your casters. Show some love to 2 people who most definitely saw this finals coming. It's Brian and Sideshow.
Listen, I'm not ready to take credit for that. I don't think anybody saw this one coming as well, because listen, at the beginning of this tournament, and Champs has always proven, I think, that anything can happen. But you have 2 teams here that have had drastically different paths to the finals, drastically different goals as well. One team, EDG, on the side to try and dismiss some of the doubters that have plagued them after that Shanghai performance. And not only have they broken history, broken their own limits, but also potential chance to grasp that
Up against the big brain.
Said for Heretics.
We're getting a really unusual map to start this one off. The desk were hinting at it, but we've seen
Oh,
only losses for both of these teams on Haven here at Champs. Somebody's got to walk away with the win, and EDG picking it, thinking that they were at an advantage here to start.
Yeah.
Kang, of course, is the player to watch and will be for this whole grand finals, I think. And on the other side, that
Wah,
MVP
ini
candidate for Team Heretics, at least
kira
on this
seseru
A
apa nih,
defense,
guys?
Rian, looking to hold it down and back up. That's a bad stun to begin.
Good though, open sight. Heretics going to be playing for that retake. Simon's going to be sticking this. So an extension of the round now. Through the next, still 5 versus 5, and shot darts flying through and past. Kang, the slightest of off angle.
They've got doubled up in hell here with Aftershock and Paranoia. This should be very, very difficult for Team Heretics to retake unless they go heaven.
Done lands right at the feet as the Aftershock pulls out as well.
Still have Paranoia.
Yeah, and that util is going to be used to exchange hands once more. Paranoia in the face, Kang's body
Oh.
blocked. And
Oh.
EDG eviscerating. Fell into Heretics players where they stand. 4 survive for a pistol round win on EDG's table.
And that's a huge pistol for EDG to take very early on. They've been winning 63% of their pistols in this tournament. That's an enormous number. Been consistent with it as well through groups, through playoffs. Their pistol round strategies have always come through, and you can see it here again. That doubler playing Simon and Smoggy in hell there provided so much utility pressure to keep Mini Boo back. I think that's such a huge battle between these two teams. Which of their entry players can get the more value, and that's not always
Network
kills,
gaming
that's
nih.
also space creation.
It's been a trademark, I think, for Mini Boo as well. If you're a stat Steven and you only look at it, you might think he's been having a bad tournament, but he does do the job, and his team trade him out when necessary. This is a heavy stack though, and a kill trip as well. They might be able to reap the rewards, and yes,
Whoa.
indeed, still the 1-for-1. EDG now aware of this, and they don't want anything to do with a stack.
The question, however, is whether they rotate, or whether they re-hit. There's nobody over towards the A side. Team Heretics are banking on the fact that it's going to be a hard rotate over towards A, trying to gamble with their full weaponry and classics to get into position. They've read the situation wrong. Nobody with a beautiful call. He's found the correct solution so many times in this tournament.
On my way.
For a player that's new to IGL and who's done some secondary calling in the past, it's remarkable.
It truly is. These best of 5s, they can often feel like more of a marathon than a sprint. You've probably heard that line before.
Cage triggered.
They
Wah,
have a lot of experience in them. Still nobody is
Jago siapa nih?
yelling. Roland Magoo dismissed handedly. Out towards the back of the side. Should be another
30 seconds
open shut
left.
case for EDG for this round against the Eco.
We're following along with Simon
Test,
here.
test.
There's a supportive player if you've ever seen one. What an addition to this EDG
Oh, yeah.
squad. There's a fault line perfectly placed again. They always
Wah,
are when it comes to
nobody.
this guy.
It is astounding as well. A player like Simon as well has joined this team relatively late. First international event for him. He did the same.
boy.
Finals for the rest of his team alongside him. So to navigate first 2 rounds here of Haven.
It truly is remarkable what EDG have done, though, because I feel like we've never seen a Chinese team set up like this before. When you think about Chinese teams that you expect to break through, you're thinking a super team where everybody is the absolute best in their region. Actually, what they've done is they've reduced their fragging a little bit by adding Simon into the team. He doesn't get the most kills. He's a silent, supportive player, but he's got 0.5 assists per round over the tournament, which is just a ludicrous number. Like, other top players are getting 0.3.
Yeah, supportive util, usually on point from this guy.
Shows you the identity shift that EDG have gone through, no longer trying to rely on that individualism to carry them through games. This is a team now.
Yeah, shot that actually misses, doesn't actually break the initial trip. Kangan's going to think that that is free real estate.
Ayan,
And
yan.
instead, just
Waduh.
hands over his life. Open-handed there towards Benji Fishy with one plucked out of the picture. He might be looking for a few more. He's getting reinforcements. Fast re-clear. It's called out now by Heretics, using a drone to pave the way. Should be spotting this out. They're aware of the fact that it's onto the C site. All about how the battle begins though. Towards the back of the sides, and Team Heretics have rifles in hand. That's a beautiful one.
Dibalas Team
Spectacular for
Heretics.
You see there another very textbook example. Miniboo goes in. Does he get the kill? No. But does he set up the rest of his team to get through the choke point and collect everything? Absolutely he does. Another interesting thing to note off the start there too. Benji Fishy not using a slightly more optimal trip, but that one would have been broken by the shotgun. So he goes for the one that just goes door frame to door frame, and nobody is assuming Benji's going to use the better one. That he tries out in this round actually.
Mind games occurring.
It's all about it.
Little micro differences. They can make the difference. Scenarios like this, best of fives, every single advantage counts. This is heavy A lobby control, but EDG are just waiting. Primed and ready to pounce. 5 alive outside of lobby. Drone is going to get that clear connection. Mini boot. No punish inside onto him. Still play for his life, but they are going to have to concede this space up eventually through random spray. And his Hunter's Fury acknowledgement acquired by Rians.
Aduh, gak ada yang kena nih ultinya Sofa na. Ultinya Sofa gak ada yang kena, cok.
EDG, A lobby control. They're worried that people could be short. Mini boot could be pushed back up into position over towards long. Heretics were already reading that EDG would give up on this, and you're right. He's gone to break a similar trip again.
Still out to the open, barely a shoulder. It's enough for kangkang to capitalize.
Bad positioning from Wu, big mistake.
Minibu's going to see if they can shore this one up, straight through mid, up the gut, down and out, and contact is called. Chichu, none the wiser. Heretics bringing this to that 4 versus 4. Nobody. It's going wandering there, looking for an opening towards the A side, but call is now made. 27 seconds left. They want to go over towards C, and guess what? Reinforcements have arrived. Benji Fishy and Minibu once more. An attempt to play spoiler. Paranoia sweeps through, no connections at all still. kangkang delivers them 3 in a round so far. And enough damage done for the plant down.
When Simon's stun isn't there, kangkang's stuns are. And that was perfectly positioned over towards Logs. The timing could not have been better. And now they're splitting up, trying to catch timings on Riens and Boo.
Heretics always going to be doubled up here, prioritizing that discipline. The timing is missed.
Yeah.
It's in the night, kangkang spotted and cannot recover. Taken down out of the fight, Simon. Just rookie to the stage, just rookie to the team. To deliver a clutch as he's done so before. Fault line ready, sends it out preemptively. Boo is sticking, damage needs to be done, bullets need to be finding their targets for Rian. The swing to find his mark. Simon dropped, there's a round cleaned up, and now we sit at 2-2.
EDG still going to be looking fairly decent with their economy though, so it's not disaster just yet. I think you can start to see that this is a grand finals game. There's a little bit of shakiness around here, and certain players stepping up. Big game players like kangkang, certainly a name that I would put on the
Domi,
list.
nice balls on B, bro. Really good. I like it.
Team Heretics have got so many different paces that they can go towards, and actually EDG are going to go for an eco here. They might have been able to scrape together a bit of a buy, especially with kangkang having ult, but they've gone for the safer option.
Kangkang's going to offload it anyway. Looking for an electrified end to the round, potentially a start two to start, and it does connect. Can't quite get it. The tracking was almost on point. Rians though, steady nerve and a steady hand enough to save the day, but he can't stay alive much longer. Still, the flood is on and in charge. Commanding presence of Boo and Mini Boo. Brothers in blood, they're looking to dish it out on this site. Players reveal.
That was Rian's been able to
sakit itu, Cok.
That should be a kill every day.
Pasti sakit banget itu.
Top of the scoreboard, not playing badly by any
Jago
means.
gitu.
Just that single duel in that position. 6 health for Rians would have made all the difference here. It was an eco, but I think Team Heretics are proving that this version of their composition, when they go back to something a little more standard, it's looking way, way better than when they pulled out the gimmicky Sage comp earlier on against Sentinels.
An excellent point that the desk was kind of
Nice.
talking about, discussing as we were heading into this. We've got time to discuss it. It's a timeout for EDG, feeling that pressure and heat, because I've been so impressed with EDG over the course of this tournament, paving the way with most of their wins. A lot of it coming from anti-strat preparation. It's been a key component for them landing themselves into the finals here. But when a team throws you off, you think they're going to be playing one composition, they throw you for a loop as well, switching back to one of the older ones. It just throws your preparation out of the window, and it forces EDG now to adapt to the scenario at hand.
I did say at the start of this, it's a really strange map for us to be beginning the grand finals, because it's a map that neither team have won so far at champs. 2 losses for Heretics, 1 loss for, sorry, other way around, 2 losses for EDG, 1 loss for Heretics. But also, the map advantage that EDG have for being able to come through the upper bracket they used it to get rid of a map that Heretics would have banned anyway, Ascent, and Icebox, which, you know, Heretics have looked pretty decent on, but to be honest, that's somewhat middling territory. Historically, the team that comes from the upper bracket with the map advantage isn't even
gimana lagi dia mainnya?
4-4. 4 upper bracket teams, 4
Mapnya Heaven lagi.
have lifted trophies in Valorant.
Susah coy ini
So,
map,
considering that EDG didn't even manage to create too much of an advantage for themselves and make a good map pool here, it's so even today.
Yeah. Even initially for sure. And here it is. Straight through the smoke. That's disrespect shown by Rians. Taking a gander and a glance over towards lobby. They're not expecting that at all. Off angle is beautiful, but a flash and he's going to swing on top of it. Miniboo seeks to supplement the fight once more.
He's everywhere.
Still keeps the lead for his team in terms of that player advantage. Woot, flash and a peek as well. He needs to get himself back through Link. Chichu thinks at least he thinks he's earned himself a timing. Kankai, what is that? Oh, through the back though. Benji Fishy cleaning up. Any sort of blind spots that might have been occurring. Still a 2v3. There's chances for EDG.
But they're going to be running into Benji's utility here. Simon's got to break this. And even if he invests the ultimate, that'll probably just be to get the plant down.
Let's see.
Is he going to be able to have this timing to pull it off in the post?
Yeah. There's no flood being called here by Heretics. They want to make sure that they hold it down. Collected into the retake now with a paranoia, but that's a big miss. The ult's going to be expended and bullet to the dome side of the head. Kang, too much to overcome. It's Wood who puts him to bed, puts him to rest. So now lead accruing here for Heretics.
The battle between Benji Fishy and Chichu, another one to pay attention to. Both of these teams are set up in somewhat familiar ways to each other. They have one super hard entry player that loves to make space, take the reins, try to get those opening kills. And then they have a Sentinel who's phenomenally gifted with aim, who tries to take openings and opportunities for them aggressively in the mid-round. Benji there shuts down Chichu, makes sure that that gap is firmly closed. And Team Heretics now, with 4 in a row, knock EDG onto another eco. This is not the beginning, but this Chinese squad would have
Kelihatan
wanted in
jago
their
juga
first
nih
ever
tim
grand final.
Heretics.
Their map pick 2. Things going to miss there.
Lihat serangannya udah kayak main ini.
Love that one.
Just in case there was a dart heading
Udah kayak main World War Z. Kayak main
Of
kapal.
course, that's the kind of thing you can bring out in the future if EDG don't go towards A-Long and don't
Kayak
figure
main
out what they're up
kapal,
to.
cok. Bukan sih.
Deploying drone.
Main apa ya?
To come up with some answers and
Main CS gitu.
fast.
Gak tau juga sih.
Rifle in the hands of Kang. Still holding down his angles with the one-way Benji.
It's a nice spot for Benji as well, because Chishu loves going for those mid-round lurks through Garage once the trip has been broken.
Trap play inside as well. Woot. Hold on to that fault line. It's a stun ready for him. Presence over towards A. It's been faked out by EDG. Not quite fake, actually, just intending to pull players away. And Kang's hoping that there's rotators.
Look at Miniboo and Benji waiting for these lurks.
Flash anyway. They choose to take the time. He stuns himself in the process. Water right up. That's a Hunter's Fury. Hard committal still. He's potentially out of there. Still dropped down. 45 health still alive and kicking. He's dancing around. Most of the util. And still coming up with it. Benji!
Waduh!
Turns the fire and through the flames. You're not coming out unscathed.
Ramai banget nih.
2v3, EDG are going to have to pull out something incredible here, and they've only got 15 seconds.
Time is just against them.
The ult.
Yeah, ult pivot over and away, but again, the timing is going to be brutal. Kang still collects the one. It's a 2v2, but still 4 seconds to go. He missed it! He's missed the timing! What's he doing?
Apakah bisa? Ya, nggak ada waktu. Habis.
You gotta play to your outs in moments like that.
Baru di plan. Keburu habis waktunya. Waduh. Telat ini, cok. Plan spike-nya telat. Waktunya udah keburu habis. Oh my god. Waduh.
We've gone to their own. They've got to start pulling it back sometime soon.
Again, you can tell that it's a grand finals match. You can tell that the pressure is weighing down on these players. And
Waalaikumsalam, Zarfuki MY.
10 and 5. He's been so clean with these shots.
Welcome.
But everyone on EDG needs to be on the same page.
Got to see that synergy that we've seen all throughout the tournament here, but Heretics, no slouches of themselves.
Looking to head back over towards A. And Miniboo and Boo have been locking this area down, somewhat similar to the way they defend on Sunset, trying to play each other in.
Boo knows the angles. Will use the TP though to get the hell out of there. Also some players up and over the shoulder. He's got backup arriving, and EDG 50 seconds into the round, but looking like they want to commit over towards A. It's going to be a clash. The util is going to need to be picture perfect again. Wall up and over, flash onto the side, stun is used in kind. It's Miniboo just letting one loose of his own as well, and still with 30 seconds to play with. They want to just take a scramble, mad dash to C.
They're going into the Rolling Thunder. This is where Woot is. This is where
Baik, Zarfuki MY, alhamdulillah.
Yep, and that's already spotted.
Lu gimana kabarnya? Sehat juga?
Here's the old Woot. He's getting ahead of all of this.
Wait,
Wants to take the fight. Hunter's Fury trying to bail them out. Slowed down to a crawl. Aftershock in their face. It's full util spam. Cacophony of all of it into the back of the side we go. Twists and turns. The tails being weaved, but it's on Heretics' side. Again,
Ya, aduh, telat lagi. Clutch lagi. Ada.
Stays alive on B.
Baguslah kalau sehat, syukur. Zarfuki MY.
6 rounds in a row now that EDG have failed to capitalize on, and these last two, the kind of performances you should never be seeing from a team that's demonstrated such excellence.
Gila, bisa clutch gitu, cok.
The calling got so scrambled there.
Main spike, habis lagi waktunya.
Trying to make room, trying to get the kills working.
Waduh, tosnya kayak gitu.
And muddy, like you said, evidence, I think. These players are playing on the biggest stage that they've ever stepped foot on. In all of their careers, there won't be higher stakes than this. Gets info, not actually broken. That's beautiful info. No, at least 3 is there, and the fight is called. And a kill collected. Kang just forced to watch from the spectator seat now.
Selamat datang ya, Zarfuki MY. Enjoy.
It's not good enough from EDG. They're not breaking Benji's utility. He's locking down the whole of B and C on his own, allowing the rest of Heretics to stack A. EDG have no way through, and if they go back and try to break these trips, they're going to be too late. There's only 50 seconds left. This is looking like another round that will be so difficult for EDG to put on the board.
Still walking most of the way.
Buat yang baru nonton, jangan lupa like-nya ya, warga-warga.
Trip in their face. They're going to be slowed down by
Yang baru join.
abundance of util. Trip once more. They've walked up right close, and they will be breaking this one. TP, no, there's no cover. And Woot's right there. For the punish, Chichu vacuuming up space, hoping the rotations are abound. Might be able to catch this timing, yes. Head missed. Boo just trying to catch that sideline. K just dropped down, trying to get his team in 14 seconds. Again, time running away from them. Hourglass potentially trying. Nobody's going to stick this plan. And Miniboo cleans up the flank. Forward aggression showcased by Chichu. He knows he has to take risks. He knows the matters need to be taken into his own hands. No theft. Reveals all. The dart is dealt with. But Heretics have players. They've got bodies. They've got util. And they've got guns. The aim on display. It's a masterclass of the cleanup.
I think EDG need another timeout here. You think about what we've seen so far in this arena. Aspas, he had a chance on this same stage to turn his reputation into reality. Com and Sassy had their chances for 2 champs trophies, and it slipped from all of their fingers. These opportunities, they do not come freely. They do not come often. You've got to grasp them when they present themselves.
Waduh, ada yang cosplay juga nih penontonnya. Brimstone, Sage, sama Fate. Wah, luar biasa. Nonton pakai cosplay. Kelas, cok. Love. Oh, Sage. Love sama Brimstone.
You couldn't even list out the amount of teams and challengers leagues that they were playing in.
Alah, kok jadi salah gua.
And Miniboo himself, who wasn't able to play in Shanghai, said it was heartbreaking watching his squad lose those finals, powerless to help, and now he's out here. And Heretics, they're the kind of team that can turn it around with a new comp, and the backing, the system works so well. And the coaching staff are so well prepared too.
System.
They can just spring out a fairly default composition like this and mirror match and beat you at your own game.
Absolutely. System is such a good word to use there as well. Encompasses Heretics so well as a team at the beginning of this year as well. All sorts of doubters, expecting them to be bottom feeders towards EMEA. They showed that they were potentially that flash in the pan at Madrid, but at every single step and twist and turn of this year, they've showcased what they've got on the international stage, and now playing like
Game pertama tim Heretics nih yang menang.
fate meet them. That was at Shanghai.
Heretics out of the tack timeout are expecting something quick, pacey. See how much deeper the trips are from Benji.
Very far
Faking like
back.
there's A pressure.
Yeah. Similar game plan by EDG though.
Yeah, calling a bit of a pause into this
Yeah.
one. They've taken some nice A long control. This is going to make Heretics a little less confident about their read coming out of the timeout. It wasn't quick and pacey, and now they've given up a lot of info and stability on the A site.
Rians is even hard committed over towards the side. I guess he does have the cam to help him out and get that information down towards short, so it's not in too much danger. EDG here are just trying to temper the pace a little bit. Hope that Heretics will fall into a trap of maybe trying to re-clear A for info.
And Heretics do enjoy re-clearing. They play heavy re-clear styles on Sunset, on Icebox they were doing it against Lev. Nothing seen with the drone.
Yeah.
This is the perfect time to go for that A execute.
Perfect timing on the smoke though too from Boo. It's instinctive knowing that that could be the time to strike against Rians way ahead of him. Nobody picked off. And that's going to spell defeat. He knows that the hit's coming in. Sidestep, fault line not connecting there. And heads are being popped, rattled off the shoulders. Chichu is going to try and make a play. Makes his way over towards C, but again, 17 seconds left.
Barely time for the spike to
This
get there.
keeps occurring. A mad dash and scramble towards the end of the game. At the end of the round, Chichu at least will push back Mini Boo. Caught by the trip. 6 seconds, caught by the trip. 4 seconds, you gotta stick it, and the aftershock denies it. Wu will pay for it for his life, but at the end of the day, it's another round earned for Heretics.
I have never seen a game like this in all my time following Valorant.
Oh my goodness.
3 huge rounds lost to the clock in a grand finals. Incredible intuition by Riens in this moment, by the way. Boo throws down that smoke and Riens anticipating the timing they might be taking. Finds not only a first pick, but enough damage onto Kung Kung to slow him down, hesitate in his step. Finds the pick there too.
Same setup. Rians alone on an island, but will it make a difference to Recon? I mean, that just reveals all. If you see Kang, you know he's going to be the tip of the spear.
Think about what this does for the confidence of Heretics too.
Yeah.
If you were hoping that they were going to back off and start to respect some of this utility and allow Kang Kang space on sites, the fact that you've just lost 8 rounds in a row, Heretics are going to be happy to swing into you, to step up, disrespect Util.
Exactly so. Drone tagging again. The heavy reveal. There's nothing obfuscating this from EDG. They're going to try and go in with brute force as the play. Dart up and over. Is dealt with. Broken inside the smoke, dominated by Rians. He wants to potentially take the timing, but the stun connects in through the back. Mini Boo is there to meet him. Come knocking to the side, but it's all too obvious. And the reality is starting to settle in. For Chichu now in a 1v4. It's an impossibility. Spikes in no man's land.
Sad spot for him to be in. The rest of his team have not been defaulting and breaking the enemy Cypher Util. He's not been able to pull off these big lurks. When they have come, they've been too late and his team has been losing to the clock. And now the rest of the team has to sit there silently, allowing him to try to go for the clutch and just wait and fester. It's tough to pull yourself out of a rut like this. The words can sometimes echo hollow, even as people try to pick each other up. Don't worry, guys, we're going to get back into this surely. Next round is the one. And you sit there hoping that you can force yourself to believe.
Tell yourself it's one round at a time.
It is a universe.
And it's desperation at this point.
He
First
just
half
wants
of
to finish
Haven
people
has not gone the way that EDG were planning. Weaponry, thankfully, hasn't taken too much of a tumble. That's a loser's bonus to thank for that one, but the reads are immaculate again. Look at the setups by Heretics. A stack of players still over towards C. EDG just desperate for this orb. Simon would be his ult online. There's no punish in sight from Heretics. They'll give him that.
They can play a little further back, actually. Re-ends with the Hunter's Fury, could go for plant denial. You can allow EDG to get sight a little bit, as long as you control some important positions, like, for example, Garage. I would like to see Miniboo tuck into that close spot and try to deny Jishu.
Run through, gets the tag. Although by Reed, he's expecting a few more from that, but that's just to provide some safety. It's a big ult though expended. Not going to be having this for the last round.
What is nobody calling here? Is this going to be a breach ult fake on A? Oh, it's going to be ruined.
Yeah, the Chichu cleaned up. Kang right from behind. Ult is expended. Did you say it's ruined? It has brought the players back. They believe in it.
Miniboo bought it, hook, line, and sinker. As soon as Jishu made that play, I thought he was going to stick around on the C site and try to deal with things. He just thought that was the lurk.
It's daylight robbery. EDG need it. Every round they can get. Nefarious means or not. Here's the ult though. You hear that one? Spike a panic in the back of the mind. It's Kang who's the one with that ult in his hands. Nobody trying to hold that one down is good. With the tracking again, weaving in and out. Sidestepping, dancing. It's graceful by Kang, still alive as well. Time is ticking. Boom! What is that? Return of the fire from the side. Heretics got a barrel over them. So much more to do here, but I think it's too late. Time being that deciding, defining factor all around. And EDG at least. That one blessing.
Finally, the clock turns onto the side of EDG and they get a plant down. They bookend the half with a couple of rounds and it smiles from Kang, but there's very little.
Diffuse gak ada waktu nih, gila. Oh my god. Di merinding gua nontonnya, Cok.
Heretics domination from them.
Minum dulu, guys.
EDG just need to not let their spirits be dampened. As we head into the next half, they're going to be mulling that one over, but for now, we're going to send it down to the floor for an interview with some special guests.
Hey, what's up, guys? Get your boasties on because we have Boaster and Cruz over here for the halftime interview. Now, Cruz, first of all, you were on the screen for the opening ceremony for 0.5 seconds. How was that experience for you? 보스터 선수와 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 할 텐데요. 아까 오프닝 세리머니 때 0.5초 동안 둘이 춤을 추는 모습이 화면에 잡혔거든요. 어떤 경험이었는지부터 물어볼게요.
긴장돼요.
He's nervous in Korean. Yeah? Good experience for you?
Very excited to be on the monitor, obviously, and I think I had a really good time with the show.
큰 무대에 나올 수 있어서 너무너무 긴장됐지만 그래도 좋은 경험이었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 보스터 선수 사실 저기 있는 선수들이랑 모두 다 절친이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 두 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 하고 싶은지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You're like best friends with all 10 players on the stage. What would you like to tell them right now?
Yeah, I mean, I love all of these boys on the stage. Benji Fishy works so hard. He's such a nice kid. Kong and Nobody, I'm super close with them. So unfortunately today, I am... EDG Jayo!
다 친하고 벤지 피시 선수 너무 열심히 하고 뭐 좋은 선수이기는 하지만 그래도 강강 선수 그리고 노바디 선수와 너무너무 좋은 친구이기 때문에 오늘 EDG 짜요라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드리도록 할게요. Any last message to the fans?
Thank you very much for watching us. I mean, Valorant, and hope to see you next year.
응원 감사드리고요. 그리고 또 내년에 다시 만나자고 얘기를 하는데요. 보스터 선수도 한마디 들어볼게요. 보스터?
응원 감사합니다. 다음 시즌에 더 만나요.
Thank you, Boaster and Cruz, and let's dance our way back into the second half. Dun, 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 dun.
The betrayal, the heartbreak, the drama. Boaster against EMEA.
Where can we take Boaster to where he won't know how to speak to the crowd in their local
I mean, he's a natural showman. He really is.
I know. We'll have to go all around the world seeing where those skills can take it. EDG have had a little bit of breathing room here. They've had another opportunity to speak to their coaching staff, though they've had many already.
Yeah.
Looking to try to turn things around on their defense side. So far, Heretics have been dominant, utterly.
EDG just trying to get the read. Defensive setup, heavy stack over towards B. Heretics early take over towards A long. No pushback.
One of EDG's massive strengths has been their pistol rounds over the course of this tournament. They, of course, won the first to open things up. They need another.
EDG might have had the read here. Moving over. Reinforcements arriving with Kang and Simon. Util held. Nobody might miss that timing, though, still. Heretics set up for the A split, and the Util is connecting. Listen, the spades of it. More where that came from. No clean kills really to be found here. And it's EDG, they're gonna barrel their way through, they just can't do it. In pieces, onto the ground. Pistol round cleaned up if I've ever seen one. The 2v5, it's just gotta be heroics and a miracle, I think, on the side of EDG.
Looks like Benji's on the flank, seeing if Smoggy's gone for a teleport play past his trip, because they're just startled at how slow Smoggy and Chishuata begin this retake.
Yeah.
It's a 2v5. More dominance for Heretics.
As I said, I mean, Util in spades. They're going to just cut them out of the picture here. Peeking, as soon as there's contact, recognition that the players are falling and dropping. And speaking of dropping, it's Benji with 4 bodies. Dropped in the round, a pistol round again under the belt of Heretics. This is, again, there's no other word to describe it other than dominance. They've come to this tournament with expectations that they might reach the same heights like they did in Shanghai, but clearly taking those learning moments from it.
Benji, you're the GOAT, bro.
It was a phenomenal pistol round from the first fault line, though, from Wook. Caught onto 2 players. Miniboo went for the stun towards default, caught himself with it, actually, and they still had the presence of mind to slow things down. I think Team Heretics, too, on their attack sides, generally going to be a bit better than EDG at going around and meticulously pruning away that defense.
Making sure that there's a series of unknowns across the map, forcing the defenders to get active.
Benji could get caught here, but he's only got the pistol.
Yeah, that's why he's going exploring. No real danger of him losing and handing over a gun. And guess what? In the rifle aim, well, not even that, man, just raw aim. It's on point right now for Benji.
One of the few times that Simon's fault line's pretty bad. And Chishu does respond with 1. Woo falling, but Phantom, Guardian, Spectre on the other side. Kankan would have to land some almighty martial shots to make this one winnable.
Only 1 player weak enough as well for 1 to the body. It's gonna have to be mostly headshots defining this round if Kang is to do it. And like I said, Miniboo survives. Single digits of health. Chichu will be no longer for this world. 12 HP and a dream, and it will remain just that. It's 11 rounds here for Heretics. They're locked in.
Every team in the history of Valorant that's made back-to-back finals won at least one of them. The first.
Every team in the history.
Last year had a somewhat similar arc to Heretics. We talked about that being a Cinderella story, something you might never see again. And the comparisons are not exactly one-to-one, but a team full of very inexperienced players who weren't rated incredibly highly.
Waduh, ada yang cosplay Viper.
The most dominant team of the year at the second event and come back, and are looking amazing here to begin.
Similar parallels, but as an opener, EDG sorely needed.
4-player fight from EDG as well, committing massive resources to locking down A lobby. This is kind of similar to how Team Heretics were defending.
Yeah.
Except they were often leaving the Neon to fight over this area rather than the Sova.
A bit of a handshake with the drones there, just trying to get that information. Smoggy on the line, that is nice.
He hit 2 body shots onto Riens.
Definitely did.
Right there.
Was claiming these kills. Benji, though, taking up some space. Spotting that there's gaps in the play. The defensive protocols of EDG still. Raw aim on display. Benji might be getting away with murder still.
I have retrieved the spike.
He'd have to ace to finish up this round and just not anticipating it. Kanking already up onto the line.
A A big round for EDG just to showcase that they won't be completely pushed around and bullied. But that's still only their second round that they've won with rifles on board. Opening kill was clean from Kong. Need to start seeing Smoggy get online. When we get to Lotus later on, third map, I am sure you will see Smoggy absolutely farming. He's amazing there. But on the Omen maps, it does sometimes take him a while to get warmed up.
It's rough so far for him.
This Neon Wall just a denial in case somebody like Kong had taken the walk down mid.
I mean, Chichu's playing in front of this anyway, but... Oh, it's finally broken. That's 2 shots committed, though.
Yeah, but tons of damage onto Chishu as well. Love that trip. That trip is so good for B post-plant situations. You get the plant down here and the retake tries to come through that, it's very tough. It's also good for info in the mid-round, because you know that people haven't re-cleared through mid and pushed into window, for example. See how Team Heretics defaulting, just taking parts of the map, making it a bit more difficult for EDG to play. Yeah. However, the Chinese squad does still control A lobby, and that's what Rians is looking to try to deny right now.
Paranoia held in the hands of Smoggy. He's going to have to follow up on this himself. Glides forwards, pulls out a dash. Evacuation by Minibu, still alive here with 35 seconds.
This is looking risky now, because EDG did not bite on that pressure over towards A. Chishu's been holding this down since the start of the round in Garage.
Oh, he's going to be tested. Tested and potentially rewarded. Could be the difference. Flash evaded. Fires off the shots though, and now they know exactly where he is. At least they should! Ooh. But they don't! Unanticipated, and Heretics paid a price in blood. 11 seconds left. Shot to pieces before they could even get into the site.
There's a round for EDG to try to stabilize, to try to find that belief. And there you're seeing Simon as well, with a rare smile, lit up.
Spike down mid.
It's so important that these EDG players genuinely believe that they can win today. Kong said it, they've already accomplished an unimaginable goal at Champions. But you have to still have that hunger to go further beyond.
Let's go!
And you see him pumping up Simon in that moment.
Penontonnya pada tegang gitu, Cok.
Keep the morale in check. Understand that it's 1 round at a time. It's what makes the best. The best. Elites on the stage if you have that composure. It will be a hard run back. Stun. Connects. Barely a hand pointed out. Chichu. Have to get out of there.
If you look at the way that EDG play this map against any opponent, they love re-clearing Garage. Fault line, Chishu runs forward. Could be a spot that Team Heretics try to exploit, but at the moment it's working really nicely for EDG. Yeah. And if you control A lobby or long plus Garage, you basically got the whole map.
Now broken before the reveal. Still just Sheriffs and a stinger in the hands of these Heretics players, but when it's up to 11, you never know when the next round's going to come. Here it is, wall up, Paranoia alongside it. The util is always going to be good and impeccable. Heretics hitting their shots, nailing them down. And Kang is forced to respond, coming up with all sorts of damage and goods. Players are toppled.
That would have been a kill there. Woot, he's got about the worst weaponry for the job, but Kong is playing with so much danger.
15 HP.
So much dangerous.
13 seconds though, and now Wood's got to get that move on, picks up the upgrade. They know exactly where he is. Simon puts him out of misery. And EDG, they stay alive in the map.
Timeout call for Team Heretics. What a role that Kong now finds himself in, by the way. If you think back to when he first started in Valorant, he was just a young boy with a dream. Yeah. And now he's in a position where he's almost like the experienced leadership figure for Simon, who he sat right next to. The two are working in tandem so often in rounds. The support and the fragging. And you can see the energy that he has and how infectious it is spreading through the rest of the team. Heretics need to control this one before it slips away. This is now 3 in a row. We turn the game from 11-3, which looks utterly unwinnable for EDG, to 11-6, where you're starting to think, okay, they might have a chance here.
Boulder hasn't budged really down the mountain yet. EDG is still going to push it up. 11-6 here, and like you said, they're still, at the back of their minds, they're thinking, oh, okay, are we losing track and slip of the map, at least? I was going to say the series not quite there yet, still.
I think one of the things that you've got to notice, right, when you're Team Heretics in this position, is that Simon is often drifting over towards C. We're actually going to watch him set up for this big 4-player crunch towards A lobby. But if he is towards C, you should be able to take A long control a little easier at the start of these rounds. Now, if that was their read, EDG are already ahead of it.
I mean, it's a crazy mix-up. It's 4 players willing to fight this one, and I wonder if it's going to be a delay take. I've seen teams do this. Their show presence with the Sova. Just a feign like it's only the one holding.
Yeah.
And this is going to be bloody. A skirmish laying in wait, dashing forward, stunned up on either side. kalian controlling the rifle, controlling the spray still. It's all Heretics, baby. Up in the feed in a 2v1, they paved their way towards the A site. Chichu seeking to get himself in there, trying to play ahead of the timings, but he can't dodge the paranoia. And it settles into the back of his mind. He hears the footsteps, defense is necessary. Boo! My God, wasn't even being defended in the moment.
What a shutdown, what awareness from Boo. I was not anticipating them to expect Chishu that early. He got to the site on a really fast timing. Look at how daft this fight is in A lobby. Everybody stands up trying to control their crosshair. But Heretics now, after winning that round, trading beautifully, they're up to 12.
Just one more stepping stone, all that stands between them and the map.
For the first time, EDG go for the walk down mid, and Team Heretics, they're having none of it. No. Full ult, baby, send them to A.
Yep, and that's going to be clearing out most of the site. Boo sticks it down into hell. I know that A is easy access, so just a little bit of worry in the back of their minds about A short, still with that smoke that's propped up, and it's buying time and space potentially, but they're hearing these footsteps. kalian dodging, weaving, ducking from the bullets. Simon with a cage, not even in his face there. It's offloaded, ults rattled back. The rolling thunder seeking to deny and delay some space. It's up to these players on the flank of EDG to see if they can do something. kalian's been left alone to his own devices. Tap of the rifle, beautiful, lands it still. Here's the cleanup crew arriving in kind. Start from the side, wall up. Hunter's Fury, there is no escape. For the rest of his team, time has been
Kena ultinya ini.
Waduh! But an electrifying finish here to Haven. Heretics taking map number 1.
Dominant opening, stealing away EDG's first pick. Up
Nextnya Sunset nih mapnya, Cok. Wah, ini gila sih. Tim Heretics gacor gini, Cok. Tadi aja mau diffuse, waktunya malah waktunya habis. Jadi gak ada waktu dah. Hampir penuh, hampir mau diffuse itu padahal, Cok. Wah.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Hampir diffuse itu tadi, Cok. Gila.
Congratulations on that first map. In prepping for a team like EDG, which you have faced off before, what tendencies or qualities of the team did you pay special attention to?
I mean, they're like most teams here. They've got really aggressive duelists. Kang is no different. The way they set him up is quite unique. Like, they send him in pretty heavy by himself, so we know if we can isolate him, we can kind of pick him off and kill him. So that was kind of the plan for Haven.
Well, we know how you guys feel about Sunset, which is coming up next, but how are you feeling about the map draft overall?
Yeah, the map draft was good. You know, they permaban Ascent, which, you know, we'll play it, but the fact that we don't have to play it is nice. And yeah, the rest of the maps are good for us, so as long as we keep playing our game, I think it's looking good.
All right, well, thank you very much, and best of luck out there.
It's a fantastic start for Team Heretics, and I'm back on the desk here. We are joined by Steel, we're joined by Mimi, and we have a very, very special guest all the way from Sentinels. It is Zelsis, the Vibe merchant even himself. I wanted to ask you, you rocked up with a Sen jersey. Why is that?
Well, you know, if I was playing today, I'd be wearing it. So I gotta rock it just for the grand finals, even if I'm in the crowd supporting. Yeah.
Oh, now I want to cry. But yeah, welcome Josh as well. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Yeah, the first game was looking real nice and spicy there for a little bit. I love the kind of sloppy back and forth fights as well.
Yeah, it has been very, very spicy so far. But let's talk about the vibes and what's been going on stage, because you're familiar with these boys. I know you're close to Benji, Vert as well. How important is it that they are able to bring this energy on a grand final?
Oh, I love it. I love to see it. I think like they all trust each other so much, like a brotherhood. Like they all love each other. Benji's always trolling or doing something stupid, like just funny. Mini Boo's the same. I always see him smiling and laughing. So it's really wholesome to see them just like enjoying the moment, honestly.
Yeah, they've really played up to the moment and are clearly like channeling the energy from that crowd and enjoying it in this match. And on the other side for EDG, I think you need to see more moments like that one from Kung, because overall this map felt a little bit flat from them. They couldn't get anything done in their default. They weren't doing a good job of breaking the Sentinel utility. And it was just round after round of these kind of last-second executes that were falling to bits.
Well, to bring it back to the Heretic side of things, when you're in this crowd, the stadium is roaring and cheering, that pressure can get to you mentally. And when you have a way to channel that nervous energy into something positive and take your mind away from all this external stuff and focus inwards, that's when you're going to play your best and not focus on just what happens if you make a mistake.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a lot of mistakes that did end up happening for EDG, but I think Team Heretics as well showcased something that they've been really good at all tournament. This defensive side was excellent. I think especially what Benji Fishy, this is something you were talking about, Jordan, was so good as that anchor.
Yeah. A big thing for me with Heretics is they leave Benji and Boo alone so much. It's just kind of like their rock. They trust them to either get info, push, or just hold down their site and stay alive. Like, I think that's really big for their defense, and I mean, it's been working for them, and you saw it here on Haven.
Yeah, and I mean, this is technically a comp change to go back to the Neon, but I think Mini Boo looked so comfortable. They have a lot of nice set ideas to get the opening kill with him on this agent and get that early space in the round. It really felt like they were in control of this map.
Yeah, Team Heretics was out of touch and EDG was out of time. And we got to see that a lot, I think, through the value of how Team Heretics was playing that Cypher, getting that deep C-long value with a camera, and that allowed them to pivot where they set up their defense, and usually it was towards that A side, B side. There's always 4 players in Team Heretics ready to receive EDG.
And that brings us to our HyperX reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Rians in round 10. We spoke about how he has the potential to be the MVP of this tournament. Would you agree, Zelsis?
Oh yeah, I mean, everyone has their flowers on Heretics, but this guy for me, he's shown through and through again in playoffs, like plus 20 every series, going plus 10, getting these like clutch moments here where he's getting executed on. He has supportive util, but he's just going forward, like he's not scared to take a fight, and I think that's really big as your initiator player.
Yeah, I feel like he's so good when he's like the player who's flooding in to help that site anchor hold on to the site. He does a great job of finding exactly the right moment in the chaos to use his dart where it's not going to get broken, and then find the kill, find the swing off of that as well. He's just been so consistent all event long.
I mean, for EDG, not a great start, but I'm going to cope for a second. Every single series they have won in this tournament, they have lost map 1. And still, you know, you're a pro player, you've been out there. How much do you think maybe nerves contribute to a start like this?
Nerves could definitely contribute to it, but I look at how Team Heretics was playing yesterday, I look how they're coming into today, and the way that they've been playing, I have to look at the, looking at one side, how well they're playing, as opposed to, is EDG playing down? We've seen them play to a low level, we've seen their highs. I don't think EDG is really playing a bad game right now. Team Heretics is just hitting new highs constantly.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for EDG is what I'd like to see is them kind of, I feel like they were kind of slow on Haven, and I think they needed Haven for this series. I think Heretics doing that away was kind of the same as the Lev series. They win that first map, they're really confident, they're coming in, they want to win, they're playing aggressive. I think for EDG, I want them to be a little faster, be a little more confident. When they are confident, you know, they look like they're having fun, and it just doesn't look like they're having fun right now.
And specifically on this attacking side of Sunset, I think that has to come down to the ideas they're going to have to take early space on this map. They've been known this tournament for some of those set plays between Simon and Kung Kung to claim those areas of the map. And in the mid-round as well, actually dealing with the Cypher utility that Benji Fishy is going to be using on this map is so important, because Team Heretics was able to call so many massive rounds just off a gamble stack because that Cypher util wasn't being broken map 1.
I've seen how Kong Kong's played this map before and taking control of everything by himself, not even having to be set up. But the way that Heretics is fighting back right now, I don't know if he can do that again by himself.
Now, Zelstas, we've got Brennan Sideshow waiting for us to get into the map. Would you like to do the honors and toss it over to them?
Oh my gosh, Brennan Sideshow, have fun. Really happy for you guys catching the finals. Let's send it over to Brennan Sideshow.
Dude, that is excellent. That is excellent. Okay, I love that. I love that. Let's get into it. Map 2 here. The new staging ground selected here to Sunset. The desk has been teed up, setting us up on nicely. Talking about it, it's a middle ground map for both of these teams, and you know, judging on what we saw from that first map, Heretics, you'd have to lean over towards their side, I would say. I think in terms of the slight edge.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is a middle ground in terms of both teams like to play it, but it's actually towards the top of both teams' map pools. Yeah. So whereas we started on a map, no team had won on here at Champions. Now we get to Sunset, where both teams should be feeling very comfortable. One of the things to look at for the Team Heretics defense that was working beautifully against Lev are these Woot KO knives. He throws one at the beginning over towards A, just to see if it's going to be a fast A exec, but he's got mid-round knives as well if EDG tried to play slowly. You heard it from the desk. They want to see the pace increase from EDG. They'll have to get through the trip first.
Not just that as well. Players on Heretics' side floated towards the positions. To stack this one at a moment's notice. Woot is ready to strike. Shot darts forward. Trips are broken. Holding for it. That's a dry swing and peek by Heretics, but to no avail.
Well, you see 3 players there. Does that mean that you want to go now over towards A? And if so, Boo was holding a one-way until it sunk into the floor.
Losing track of A main. Forced to jiggle.
But this is where the knife can come in handy. Look at Woot setting up the knife lineup. Oh.
He is. He's just thrown it. It's up and over.
So that's going to give them a little bit of info. When it only tags, well, in fact, when it tags onto 0 players over towards elbow, that's a slightly different knife. They're going to know and keep the stack on B. Woot's so good at that.
Yep, stacking from Heretics. They've got bodies ready to respond once more. Kang's forward though, steps up to that challenge still. Up through the back, mini boost here, jumping around with the right clicks in hand. Kang not enough to offset it, and still players are getting brutalized, trying to enter their way in through this side with 15 seconds left to spare. EDG, Simon forced to stick this paranoia. It's picture perfect. Ibu is low, hearing it. Top of the gun. Chichu's there with a flash in his face, still. Tied up close to the corner.
Lawan satu nih.
In that 1v1, Chichu dismisses him as easily as that, and that is the beginning that EDG were hoping for.
Kasar dulu ya guys.
They did manage to take the pistol on Haven too, so there's still plenty more that they'll have to do to prove they're capable of riding the ship. But considering they went into a stack there, considering there was 4 players looking to defend the site, the way that they fragged their way through that, it's got to give you a lot of confidence. The calling still getting them into trouble just a little. Another thing to take a look at, because nobody's attack side calling is running them out of time constantly on Haven. But it is so tricky to play against Heretics. They've got some slow-paced rounds, they've got some contact re-clears, big util re-clears if you try to insert a player. And like I said, those knives coming through from Woot, deadly to play against.
Extremely disciplined team too. They've got an idea. It's never really going to be an individual throwing their life line without good reason.
No, certainly not. Always doubled up. And this is a round where EDG have got to come through it cleanly. Only 1 player choosing not to purchase, that's Shishu. So if you're looking for somebody to go and gain information on an aggro lurk, that will be his job. They can suffer 1 death without an economic casualty.
Wondering spun around a little bit. Nobody was sticking around for B main.
If there is a reclear, though, it could catch him. In a round like this, you're unlikely to see reclears, though. More likely to see gamble stacks on ecos. And EDG look like they found a clean entrance to the A site.
30 seconds left.
Kong's going to lead the way. Who hears all this noise as well is going to be calling now for the rotation, especially with the plant committed by Simon. Ult steadily being accrued as well. Simon's only 2 away. He might want to be hunted down somebody's eco kills.
I must wait a moment.
And spots it. Dart, excuse me. Broken. And Heretics falling here. Too much available in terms of options that they can go for. The firepower, the weaponry, not quite there in this round.
And keeping it superbly clean.
Yeah.
Nothing lost at all. The flawless comes through. Simon 2 away from being able to get null command online. A massive ultimate to try to just drive things into B, for example, turn off all of Benji's utility. I wonder if Heretics already in this round are going to be thinking about denying ultimates.
Let's go! Let's go, boys!
Look at the energy that Kong's providing to the rest of his team as well.
It's unreal.
I talked about it on Haven as being infectious, but it looks like it's taken a little while to set in. They were a bit timid, I think.
Yeah. New to a match as big as this on the global stage as well. As you said, it takes a while to set in and realize actually we deserve to be here. We're good enough players, we've earned our spot. It's all about grasping it when opportunities are present. Denied entry just from the nade, a fragment. Nice forwards. Drone is also going to be broken. Woot having a back step. Still that trip. Placed down here. It needs to be an attempt by EDG. Benji tries to reset with the aim. Actually dropped down to his knees. Chichu! He's taking chunks out of him. Minibu now revealed off. And heads popped off. Chichu's not stopping. Who's left to do it all in a 1v3 and feeling it now. Empowered by that performance. EDG can start to get a bit of momentum behind them.
There's another MVP candidate for EDG. I think Chichu's had a monster tournament to take his team to the finals. And he was slow, couldn't really get going on Haven, wasn't put in the right positions by his team. Here, barrels forward, hitting shots. Those 3 Sheriff kills are instrumental in getting his team the bonus round. Without those, there wasn't a hope.
It's a beautiful round to convert the bonus. EDG, as I said, they will be happy with it. Bit of bait and switch there by Kong, but not enough to avoid the knife. That's going to get good info for Heretics, tagging onto multiple players. Might call for the rotations. They are on the weaker buy after all, so could make some riskier plays.
Brent, both Minibu and Simon are 1 away from their ults, and those interact with each other, right? If Minibu gets it online before Simon does, he can't pop the null command to take the showstopper offline. Whoever gets it up first is going to have a slim window of opportunity.
The Orb is free real estate. Minibu creeping up onto the line as well, side by side with Boo, but they're taken out.
And shut down. Just as we were talking about it, Simon claims to swing it through elbow.
At this point, might not even feel like the ult is necessary to invest.
Not at all. Now this is clean again. Just as similar as round 2. These anti-ecos taken fairly cautiously. Giving respect to Heretics, but then dealing with the threats beautifully.
ADS, fishy, no long for the world.
And you
have a clean round.
You were talking, Brett, about teams settling into big games like this, and I think I saw exactly the same last time EDG came out on stage. That first map when they played against Leviathan, Icebox, I felt like Simon was choking pretty terribly, actually. It was his first game in the arena. His fragging's gone down over the course of the tournament as the stakes have gone up. But what would you expect from a player where it's his first global event? He does seem a little painfully shy in some of these interviews, so it's great to see the emotion and the freedom coming out of him in these replays that you're seeing here. If he can get going in these rounds, he's 3-1 at the moment.
Absolutely.
And not just be playing supportively. Like I said, his supportive utility is immaculate. They've drilled that into him perfectly. But once he also gets those impact kills going, as he was in the group stage, that's when you've got a deadly team.
He's a beast. He's looked like it all tournament long. EDG just need to pick yourselves up sometimes, and luckily had that time in between the maps to do exactly that, you know, just making sure that the mental was on track. And Heretics are forced to take the time out here with being 4 rounds down. I mean, as much as I'm talking about the mental, the crumble, the pressure on the big stage, and all of this pinpointing your career, it's on either side as well. Despite the fact that Heretics did dismiss EDG on that opening map, they still have new players. Now listen, they've been in the finals themselves, but they're still young. I've seen evidence of that. The DRX game, I think, was a perfect example, where Heretics and DRX were both kind of trading blows. It was scrappy, it was messy, it was muddy, some might say.
EDG are going to have to apply similar levels of pressure to this, though, to get that same crumble from Team Heretics that, honestly, you're right, we have seen it in the past. Miniboo with his ult here looks to try to take the fight. 0 point broken as well, so still has access to that ult, those abilities. And with the nade being thrown on the B side of the map and Miniboo not being turned off, they want no part of it.
Yeah, EDG all the way up through mid as well. This time it might not be anticipated. Benji! He's gone, he's taken out. The swipe of a hand and a glide from Kang, man. Woot needs to try and make the play. Attempt to dominate the angle. Broken to pieces here, and now 3 to stand for Heretics on through this retake. Simon's ult will fade, just spotting barely onto the shoulder, but a kill is all that Heretics were really potentially hoping for there. Now, settling back into the positions, looking to save it for the next round. There was a full investment from Heretics into this. There was a timeout as well. There was everything pointing towards this needed to be the turning point for them in this map.
And I think that's exactly what EDG, what the desk were looking for EDG to adapt to. That's that faster tempo. They made the decision instantly. As soon as they heard the nade coming out and an aggressive B main take, you know that teams are doing that with usually 3 players in B main. You know that Miniboo's over there and he has Showstopper and you don't want to be messing with that. And so they instantly call an A split. And once more, who is it that breaks the crosshair of Benji Fishy? Breaks his wrist in the middle of it too. Kang.
Steele was mentioning on the desk, you know, he sees this guy, he will just try and take fights by himself, sometimes without that supportive util. It's because he's so potent, man.
He is.
He knows that he is the protagonist of this story, this tale that's being weaved here by EDG. Their own attempt to try and carve themselves into the history books.
When he played against Leviathan, he took 30 first duels, which is bonkers already. He won 20 of them.
He's just different, especially when he's firing on all sorts of cylinders.
Jishu looking to take an aggressive timing up here.
So aggressive.
Yeah, Riens and Miniboo both had their opportunities to try to contest this, but looking to back off and play slightly more passive angles, just to stop people entering with that trip.
There's still danger here for EDG, trying to play this attack. Simon used the ult prior. Miniboo's holding on to the showstopper. If you let time be your enemy, it's a game-winning ult in the hands of Miniboo.
No assistance here for Boo to get back onto the angle, so that drone just forces him back a step in elbow. Nobody's looking to test it. This is where you get the advantage of having an aggro IGL like nobody, because he's willing to... He's down to limit test.
Might be calling rather to rotate, but they do pull out the drone. That's Heretics aiming to clear up the fog of war.
I think nobody's done a great job there of pushing Boo back twice. Once with the drone back into elbow, and then again to push him all the way back off A.
5 seconds though.
It's going to weaken the B site massively. I mean, look at these players in spawn scrambling for Heretics.
In through spawn.
30 seconds left.
As you said, knife through the back now. EDG set their sights over towards the B site. Making a move now over towards it. Backside is granted and gained. Simon with the plant. Up and abound there. Nade rebounds, but Smog is already collecting all sorts of kills. Crossed up.
On there.
You need an opening to feel that willingness, I think, to expend this ultimate here. Miniboo! He's chopped down, cut down. Phantom spray by Kang. Needs to be heroics up and over with the flash. Whoop, at least taking out Kang, but time is going to start ticking. The bait and switch setup just does not work. Nobody stands tall against any sort of challenges.
What a different map we're watching here. What a different look for EDG compared to the way that they fell over on Haven, where we saw the inexperience and the nerves playing out. Everything is crisp.
I must wait a moment.
Benji just cowering, hoping he survives. 6 rounds in a row. They need this gun. Stand a chance to bail them out. It's going to be granted at least that. But this is a map that is slipping away from Heretics.
It is. It's already a phenomenal attack side for EDG. They would only need another, round or two, and it would be super successful. Miniboo looked like he didn't understand that the smoke was going down there, or possibly didn't anticipate somebody would be holding an unusual off angle. And things are looking loose out there for EDG.
It's all smiles.
Nobody on Heretics has more than 2 kills across 6 rounds.
The money again is just being stretched thin. Desperation, Kang. But he opens it up and potentially closes out the round with that one. It's a first kill with no follow-up inside again from Heretics.
Heretics still have the best 4v5 win rate in the tournament. I mean, out of all teams, they were the ones who specialized in that.
Utah was broken. Flash to try and set this one up. That is a desperation play if I've ever seen one. You mentioned it, Josh. Best 4v5 win rate, but if you don't get that initial trade, which is so core to the way that Heretics play,
yep, then you're going to
be in trouble.
Much more difficult spot. That's why Rian's tried to equalize it there.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be in tough spots again.
Exploring, potentially. They're calling for it. Underhanded with the flash. There's too many targets to really deal with. Still that 1 for 1. And now space created and taken. Kang not to be denied any sort and semblance of the side. Woot dodging, juking, but again this guy is relentless.
He's got them every impact kill in the round, Kang. He's just been everywhere for EDG.
Cannot be stopped. Boo obtains the upgrade. Nails the first one. It's an obstacle removed, but 2 more where that came from. And Kang, this guy, look at him. He's already open.
He's so confident, and nobody from Team Heretics is giving him reason to be otherwise. He destroyed Miniboo in that opening fight. He's actually caught up on the scoreboard to Shishu, who was 10-0 in the first 4 rounds. Miniboo's ankles completely snapped there. And then Kang again being able to win a duel against Rian's MVP candidate for Team Heretics. That opens up elbow. Piece by piece, his layered aggression takes the map away. I'd like to see Team Heretics change up the way they're playing the defense side. I think, despite me talking about some of the things they were doing well, like Woot's knife, for example, broadly speaking, when they played against Lev, I was a bit disappointed with how Team Heretics were playing on what used to be home territory for them. They're going to take their second tag time out here. One of the things I'd like to see them adjust is to have more of these big defense re-clears, and quickly as well. If you spot Kang in an area of the map, if you see the wall, if you hear it, then try to get players into position. Try to get Woot or Boo with their flash ready to go and retake space against them. I think you've got to force the fight on your terms. You can't wait for Kang to get set up with all of the pretty util he needs to go and carve through you.
All right.
Now, should they do that on this round? Probably not. They've got 5 sheriffs and light armor.
It's a good time to get active.
Sure. But I think it's really round 9 where you want to try to start some kind of a comeback. And this one, you just see if you can hit your shots.
Knife is going to be dodged. Predictable here for the EDG players. And Orb's farmed up alongside it. Boo's just trying to take away any advantage he can in this round.
Woot's also trying to stay mobile as well, right? Uses the knife on one side of the map, now rotates very quickly to top mid. This is looking like a crunch in mid.
Hi.
Set up and ready. Woot's right behind him.
Wah.
Flash.
Bantai ini.
Nade coming.
Yeah, here in that drone, you're going to see the dart through the back, and now there's that paranoia swinging through, but the timing on that smoke is just impeccable. Woot does not feel like he can step past that one. Kang's straight through and out with Benji, Fishy. Taken out.
That's the kind of spot where I'd like to see them commit to it. You know that there's a player trapped there. If they were running Neon on this map, that would be a situation where Miniboo would stun and run at the defender in mid.
Nobody's a bit brave to take this fight, but the Tart spots it out, and now another re-clear call. It's Kang, man! He's barely on any sort of life at all. Hanging on by a thread, yet still navigates the danger. Takes out the half buy. I knew where Boo was from prior. They're running him down, hunting him down. They want him to get that ace. Stand up, take a bow, whatever you like. Listen, it might have been against the ecos, but take the aces where you can get them.
And I think that shows you the difference. kalian was still playing really well with all of that pressure in map 1. I think he's just the kind of person that, you know, forged into a diamond under pressure.
Oh, yeah.
But for everybody else, I mean, you look at the way that Simon is bunny hopping towards him in that spot. You don't do that if you're feeling stiff, if you're feeling nervous. 8-0, EDG have no reason to be. Heretics still haven't come up with the answer here. Can move to top mid, trying to rotate these defensive positions. Woot holds the knife at the beginning. Looking to maybe save it for the execute.
Big group up. See, the drone is a good time to use it. Would cancel it out.
Yeah.
It's just that.
Besides, too, the drone actually still got tons of value there in terms of info. You know that there aren't players holding in these tight corners nearby.
So many ults for Heretics. If you're going to put a round on the board, wipe out that goose egg, it's got to be now. Mini boot, ADS'd up. Just trying to lean onto those reaction times here, but with every single passing moment, EDG are just disrespecting this. They're all the way in through the back of the site. That's a dart, connecting. Flash the follow-up as well. Woot! No long for this world. Showstopper rebounds, but only the one. Nobody has done all the work. Overdrive, offloaded, quick pivots. Smoggy's around, Norofef connects. And alongside the Paranoia still, tangled up, tied up. Benji Fishy is alone, he's isolated on a bloody island. And they want the kill.
There's no reason to go into him whatsoever here. EDG, I think, have overthought it, but it didn't make a spot of difference. They had access to either site they wanted to go to in this round.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds, but this time it's not going to be even a shadow similar to Haven. Those rounds where the clock denied and EDG's attacks like Corlin looked dismal. This could not be more different.
It's like almost a clean sweep, and Benji, no luxuries granted or given. No rifle for the next. It's 9 in a row for EDG now.
They've completely activated.
Yeah.
Wu couldn't hold on in the back of the site. Mini Boot got destroyed as soon as he popped his ult. I thought we were going to see Simon. He was saving the knife to try to deny it. But this turnaround is truly ridiculous. This is round 10, and Boo has a glass cannon up while the rest of his team is saving.
It speaks volumes.
Could there be a more desperate play?
EDG have been contacting quite a bit, but it's the initial knife that you got to dodge. Let's do that. Nobody can drone in further back. No access, and they spot the op out. They know exactly what they've been cooking.
They're not breaking the drone as it comes through B main. They're not denying space that nobody's taking away from them. It screams desperation. Team Heretics very rarely run out of ideas. One of the big reasons they've been one of our best teams of 2024, but right now, the strat book looks cooked.
Bloody hell, used the momentum of the drop wire, spraying them down here. The teammates had his back. And kalian will fall, not without their reward, and Woot. Hello, Rian's right from behind, they're striking. But nobody's gonna try and offset this now. Even Smoggy side by side, quick beat by Boo. This is just getting ridiculous. Dart through alongside that Paranoia, reclaiming the space, and the spike alongside it.
It looks like Rian's might have an opportunity to do it all. He's on the flank, creeping up behind Smoggy.
Best chance in a long while to get around, especially when it's just down to Smoggy. 1v2. Rian's creeping, crawling up onto the angle. Reveals his hand with the deep dart. Clears him out, gives that peace of mind. Up close and personal. Boo. Looking to break the box. He's just missed the timing, but he spotted the barrel. And there will be no betrayal this time. It's all on the side of Smoggy. They'll stick this defuse, they'll get that round, and it does start with one at the end of the day, but it's going to need many, many more alongside it.
How dare I doubt the strat book? What a perfect idea.
How dare that?
How is that the round that they end up getting on the board?
How was that?
Rian's popped. They played a little quicker though. They were more willing to take risks. This walkout through market, that's the kind of thing that they haven't really been doing.
Insane. Good job. Nice shot, Sennas.
They're going to need plenty more where that came from.
Exactly. Hidden reserves are going to need to be tapped into. Heretics doubled up, trying to hold it, stun. Good connection, reveal onto all of them, and now the side swipe! They all topple, they all fall. An attempt by Benji Fishy is all for naught. Just the one voice dropped back down to that spectator seat, forced to watch this round play out.
They were not ready for the stun coming out from Kang at all. They also weren't ready for the fast player coming towards A-Link, just expecting everyone through elbow. Heretics are getting pulled to pieces here. This does not look like the dominance we witnessed from them earlier this year on Sunset. No one could touch them on this map.
It's round 11. You only got the one round, it's a 2v4, but surely you got to make a play for it.
I wouldn't have believed you if you said to me after that first half of Haven that the next map was going to be more dominant the other way around. We saw a 9-3 half.
Yeah.
EDG only won round 12 in the pistol follow-up.
It's absurd.
And yet this has even been more one-sided.
Yeah.
There's not even been a single round where Heretics, I feel, have been properly in it. The only one that they won was where they had a glass cannon operator and ran at people hitting sheriff shots.
Both teams matching each other, just trying to go for the gold split. Missed the memo. This game's done quick apparently, but you can see from these kills here, the high tempo increase is called. They know that Boo's got an op. As soon as they realize the op is not in play over there, they just want to try and run over them. This is EDG with a full read. They took a peek at the book and the scripture. They knew what Heretics were cooking.
Deep recon to try to set up. Boo's made his way over towards B. They are still trying to change up these defensive spots. One trip broken.
Front clears. TP backing away.
Are they reading the pinch through market?
I mean, listen, they're going to have a vice grip onto these defending players, anchoring or not in through the cage and trying to stay alive, trying to dodge and weave all sorts of bullets. And nastiness that's coming their way. Boo, a flick and adjustment. It's just not there in time. It's overwhelming. This aura that EDG are giving out. And 11-1 is where we stand at the half.
Resilience shown from EDG. If you opened up this grand finals and you were worried there was going to be a blowout, that EDG were going to crumble at the final moment after already making history and fall, it does not appear that that's going to be the case today. They have struck back hard.
Like I was saying, those hidden reserves are well and truly there. Let's send it down to the floor for an interview with the voice actor of Jet.
Hey guys, what's up? Jen Lee here with Shannon Williams, the voice actor of Jet. 제트 성우 샤넌님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 가장 먼저 현재 발로란트 씬에서 많이 사랑받고 있는 제트라는 요원의 목소리가 또 샤넌님이시잖아요. 어떤 느낌인지부터 여쭤보고 싶습니다. You know, Shannon, Jet's been around for a long time. She's so popular. She's dominating in the Valorant scene. What's it like to be the voice of the agent that's been loved for such a long time?
It's so sick. It's just so sick. I'm just so honored and grateful that a lot of
ini suara Jet.
people love Jet, and she most definitely holds a big piece of my heart and is very much a spirit animal, a different side to me that I was able to put into that character. So yeah, I'm honored to have everyone love her as much as I do.
너무너무 놀랍고 너무 감사하고 영광이라고 얘기를 하시고요. 그리고 이제 제트를 이렇게 사랑해주셔서 감사하다고 얘기함과 동시에 뭔가 샤넌님의 안에 있는 다른 자아를 꺼내서 보여드릴 수 있는 점이 너무너무 감사하고 좋다고 얘기를 했는데요. 그러면 이제 또 가장 좋아하는 제트 대사가 있을 것 같은데 한번 부탁드려보도록 할게요. What are your favorite voice lines?
Oh wow. I think I have two. I mean, of course, the alt voice line, and then the newest to Ace voice line, I think are my favorites.
Say it, please.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do the Ace one.
Okay. Woohoo! Ba-bum, ba-bum. One more. I got one more. Okay. Get out of my way!
Shannon, that was great. Thank you for the interview. Okay, now everybody here's my impression of the Jet. Watch this. Second half.
Watch this.
Watch out for your job, Jen's coming.
Kelas. Keren.
Fair event here, but Fish just joining us 11-1. Well, we're looking at what we're sitting at, and listen, EDG, as we said prior, if you told me that they were able to come back in this fashion, in this form after that map one, which is a 13-6 for Heretics, I would have said you're dreaming.
Yeah. I think it's your classic candidates that are going crazy right now. Kankan was just getting them every fight, and Chishu was dominating as well. The openers, the closers.
Flash connects. Chishu, lucky to be alive there. 1 HP, quite literally. Just tucks himself away behind a pillar. Alive for now, so the setup remains up.
It's a nice idea from Team Heretics, trying to get that punish on the Syphus. Often going to be trying to play aggro towards B main. There's a trip there, and they know it, and there's the punish, actually. Pretty good. You got to be able to shut down Kong in these rounds. That's certainly something that Heretics have learned.
Come. Gotta get that info. Timing's missed. Wait a second. Players are there, ready for the trade. Boo to respond.
That might make them think that there's nobody home at B, because why would somebody be pushing out and anchoring the site? And yet there are actually two people ready to defend this.
Smoggy and Chichu. Not quite shoulder to shoulder. Smoggy's on that high ground angle, perched up. Barely peer over that smoke that's just dropped up. Blossoms, blooms. Chichu is getting brave. 29 seconds left. They don't know at this point, but with the walking in play, contacts by Heretics. Finally, few stray shots hitting.
Yang baru nonton, yang baru nonton dan ataupun join, jangan lupa di like-nya ya warga-warga. Gua nggak bosan untuk ingetin kalian semua, guys.
Definitive chances. Nade rebound. Smoggy trying to play himself back in here. Doubled up side by side. It's Heretics. Drifting, missing. And the shots matter right now. Smoggy!
Wow.
God damn, man.
Sedap.
He's not giving Heretics an inch. There is no mercy here from EDG.
Not a moment's respite. Not an inch. Heretics have done everything to try to set them up for that round win. To get a pistol that could have maybe gone somewhere. At least giving them some hope, even if it was false. And Smoggy shuts the door in their face.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful shots towards the end. Shuts the door in their face and the map. Almost there. One more
Lebih sekerja rambut baru. Yoi, Made. Halo, Made.
Surely we've never had a more dominant map than that in a grand finals before. I can't remember one.
Can't recall. Put it on a show right now.
Another round where Kankan does end up falling early. It's hard to see that it would matter at all, though.
My eyes are down.
All or nothing for Heretics. That investment did bear fruit. Double up, jumping alongside it, trying to bait these players right back in.
Kena flashnya sendiri. Hampir aja kena.
Wow! A desperate effort to save his life. All for naught here on the side of EDG. An all-in attempt now.
Sakit sih itu, Cok. Aduh.
Only able to get the one.
Smoggy once more in a 1vx scenario. This time an extra player. And he's caught a really quick timing again. It could actually be doable.
He's low. Doesn't want to reveal his position with a bit of stray spam. He's just perched up. High ground. Up and around here. Bulldog spray, but dropped down to 27 health.
2 lawan 1 nih. 2 lawan 1.
Who will swing as soon as there's contact, signs of that line.
Oh!
Snaps to the side and almost made me believe.
I think if that first kill had been a bit cleaner onto Benji Fishy, Smoggy could have had that one. You see the way that EDG are playing, though. Simon, so first of all, Kankan just tries to take contact. Then Simon holds his ground. And then you see Chishu just break drone and stay exactly where he is, too. The way that EDG are currently playing, They believe they're better, and they're forcing Team Heretics round by round, moment by moment, to prove that that's not the case. EDG are not going to give them a shred of extra respect unless Heretics earn it.
There's a pause and a timer.
And that's brutal.
Can only mean a few things.
Because if this was in a tense scenario,
yeah,
you'd be thinking the tension is ridiculous.
Technical pause.
But a tech pause in a moment like this is absolutely brutal for Heretics, I think. There are a few instances where some kind of pause in the action might ice the team that's got momentum. But EDG's momentum all came from the first half, and Heretics are just now left to sit silently, can't even talk about what's going wrong, can't add any levity to the moment. They just have to fester in what a mess they've made of what used to be their dominant map.
See the crowd being led to chance as well. That's the Heretics side of the court.
Yeah, you don't.
A lot of family and friends are staying.
Honestly, you don't need to lead the crowd in EDG chants.
You really don't.
I think they are certainly the favourites here in Seoul. We've had quite a lot of Chinese fans, I think, coming in. It's a short hop away, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, listen, right over the sea. Maybe a bit of land in the process. Yeah, you do land. Right here in our finals, getting a little bit of a wave going. I do appreciate that. But I do love it. I mean, Heretics,
it's coming towards us.
I was about to say, is it coming towards us?
Yeah.
Give it a go. Hold on. What, you lifted your arms?
Wow.
No, you were mad late.
I missed it. I was looking at. Oh, mate,
you were crazy late.
I was looking at the screen. I completely missed it. But Heretics, after kind of being the bane of existence for the Chinese teams in Shanghai, making it to the finals themselves, they almost became like the hometown favorite themselves. They were getting all the cheers.
Yeah, they're certainly a respected team for the Chinese fans, but there's a difference, I think, between respect and love, adoration.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that is poured out en masse for EDG. It's not just as well that the Chinese fans get behind any Chinese team. They do to some extent, of course, but EDG are the sentinels of China. They are above, far beyond the other teams in terms of how voracious the Chinese fans' appetite is for their players, for the media, for their success as well.
That kind of scrutiny, it can break you as players, as teams as well. There's been tons of pressure on EDG to try and pick themselves back up, because honestly, first two international events, it was essentially a no-show from them.
Yeah, it was a very sad beginning to the year, actually. I was worried that EDG wouldn't be able to cope under the pressure, because it was enormous.
Crashing and burning out of Shanghai, but from the ashes, they've rebuilt themselves, with Simon coming in, and moving to supplement the coaching staff, and you can see what a difference it's made.
Yeah, Kankan's just been phenomenal, honestly. He's one of those players that right from the beginning of his story represented China on the global stage. He's always been the player that people look at. Sometimes those kind of players, sometimes they fall off over time.
Yeah.
They're really good at the start, but they're explosive. They don't have what it takes to be able to evolve as the team evolves. I think it's not just that Kankan has evolved as his team has evolved. He's actually led the evolution of EDG. It's huge what he's been able to accomplish, to grow as he's gotten older, to realize his own dreams.
I'd agree. He's been making sure that Simon is up to scratch as well. There are rookies on either side, of course, on both sides of the stage, and just getting whispers of the ETA. Looks like the problem might be fixed. I say might be because, listen, sometimes things do take a tumble for the worst.
The ghosts in the machine.
Yeah, I've just been burnt too hard. You know what I mean? I'm jaded at this point. You never know. You get told sometimes already. It's no one's fault, of course. I mean, listen.
We can allocate blame if you like.
Okay.
We can just pick somebody.
I'll blame you. if that's what
No. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
12-2.
Kankan was talking too about their losses at Shanghai, and he said that they knew that they looked back on Masters Shanghai and they knew that they need to be working hard, doing better, showing their resilience.
Tinggal satu lagi nih.
How could you open the grand
Menyamakan
finals with a better
kedudukan.
showcase of resilience than this?
Yeah. Almost a slam dunk finish here for Sunset, and we're right back into the action. Didn't miss much here. Nobody. He's going to be missing his head. Right off the shoulders, clean as anything. Heretics.
Heretics.
No mercy. They know it's got to be relentless if they're going to try and stand any chance in this map.
The EDG economy in a bad spot, so they're looking to take risks. I would have loved to see this a little more, I think, from Heretics when they were on the defense side. Going for that triple push down through mid.
Something smells up.
You got to expect more.
Yeah, they certainly do. Holding for the angles. Wait, they've missed one. Kang. Doing the damage.
Boom bang.
Immediately reacts, thinking that somebody's going to be there to punish him, but now can go back and pick up that Guardian.
See if he can do anything else with it. Still a 2v4. Heretics into the post plant themselves too.
Giving the Guardian over to Shishu. Very confident in his own Sheriff aim by the look of things.
Yeah, might be the better course as well to try and go down to the spike, but
I think Miniboo's missed the timing there.
No punish on the jump spot though. Miniboo, one more kill. Gets him up to the ult for the next. Still EDG want to try and play into this one here. Crawling forwards, what a shot! Magnetic to the dome. Stun connects, Miniboo though responds. Leaves it down to Chichu. Sharp dance rebounding, weakening him, softening him. Miniboo himself puts the 3-piece in the round.
Little scary there, Miniboo, but what a shot he pulled out. Stunned up, made sure that Kong could not run away with that. But they would need another 9 rounds to make this possible, and even that would only get things to overtime. It's a foregone conclusion that we're heading towards Lotus anyway, no matter what. But the manner in which we get there to Lotus might make all the difference. EDG set up to repel this.
Paranoia. That's the job. EDG cleared off the angles. Miniboo play there with at least the boombot. Doesn't clear the corner like he was hoping. They're smoking their face too, so second guessing themselves of whether or not they want to make the moves over towards A.
Simon's so diligent. He's always got the read on what's going on. He's just holding the knife here, waiting for that showstopper. And the more he doesn't use it, the more it denies Miniboo from getting into a good position where he can actually find value.
Absolutely. Drone. Spots the one.
Yeah, I mean, that tells you everything. You know that they're not going to be hitting A in the next 10 seconds, and you also know that they've tried to insert somebody. So they could go for the re-hit later.
Certainly, even an open sight, Chichu. So there's going to be much safety for him to cross back up and away here. The dart spells it out for him. Trip's going to be cleared. EDG a rapid though onto the approach. Rabu has got it handled nicely. Clean shot. Once more, you've removed that heavy hitter. Team Heretics falling back, reconfiguring into this round. Through B. Miniboo's going to be taking point and contact. Oh, feeling like it was necessary, and well, it's still alive and kicking, but potentially not for long. Yes, Smoggy returns it straight away. Straight bullets, all it takes. EDG now will try and chew through this hold. In through B main, a tap onto the spike. Accounting for Boo, he just absolutely overwhelms onto that spot in position, and nobody, not long for it.
A nice round from Heretics.
Nice round.
Good plant. Cam on the plant as well. They have so many layers there. Miniboo pushed up, aggro on the post plant, drawing out info, managing to go 1-for-1. Cam and spam. Play the Heretics love running on both sides of the map. Fragment grenade too. But at what point do you start to believe that a comeback like this is possible? It takes anything. One big round from Kankan or Chichu.
There's always danger lurking every corner.
One mistake from Heretics. Exactly. And it's over. These comebacks, they almost never happen.
Especially because it's an EDG. Weaker weaponry, you can take those risks. You can make your move.
What a risk he's taken here. He's found the timing.
He's right past him. It's going to be a trip in his face at least, but might be able to hunt down Boo. Still Boo is in a very defensible position. Slicing the pie from Miniboo. Trying to, okay, maybe stopping short of the mark. I'm still aware of the fact that there could be that play. Ooh. And it's made here. The Paranoia sweeping his way through. Just can't quite wrangle the beast in control of the Sheriff. Swiping his way in. Kang! Here he is. Playtime's over. They're done messing around. EDG want to go on to the next. There's an ult for Boo. Will be able to pick up the spike, but it's a hard read by Simon. Look at this guy. Ready to just deny. 13-4. The Mastercard's routine to finish. And Lotus on the cards with an even up scoreline between both of our teams.
Lotus.
Zelsa said on the desk that when Haven went the way of Heretics, he thought that was going to make the series incredibly difficult for EDG. You're expecting Sunset to be favored for the EMEA squad who look good there all year long, and EDG, they made them look like the rookies they are.
Yeah. Knocked down. It's going to be on them to try and find themselves if they pick themselves back up.
So far, Kangkang is having an MVP level performance as well. Somebody needs to shut this guy down.
22 kills leading. Absolutely unreal stuff so far. And Lotus up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
here with Anna and Leo. Now, thanks for joining me, guys. 높으신 분들이니까 열심히 모시세요. Now, Anna. 먼저 챔피언스 서울 이번 대회 그리고 한국 팬들과의 만남이 있었는데요. 좀 어떤 경험이었는지부터 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. How has Champions Seoul been like for you, and what do you think of the Korean fans and the Korean Valorant community?
Honestly, it's been a really, really emotional week. Like, we've been here all week getting to know players, going to PC bongs, going to so many different things. And this community has got to be like, it's got to be like the best community so far. Like, the hype is so real, and we are just so happy to be here right now.
너무 벅찬 경험이었다고 얘기를 합니다. 오늘 선수들도 와서 많이 만나고 PC방에 가서 유저들도 만나고 팬분들도 만나봤는데 진짜 여러분들이 너무 많은 성원과 응원을 보내주셨기 때문에 벅차고 감사하고 정말 한국 팬들이 최고의 팬이다 라고 얘기를 해주셨습니다. 그리고 이번 챔피언스 서울이 또 역대 VCT 최고 시청률을 기록했는데요. 여기에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하시는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Champions Seoul has already broken the VCT viewership records. So what are your thoughts on this big achievement?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. I mean, that's pretty incredible, right? I mean, I think like those numbers are really, really humbling to us, honestly. Like, we work really, really hard to bring a great game and a great sport to our players. And so when our players show up and when they give us that validation, it is so incredible. And honestly, like, we've been growing the audience. Like, we have grown in China. We've come out on console. We hope our console players are enjoying their first champions. So yeah, it's just been incredible.
아무래도 워낙 모든 사람들이 여러분들께 그리고 선수들에게 최고의 환경을 제공하기 위해서 열심히 노력을 하는 만큼 이렇게 큰 수치가 찍힌다는 거 그리고 이렇게 여러분들에게 사랑을 많이 받는다는 것 자체가 너무너무 감사한 일이고 그리고 또 확신을 준다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서 중국 권역도 론치를 했었고 그리고 올해 또 콘솔이 나왔던 만큼 더 많은 분들이 함께할 수 있기를 바란다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 리오님에게 2025년 좀 리그 포맷에 변화가 있다고 발표가 났는데요. 팬들과 선수들에게는 또 어떤 영향을 미칠지 여기에 대해서도 여쭤보도록 할게요. So you guys just announced that there will be big changes for 2025 when it comes to the league formats and also the scheduling. You know, how would those changes most benefit the teams and the players and also the fans?
I'll tell you, we're very excited. 2025 is going to be a very special year for Valorant. It's our 5th anniversary. Not every game gets that opportunity. We're very humbled, very grateful. As far as the sport goes, we're finally expanding the calendar. We're going to have more Valorant with champs now in October. We're also expanding the number of teams in our leagues. We're expanding playoffs. We have a new format. We're better aligning the game and the sport. And we're bringing our events to 3 brand new locations around the world. It's going to be the best year of Valorant in the VCT yet, and we cannot wait.
Oh yeah, baby. 먼저 2025년이 발로란트 5주년이거든요. 근데 사실 많은 게임들이 5주년을 맞이하는 그런 기회를 접하기 쉽지 않은데 상당한 영광이고 그리고 여러분들께 감사한다고 얘기를 하면서 내년에 가면 리그도 더 길어지고 챔피언스는 10월에 들어가고 그리고 플레이오프도 조금 더 확장되고 많은 팀들이 더 VCT 서킷에 들어오게 될 거고 정말 많은 변화가 있겠지만 선수들도 그리고 팬분들도 즐길 만한 것들이 더 풍성한 한 해가 될 것 같기 때문에 2025년 많이 기대해 주시길 바란다고 얘기를 했습니다. Thank you, Leo and Anna, for joining me.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Hope you guys enjoy the game.
Welcome back, everybody. We have some champions in the house. It's Jogamo and Potter. Welcome, guys.
Hello, hello.
It's so good to have you two here. We got Kukuka with me as well. But that map, let's quickly break it down. What a stark contrast from the first one. What happened?
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, I can kind of, but that first map already, things were wonky for EDG. You know, the fact that right after that Omen ult, landing towards A site, kind of meandering around and unable to plant, running at a time a lot, and the stage nerves, you could just absolutely see it. So it's good for EDG that they were able to get a reset backstage and looking like a completely different team on map 2.
Yeah, and Jog, look at the vibes. Look how hyped Kong was as well right after that. You gotta give it right when you're on that stage.
When you're on the stage, you're giving the hype, you're letting the crowd know, and you want to put the crowd on your back. You say, let's hype up the crowd, let's get hype. So I think it's amazing that Kong's getting the crowd on his side, and I mean he is a crowd pleaser, so I can't be mad at him for that.
Does he have that dog in him?
He got that dog in him for sure. 100% got that dog in him for sure.
Yeah, and now looking at Lotus, things are moving pretty fast as the Asian Select has already been decided for the third map. We know that this is a map that both of the teams have a lot of experience. Team Heretics decided to change the composition, go for the double controller, a lot of what other teams in EMEA are doing. But the way that EDG present this map, how they run the clove, some might think is a little bit wacky, but the presence that they're able and the pressure that they're able to put across the map definitely pays off.
You guys like the clove?
Of course, why not? Clove is a beast right now.
I love the Clove. I love the Clove, and you know, just a double initiator comp on the one side and Viper on the other. I'm loving this. You know, in Americas, especially for our team, there was a lot of discussions, a lot of debate back and forth about what's going to be the flavor of this map, what's the best comp. And for us, it was a double initiator. It was without the Viper, but I think it makes sense that the Raze is coming out because the Viper, the HP gets dwindled down. So just in tandem, these utilities work together well.
And now, Christina, you are no stranger to the deck, so you know that Bren and Sideshow are waiting for us on the other side. Would you like to do the honor and toss to them?
Bren, Sideshow, take it away.
A true professional in every sense. Listen, in every sense, I'm ready for Potter to step back into the ring. Listen, the talent are ready and waiting. Open arms, I'm telling you. Open invitation here. But Lotus, for our map here in the grand finals, the middle ground here, where in terms of way of reaching with the map pool of both of these teams and the map pick bands, and where they've gone, EDG have kind of upset a multitude of opponents, I think, over the course of this tournament on this map. You know, you can dismiss their composition for being non-standard, non-meta, but they do make it work, and it works well.
They make it work amazingly. They're great at playing around smokes. They're amazing at trading Kong, and their pistol round strategies are always creative, always finding success. This round, at least in the creativity, looking to be no different. This is going to be a big push out of C and B, and that puts all of the pressure on people like Benji or Woot to try to hold on or make at least the right decision of whether to hold, whether to run A.
You're gonna see it. Kitchen Sink is lobbed over towards it, trying to take that fight with a fault line. That's a good connection. Kang. It's blood underwater. You can sense it, smell it. Trying to go for the pincer. Contained for now. Heretics have the advantage. They've stunted and slowed down this push. But nobody seeking to redeem himself into that spot for a moment's notice. Taking these timings, disrespect is shown. Miniboo,
he's stuck with the spike.
It's fully squeezed. Out of spot, out of position, still satchels through, and his team's going to make the decision for him. Taking that space onto the site. Now everybody trying to go for the retreat. Damage done, tapping away, pistols in hand. Not enough to claim these kills. Let's soften them up potentially for that rainy day. Kang is relentless. He won't let them loose, and he will not let them have even a single chance. Heretics somehow finding heads and finding their way through this. Tap through the wall, nobody is left in a difficult spot, a 1v2, but all that damage done, as we said prior. Shots online!
That's just a disgusting pistol from EDG. Nobody with so much value there. Collecting the beat. React, which I think was the wrong call from Heretics. You know that they pushed out B and C, you know that A is open. I'm not really sure why they tried to do that small feint into the B site. Maybe over-anticipating that EDG were going to read the A pivot. EDG were ahead of them at every part there, up until the very end where nobody was in a tough position but pulled out the Red Bull clutch.
One of these maps can be defined by the pistol rounds. No loss here, but EDG continuing that momentum. Smoggy still holding down, locking down towards C-Mount.
Hey!
Someone's got a fault line just in case. The door opens wide, but the paranoia, they already know that there's a chance of losing B main control, but no. Once more, Heretics have worked back. Pushed into predictable avenues.
Pings out from Heretics over towards C, which is where Smoggy and Simon are holding. But it doesn't really look like there's going to be enough utility to shove them off the line. Even if Boo decides to commit Haunt or a Prowler to this, I think they're just going to break it. I'd be surprised if EDG gave up map control. Yeah, it's just responded with a fault line, and you keep this stack over towards A. 2 players, crossfire setup.
Might just get put into the blender. Okay, Kang tries to play off the flash. On a couple of these eco kills, he's handed over the rifle to them. Not just that, damage, stray shots, straight through the smoke, and Woot with a possibility to get this plant online. Putting the pressure down on Koreans. And he still returns with a frag. Traded though. And Heretics have set themselves up into this post plant. Benji's on with the rifle.
Did Smoggy see Miniboo here? I don't think he did.
Fault line ready. Time to strike is nice. Smoggy's trying to run these players down still. It's defended from above. Benji Fishy, man of the hour. Time starting to tick here. On through the spike, and that rifle handed over. A costly mistake. Chichu has to pick up the pieces and forge a path to victory. No more bullets left to do it. And Miniboo knows it. Locks it down, holds it down, and answers right back after the pistol.
Finally, we're seeing both teams really early on try to get stuck in on a map, not allowing it to go early one way or the other. I feel for kangkang in that spot though, because he really believed that Paranoia was good. He trusted in his teammate, and he ended up being betrayed by it. Woot, playing anti-flash, managed to swing back in and help deliver that first step to the Masquerade Thrifty. Heretics will be loving that one. Not only does it hurt the EDG economy, but it actually allows them an opportunity to start getting these attacking ults going, which otherwise would have been at a big disadvantage. It's one of the biggest reasons that Team Heretics, or at least biggest tools that they have to rely on their attack side, compared to EDG's less standard approach. The ultimates that Heretics have access to, slightly better. And they found the gap here, if indeed they do press into B. EDG is super happy to gamble. When they're on ecos, they'll often run 4 players A. They'll sometimes push on defense, like we saw in the pistol.
They have a lot of ideas on. Pretty par for the course though, just trying to stack a sight when you're on the eco. It's nothing really innovative. Okay, kangkang. Takes a gander and a peek.
This spike is in serious danger of being lost. Benji's taking a risk even going to retrieve it right now.
He's having to slow down the footsteps. He doesn't know if the space has been taken. And now scurrying away. Slight mistiming there. Could have spelled defeat and doom for him, but okay. Stand the turret. Side's been taken out, but players are in position. EDG have got them surrounded on almost every front.
But their weapons aren't good enough to spam, so this plant should go down fairly easily. They throw the Paranoia in as well, just to make sure nobody can play Waterfall.
Aftershock is good. kangkang being played in here. All that sound and distraction. Shots are here. Head's barely poking over. But it matters not. Give him a pixel, give him anything. kangkang will make it work. Guns have been handed. Crossed over. Benji Fishy 1v2. Has a lot to deal with. Prowler running him down, and nobody's right there alongside it.
Oh.
It's back to back.
The Thrifties, they just keep coming. Nobody with Bulldog in hand did so much there. The turret evaded as well. What was going on there? Came back through mound.
Planted.
Must have been offline, I think.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see it really inside the POVs that we were watching, but
just out of range.
They crept through. No problem.
Either that or they found a blind spot.
Well, certainly kangkang was trying to tuck underneath it as if he was trying to play the blind spot. It was odd. To be honest, I think Benji pointed it in some sense kind of the wrong direction too.
It's a scrappy and explosive beginning here on Lotus. Hopefully seeing signs that it is a bit more back and forth.
Right here.
Rather than the blowouts that we've seen on the first 2 maps. Missing the turret. That's still here. Smoggy going to refresh that one way, but he's got to respect now the Prowler in his face.
EDG have posted Shishu up over towards Rubble. So even with Team Heretics taking this portion of the map, EDG still have very good information around. Benji's got his ult online though. That one's pretty huge. When you're playing it against a team that's running a Raze on the other side, usually the Raze on defense will try to rotate C, deny the lockdown. But with this comp, they don't really have anything to stop the lockdown from coming through.
Yeah, it's not an option.
I'd expect to see Benji try to make use of it in the round, but he's playing really passively over towards B right now.
Crying, a wall in his face. That's Chichu taking the timing straight through the smoke. The kill lighting up the feed. That's all the acknowledgement they need.
I think you got to give up an A here. Just group B or C and use the lockdown.
They've got no way to really remove it.
30 seconds left.
An option might be just being forced into their hand. Simon. Slight jiggle again, grabs the information. Damage is being done. Stray shots are fired in through B. This feels a little bit hectic on the side of Heretics. Boo! He goes down to the aftershock, none the wiser. The plan tonight. Chichu from behind. God, he's not slowing down. 7 seconds. Benji forced to give it up.
And the final player scuttles away. Still with that lockdown in the back of his pocket. EDG string 2 together for the first time on Lotus.
Seru gini coy.
Yeah, they've also broken the economy of Heretics. I know that we've seen the Thrifties do work, but you can't rely on them forever. What is going on here though as well? Boo just missing the sound cues because of the nightfall.
Not even sound cues, you can see it on your screen.
I know he can see it, but that's the only explanation I can think of.
With a Roger.
In the chaos of that, I think when time's running low, decision making just going to miss. Like you said, you can't rely on the Thrifties. So the Heretics drop down. Benji Fishy have to be the point man. With that Guardian disrespecting, at least pushing back over towards C. Speaking of disrespect, EDG have a lot of bodies behind this.
Yeah, this is one of their kind of substandard, but they still run it. Defensive looks where 4 players stack over towards A really early on. Get somebody posted there. You've got options. It could be Kangkang and nobody, and you can run forwards with the Prowler, or you can just post Shishu up over towards Rubble. And it's tough, because if Heretics try to gamble that EDG have got 4A at the start of the round and fast hit towards BOC, it might not be this defensive setup.
Lineups are here, mass pings on the mini-map at least. Heretics looking to make the mark. Over towards C. Smoggy will seek to deny.
They're going into a C's and a medal. There is a chance that Heretics get melted.
Could eviscerate them. Gets the connection and the reveal. But it goes on either side here. Fully revealed up. Mini Boo cleaning up onto the corner. Cuts it up from Chichu. Trying to get his team right back into this one here. He does have the angle, but he hears that TP and he's anticipating it in a different direction. And ult. Lockdown. It's dropped down. This is trying Heretics now to pave their way through. It's not going to really break that one. I mean, Simon is going to place the aftershock to see if he can delay and deny the plan from going down, but tucked into the corner. Rians will get an extension of time into the round now. EDG onto the flank with the flash. And through waterfall. Overdrive into the hands of Kang. Rians just can't hold a candle to that. Movement too good. Chichu defusing, but sprayed down. Beam down. Wood holding it down. Nobody can cross the line in the barrier, and Simon, his desperation just tucked to the side. Josh, you said you can't rely on the Thrifties,
lagi.
MasterCard are getting their money's worth. This is ridiculous. Our third that we've seen so far on Lotus. And we finally got the lockdown invested as well, and you can see now, I think, why Benji didn't want to use it so much in those prior rounds. They don't want to use it as a tool to get in onto sites. They want to use it as a tool to ensure they can get plants on sites. And there is a subtle difference there. Normally, when you use it as a tool to initiate, you have to exec as it's about 4 seconds left on the clock. That's not enough time to plant. The defenders are already going to be in, trying to deny. As EDG are trying to deny Rubble currently.
Big reveal, big coverage, Mini Boo. Straight up and over, Benji Fishy looking to contain. Plugging up the holes, but he is alone, isolated. Smoggy. Bite of the apple, tap with a rifle. Resets it. To draw this core. The play's being made all across the board. Chichu! You didn't have to do it to him, not like that. Embarrasses Heretics in through tree.
He is the immovable object of EDG.
And could we have it any other way? And that's an ace if I've ever seen one.
He's been superb at this tournament. He really has. His win rates in these opening fights, immaculate. But guess who's there supporting him on that entry too? Simon from the back. The fault line comes through, stuns onto Woot, and frees him up to go for the rest of the kills. Kangkang, he doesn't believe it behind him. He's like, mate, where are the rest of my kills? You're going to ruin my stats here, Chichu. Chichu, 12-4. He started off on Sunset 10-0. Now, he did slow down after that, but his opening to the map drove a spear firmly into Team Heretics. It's amazing how much Chichu's doing actually for them overall in this tournament. He's winning about 70% of his opening fights. That is ludicrous.
Ada yang lagi makan, buset.
And you're also seeing the value that he has.
Makan di venue.
On Haven, he couldn't quite get
makan hotdog.
But on previous
enak ya, Dek.
with the lurks, intelligent player, a fairly calm under pressure too. He's one of those players alongside Kong.
Hebat loh makan di venue, nggak ada yang ngelarang.
He's been so clutch this entire tournament. I haven't pulled the numbers.
Set.
I haven't gone for the deep dive. I'm just going off the eye test. But I know when I see a player who's performing like this is the tournament of his life. And listen, the form has not slipped. You've seen it on the first map, maybe initially, but he's returned the fire and forced the timeout out of Heretics, forcing them to adjust and adapt. Again towards A rubble. All's going to be going down here. Heretics are giving up that space. It's conceded by EDG.
And I like that EDG don't fight over it. One of the big advantages that Team Heretics comp has is that it should be able to win rubble fights. Kong's always going to be a bit of a wild card in those rubble fights because the Neon can get into really unexpected situations, but generally speaking, Heretics should be able to own that part of the map. EDG, though, seem to have anticipated that this is heading B. Nobody's looking to get info, and Prowler's trade.
Spot, yeah. He's hyper-committed here. It's a showstopper in the back pocket, a mini-boot. It's punishable.
Heretics don't like the look of this. Potentially coming back to Rians. It looks a little indecisive here. Rians is looking for that info that would just inform Boo what the correct decision is. Boo's had his team go towards B, towards C, and now coming back to A without really putting pressure anywhere. They're not pulling defensive rotates.
They're not at all. The jiggle to try and get that info. Rians is calling, wait guys, they've potentially given this all the way up.
They need to rely on ults.
What is that? Why face?
What is that?
And face him. Simon steps up, takes the challenge, and takes the fight. But now the squeeze. Paranoia is perfect. And an ultra supplement. It's a cherry on top. Nobody denied. Can't step past the blue room.
10 seconds.
Smoggy's just wondering where it all went wrong.
He's the player that's been lone defending C these past couple rounds. Usually this is his map. He's averaging a kill per round when he plays Clove on Lotus. Whew. But this would be something different.
Yeah, he'd have to pump up those numbers heavily. Jumping through, it's Mini Boo. Shuts him down, bullet to the brain.
I think you're dead on the money there. Where did it all go wrong? Because the EDG had the setup. They knew that Team Heretics were looking to end over towards A, or at least they had a read on it. Chishu also over towards Mound confirms all of the macro is in favor of EDG. And yet the peaks, Chishu just, after he'd already confirmed it wasn't C, maybe looking for a bit of info that he perhaps didn't need. He was punished for it.
Let's go.
Heretics back into it. Around down for now. For now being the key words. Kang! He's handed, offered an opportunity, and snappy reaction times are on display. Damage and bullets exchange. Wu from behind. Delivers that dagger, at least stolen from him. It's Rians who lights up the feed.
So much damage been done. The players from Heretics are leaving bruised and battered. They haven't forced out the Rolling Thunder either. If they could have put enough pressure on Simon, maybe he would have cracked, but such composure to keep that ult. And if Smoggy gets one, suddenly they're not dead yet. It's online.
Yeah, it will be a nuisance.
And this is the kind of spot where you can try to play cheeky angles like this.
One and done. The ult online has a TP into the back. Ooh, hard commits that. Now you're putting the squeeze onto Smoggy. He is in the danger. There's no retreat here. There's no retreat at all. And once more, Heretics show that discipline on display. Kang! Whoa! Accounted for. It's only one before he's dropped. An open sight here for Heretics.
30 seconds left.
I love that snake bite. Trying to deny any space over towards Waterfall. So Riens gets a safe plant off. A decision-making time for Simon. With a pit in a 2v3, you probably do not want to be using Rolling Thunder. But if they can get a spam kill, which EDG are normally so good at, maybe it becomes worthwhile.
Chances. Need a kill, though, to make it happen. To get the ball rolling.
They have Haunt.
Haunt, any sort of reveals, not quite.
Right there.
It's util expended. No luck at a draw from the bullets flying forwards. Heretics have wrapped this one up.
Finally, we've got a map where both teams have turned up to it.
Yeah, a bit of parity.
Halo.
I definitely agree with...
Nobody like-nya warga-warga baru join.
EDG. I think EDG just came out with a phenomenal read on Sunset that made Heretics just look like they weren't even home. Now we're getting to that even territory.
He's just going like this, and we have to expect those plays, okay?
I think Miniboo's probably talking there about the way that Kong slid into them. They have to be ready for that kind of stuff because he's right. Kong will go for those plays.
There.
He's the kind of player that will sacrifice his own life sometimes to try to make the winning spot for his team.
Have to remain vigilant. Enough util use, yet Smoggy straight back onto the line. And Miniboo is taken out. He's got to watch now the rest of his team to see if they can piece together this round when they're a player down. Even more so onto these angles. The contact play is called and around Paranoia. Not even a connection. Smoggy is working this map like it's his playground right now, especially onto the side, but he needs some backup and he needs to bail out. Heretics finding it. Dashing away, cancel the movement. Kang dropped down with a decay damage. Can't stand against it. Smoggy also being pushed back, pushed it away, and another swarm. Benji, they knew he was there. The right util at the right time to punish Smoggy, trying to cleave the way through. 1 kill found, and he's still got a not dead yet. But he might not even need it. On for the ace. Damage done to Boo. Round and round we go onto the side. Taking the ways with the speed Boo buff intact. There's no plant online. There's pressure still on the shoulders of Boo.
How long does Boo hold for? Smoggy's reading into this, thinking that he's gone for the rotate.
Oh my. It's a possibility. There was enough time for it. Boo could have walked all the way and just ran when he was out of range, but now back over towards C.
Boo can die to spam here as he plants. But I'm not even sure that Smoggy has enough bullets in his gun.
He hasn't gone for the reload. He was scared of a player being close, and now creeping, crawling up close. 1v1 still down to the timings. Smoggy can't do it with pistol in hand. It's Boo who stands tall. It was up to him to be that veteran presence to make sure that the round did not go amiss.
What a clutch from Boo. Desperately needed for Heretics, I think. I'm not a fan of how Smoggy played around these situations, though, with his ult. I think you look at that round from Smoggy without an ult online, he played it immaculately. He conserved his life, backed off, played off his team's paranoias. I actually think, though, that when he has the Claw Vault online, he can afford to be way more aggressive in those spots and use the ult to play his team in. I'd like to see him try to take that impact earlier on.
I love you.
I love it.
He's pulled this time out initially from EDG. 3 rounds in a row for Heretics.
And they've been abusing the side tankers, essentially, right? They've been trying to find spots where there isn't a seize or a stun to stop them, and Heretics can burst through. And they'll call some cancels. There'll be a couple waves in the exec. It's not anything super simple. But EDG need to get a read on where these are coming. Odin being bought here for Boo as well. Looking to try to do early spam over towards A, perhaps.
The other players are drifting over. EDG, still some bite left into the round with the weapons that they scramble together here. Rifles in the hands, 4 of them.
There.
Ults online too, so could be willing to scrap here.
That's
right
big
on target.
damage.
Yeah, nobody chunked down. Sets up for the TP. Nobody is committed here. The door's not even okay. Breaks it, backs away. Evacuation is called for.
Missed the haunt as well. It was broken, of course, but he was aiming for on top of rubble there so that it wouldn't scan the back towards where Woot was. They've lost info over towards A. That Odin purchase ended up coming through very clutch for that opening fight.
Those are the extra elements we've come to expect, I think, from a team like Heretics. A little spice to throw into a round, making sure that it is that much more winnable here. Going for the potential B pivot. The door was already opened wide here. Benji, footsteps rumbling towards them. And now there's Simon. Time to strike. Time to see if he can collect to corral these kills. Up and around. Chichu back and around. Obtains the upgrade. The 3 versus 3 is where we stand.
Heretics with time to cancel. EDG thought it was actually a B pivot going on there. You could see it in the way that Shishu threw his paranoia.
Yeah.
And yet they still held tall. Now nobody has to do it all.
Sees the shoulder. Tried to play patiently. And Smoggy drifting into the fight, into the fray. Not watched for, anticipating that re-swing. Ops into the ult now, not dead yet. Spam follows through. He needs the kill, he needs the assist, but Heretics are the ones under that pressure! And G2 collects.
I wasn't expecting the round to end like that. I'm looking over towards Smoggy.
There's no way.
He had limited time to be able to get value out of his ultimate, and it looked like he was playing passively, but they ran away from the Clove, trying to deny them value, and straight into the waiting arms of Chishu. That's tragic for Heretics.
To collect. Beautiful transfer as well. We missed that one, but still got to admire it. He's sitting at 15-7.
And again, the team with the weaker economy, though it wasn't a full thrifty, comes out with the goods. 5-5.
A strange map.
Ult.
Once more, Odin spam. TP across, TP up top. And Wooder's going to be traded. Just the one for his efforts. Chichu's still here. Guess what? Peeking off of the util. There's more where that came from. Boo. See if he can cleave away in a path right through, but they realize that A is futile. Time to make the great retreat.
Yeah, I think they actually saw both pieces of utility coming from Smoggy and Simon. So they've got a pretty good read here that C is empty. And they're going to confirm it with lockdown.
Chichu's all, he can go for the instant reposition as well. They can shore this one up. You know that the site's cleared out. Heretics.
Good plant position too.
Yeah. Trying to think ahead here. Into the round, a bit of spam from Boo.
I like this.
Forces util. Forces EDG to be diligent with the clearing.
They actually
see it.
Yeah, they didn't even use utility though. They saved the util and just barreled forward with 2 or 3 players looking to try to trade out. So now they have that utility to clear the side, but Boo.
Oh, listen, if you're going to try and opt in, exactly, brute force. It's the domain where Heretics will seek to punish, yet still smokes propped up and heads being pried straight off the bodies. Left down to Benji.
Fuck you.
Planted for him, up onto Mound. Nana swarms up and over, just about catching, but Simon's got the half, and that's a potential wink on drop down. Time is of the essence, ticking away from them.
Udah kayak main kapal ini mah, Cok.
No way, Simon! No way! Dropped dead in his tracks! And it's all Benji!
Lah udah kayak main kapal ini mah, Cok.
EDG were gonna sneak that one away.
Wow.
When Chishu teleports up and Benji catches him,
Clutch.
it's so likely that Benji waits for another tap. Heretics take the lead 6-5 off the back of Benji winning the Red Bull clutch. Another huge clutch going the way of Team Heretics. If they hadn't had those two, EDG might have been running away with this half, but as it is, Chinese squad knocked down to lower economy. And trying to control Rubble. They've kind of missed out on the control of this part of the map the whole game. Their comp doesn't really favor it, but now they're driving Heretics into B.
Fast plays all around the map. Trying to go for that reaction overdrive. It's here. Kang collects. It's augmented. And the bush is stunted.
Flawless.
6-6.
This map truly different to the prior two in ways that are supremely satisfying, both of them. Taking chunks out of each other, going back blow for blow. EDG's attack side is super potent as well. Team Heretics may not have done enough with only 6.
That's the question. We're going to get it answered on the other side of this as well. But for now, sending it down to the floor momentarily as well, just to get a bit of insight from a former champion himself.
Hey guys, here with Com, of course. 콤 선수 만나보겠습니다. 콤 선수 어제 경기 끝나고 끝나고 나서 눈물을 흘릴 때 좀 리엔즈 선수가 위로해주는 모습을 보면서 콤 선수와 또 콤 선수 아버지가 이제 넘버원 리엔즈 팬이다 평생이라고 얘기를 했거든요. 그렇기 때문에 이렇게 또 힘든 순간에 적으로 만났지만 또 위로의 손을 내밀어줄 수 있는 선수가 그리고 이런 커뮤니티가 있다는 것에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터
crazy
여쭤보겠습니다.
game.
Yesterday, you and Papa.com expressed the gratitude towards Rians, being able to showcase sportsmanship, especially when you are at a vulnerable moments like yesterday. So what's it like to have an opponent that's willing to kind of comfort you through your hard times?
I think it shows a lot of vulnerability and emotional intelligence, as my dad said. It means a lot to me for sure, because I feel like I'm a very emotional person. And yeah, I mean, it means the world to me that someone, even if they were an enemy for me like 10 minutes ago, they become my friend right after.
확실히 얼마나 이 발로란트 커뮤니티 자체가 EQ가 높고 서로에게 공감할 수 있는지를 잘 보여주는 부분이라고 얘기를 했고요. 그리고 또 홈 선수 같은 경우에도 뭐 눈물이 많은 이런 좀 감수성이 깊은 확실한 F이기 때문에 좀 그런 선수가 이렇게 위로를 해준다는 것 자체가 의미가 굉장히 많았고 또 굉장히 감사하다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 오늘 아무래도 리엔즈 선수를 응원하러 왔나 싶은데 또 보내고 싶은 메시지가 있는지도 물어보도록 할게요. So I'm guessing you're here to root for Rians and Team Heretics. Anything you would like to say to him?
Keep fighting. No matter what happens in this grand finals, have fun and enjoy the moment, no matter what.
어떤 일이 벌어지든 지금 이 순간을 즐기기를 바란다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 콤 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 콤. And yeah, 하나 더.
사랑해, Korea.
Thank you, 콤.
Woo!
Just beaten him, still had thought for his opponent. It shows you, I mean, there's no space for mercy, but there's still room for compassion with the way that they play. Of course. I do really appreciate that. All of their thoughts here are going to be on getting that victory, but every time you win, you see the other side of that coin, and there's going to be both sides of it here today in the grand finals. No matter who ends up winning, there is going to be one bitterly disappointed loser up on stage, and that's going to be tough for either team to deal with.
Change of the weaponry here, EDG looking to again increase that tempo, but stopped in their tracks as the Nano Swarms laid down prior.
They've inserted Smoggy pretty deep on B right now. And what I love about watching Smoggy on these rounds is that he has Frenzy and Pick Me Up, which I think is just such a deadly duo.
Yeah. Speed buff if he gets on the line.
And the overheal too, or the over armor. It's just, it's so tough to deal with.
The menace on the pistols.
He's often in spots where he trades people out. So seeing him isolated here is a little unusual. You see nobody going trying to do his IGL duties, creating pressure on the other side of the map, indicating that this is going to be a C repop. Hard for Heretics to read into that though. What is this?
Kakang, he's trying to find it. He's to be disciplined and just evacuate to get out, but Wood is still there into the back of the side. Unaccounted for. Will make them rue the day that they decided to ignore that position. Two dropped. There's the third. It's all on Woos, and this guy is undeniable. The form factor, an ace denied, but Smoggy's got much more to do on the backside of that. And enough of the road is paid for Mini Boo to close it out.
Shades of Wu to Shanghai there. Where he took down all of the Chinese squads and made the grand finals. It's been a quiet tournament from him. It's been very different. Seen him in that supportive role, looking to try to trade and help other people, help the team. Good to see him have his moment here in the pistol though, and what an important pistol that might end up being. Gives Team Heretics the lead, assuming no more of those thrifties, those pesky thrifties that we've seen today.
An abundance of them. Pause called after the initial pistol round. Doesn't feel like it's, a timeout to me.
You think attack timeout after the pistol? I think it would be the first one I've ever seen.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. The one downside of Woot getting all of those kills on the pistol is that no one else is anywhere near an ultimate. And usually the attacking teams on Lotus are going to want to be putting those into Mini Boo, Bagi, something like that. So we've got another tape pause here.
Yeah. My suspicion was correct. I love that we put the entire arena in lockdown. Take pause, you know, the light and shift and
nobody move.
Exactly. Trying to take a gander over at the stage as well, see who might be the player we're watching for, who's having some issues. And hopefully we'll be able to get this solved as well. No more stops in the momentum. It's going to be a quick one, I've just heard, so we will be back into the action soon enough.
You want time for a fun stat?
Sure.
You know that Team Heretics and PaperX are the only teams to play in a grand finals but not lift a trophy.
That's brutal for PaperX.
Everybody else that's been in a
Oh,
VCT
man.
global grand finals has found one, you know, before, after, in a different moment.
And so if Heretics win here today, they'll pass the torch to EDG.
Yep, they'll pass that over and force EDG to be the recipient of that sad stat.
That's brutal. That's a hard one. A lot of damage. Players getting chunked down on EDG's side of things here. The stun not enough to dissuade and push back Boo. He's going for a few more. Smokes dissipating. Rian's creeping up onto the angles, trying to cut them up where they stand. Paranoia sweeps through, but no connection. And the TB has to be used to back himself away. Still a 4 versus 4. Simon! Oh, he was hoping for that kill. Dropped down there. The spikes in a lapse of Woot. And Heretics have a handle on it.
Player standing.
Nobody left as the final player. The spike could not be further away. It would have to make such a difficult journey.
Yeah.
The hero's quest to try to retrieve the unretrievable.
Woot does it again. It's a 3-piece off the back of that pistol. The Wonder Boy in action. Like you said, glimpses of Shanghai, and he's making EDG feel it.
Again though, what kind of bonus round strategy can you really concoct with an Omen ultimate? It's just not as useful. So it is great that we're seeing this from Woot, but you would like to see the ult points being invested into other people for Team Heretics to start some real threats on the defense side. This is cool though, getting a high-low setup from Heretics.
It's an interesting idea.
Looking to try to punish Kong Kong, I would say here.
Flash 2, up and over here, fault line alongside it.
Simon's utility again.
It's overwhelming, suffocating. That's what this EDG squad and composition at least does well.
I mean, I think if Team Heretics really invest to these Rebel fights, they can beat them. EDG shouldn't be able to come out on top of too many altercations over there, even with the breach in their comp.
Round 15 though, it's a critical one. And an impasse could potentially be an absolutely stellar beginning for Team Heretics. Onto the second half, or EDG making sure that they stop the bleeding.
Kong Kong looking to get cleared here. But really, Boo not finding much. This info, if anything, is good for EDG to play off.
Okay!
Oh!
Baits Woot forwards.
Yeah, Kong Kong's given that timing. Handed on a platter, Boo. Drifting back into position. They'll have to evade a lot of this util. Reveal, it tags, they know he's there. Sees, delayed. Not delayed enough, I should say. Aftershock now in through the back as well. Gives him a bit of peace of mind. Kang, he's right there, nobody. Make sure that there's no problems occurring just from the backside of Pit. Benji Fishy in position, in place. Flash the peak, but the weapon at hand just not good enough. He was sharp though. We need more than a keen eye in that spot.
Rian's with it all to do.
Yeah.
And no chances. EDG with a super clean anti-bonus there. And showcasing that their macro calling can work really, really nicely. Kong Kong inserted over towards his ult over there. And then as Boo opened door and went for the Prowler, I don't know whether they thought it was completely clear on A, or whether Woot wanted just to check the ult orb spot in that small timing window he had. But either way, they just gave it the first kill incredibly easily. Gonna have to do better than that in terms of getting info.
The Odin at work, Boo. Never go with things. Deep haunts. As bullets fire straight back, that's the recognition he was looking for, so happy to spray away.
And Chishu does take this timing into rubble early in a ton of rounds. He will sometimes throw in the fake teleport as well. But think if they went for season 8s, like delayed season 8s over towards Rubble, certainly a chance that they could catch him. And I love this deep alarm bot that you're seeing over towards Mount, because if EDG threaten C, but it's a fake, they're probably not going to break that alarm bot. Here, though, they play just on the outside of it, so Benji will have the minimum amount of time possible to call for rotates. Do they break it? No. They're not going to allow him that time until they hit.
Exactly, waiting for the util to come back up. Regenerative, that it is. Default line through, Benji Fishy.
Is there any play to deny Waterfall here? Because otherwise EDG could get spammed.
Yeah, they certainly can. There's a plan tucked into the corner. No spam at work. No player in position to do such that. It's Heretics, 5 alive versus 5, trying to play this retake now.
Planting for Mount, but playing on site.
Yeah, controversial. EDG, we'll see if it pays off now. Gonna try and hold this one back. Overdrive, it's already unleashed. Smokey tucks himself up onto the high ground. Perched away. Damage has definitely been done, and a weakened Boo can do no but scurry. But there's no escaping the sideline of Kang. He's got his mind set on something, he will do it.
Beautiful post-plant play from EDG there. Made out all of that on-site retake util and still hold strong. I thought maybe it was going to be a 2-wave post-plant where they force out that utility and are happy to drop back to Mound. They never even had to get back into that second wave. Heretics are going to need better plant denial than they showcased us just there. Only Benji on site. He really needed help from Rians. There's that season A that I was talking about, but Chichu's in, Chichu's out. So really, even that small anti not finding too much value.
No, just snaps the tether.
Who gets the better end of that? I think you could probably say the attackers. Because even though Chichu's burnt both of his teleports and taken a bit of damage, you've used the Season the Nade.
Those are big tools, either to delay or playing, making sure you can deny plant. Horn broken. Doesn't really tell them a whole lot. Could be one player, could be many, but actually they do have the info. Rians, the deep push and control over towards C Mound. You know, it's either towards B or A.
Nobody is constantly involved in trying to sell the fake. If you see nobody like this,
doors open.
Look, they re-clear it.
Yeah, Heretics are straight on the money. They know what's up. Kang now trying to lead the charge with the rest of his team. There are smokes though. Drop down in position. Boo! Just lights him up. Kang heads potentially rolling.
Whoa!
Beautiful shots, all rattled away. The adjustment by Benji Fishy just not in place.
Rians though with a quick timing,
What
unexpected
a shot!
flank. It's a tap. Simon's watching for it, trying to bait it out.
Haven't committed. Rians is giving that now as a chance for the 1v1. What is going on? Shot's going to miss. Position is revealed. Rians just cannot escape. Nobody quick to hunt him down, but that got messy.
Oh, you see the right smile there. Face palm from Simon.
Oh boy.
That was an outrageous whiff. Almost a full clip of whiffing. From a guy who we have seen, I think, choke a bit under pressure at times here on the big stage in this arena. He's 5 and 12 currently. All the utility still looks perfect from him. But sometimes he just can't quite wrangle the rifle, and you see him here getting pumped up by the rest of the team too. This time it's not a disaster. This time they can smile about it. But their dreams will turn to nightmares if those kind of situations happen in a big round.
For now for EDG, it hasn't hurt them too much. Got back control and lead of the map.
And they actually get ults online earlier as well, Brent. They've got this Nightfall, Rolling Thunder, 2 big tools to try to, honestly, I think play in the post plant almost to make sure that you have spike committed, because the way that Team Heretics are playing right now, it's quite passive.
There's a big committal. Side by side, Miniboo's right there as well. I can break this one. Rolling Thunder connects onto both of them. We're trying to get the hell out of there, but he's revealed up. Horn. My goodness, the counter spam is perfect.
Great coverage.
Reinforcements did arrive in time, and Heretics enough to get that initial player advantage.
And I like the change of it. Heretics really looking like they're fighting over rubble there. Forces that Rolling Thunder out. Now they're in a great position where you actually can sit back a little further.
Ult's going to be used. Root's looking for info. Cleared out, broken. Heretics getting a very good idea that this is going to be ending over towards C.
I don't think they have just yet. They're 4 players stacked on A, expecting the re-hit.
They should have eventually. Maybe hoping that the Eagles don't have to delay, but Alarm Bot, Nana Swarm going to be broken here. And
Benji's waiting for this plan.
He is. Nobody tucked to the corner here, and Aftershock just to try and at least buy them that peace of mind. A bit of spam, stray bullets. No kill.
Notice
sight.
Nobody doesn't plant in the corner. He plants a little off.
Who's going to be offloading the ult of his own? Nightfall scatters and connects. Gets the mark onto 3 of them. No more sound cues for the majority of them. Satchel through and abound as well, but a bullet attack slowing them into their approach. The onslaught is occurring, and Heretics looking to barrel their way through. They take control and even out that scoreline straight to the top of your screens.
That's the kind of decisive retake you need to see from Heretics. They were in position, ready to do it. 2 players outside C as the plant went down. They were lucky to get away with this early skirmish, though.
It's really good control aiming, bro. I'm really proud of myself.
But yeah, I agree with what he's saying. I think that fight, the like feigning that you're going to fight really heavy over that spot and drawing out the breach ult, super important. Benji's 1 away from getting his ult online. Smoggy 2, actually. And Team Heretics expecting that big fight over Rubble. They get Wu posted, and now they're looking to reinforce over towards C. Benji can't play the retake this round, at least not as easily, not without his ult. Alambot retracted actually as well, just saving that one.
Yeah, I mean, Benji, he's already got the acknowledgement. He knows it from the bullet spam.
He definitely knows there's a lot of players mount.
EDG looking to try and send it now. Nana Swarm drop down towards the feet. Here's a lot of Yuto going to be used in kind. Boo! Only with the 1. Firepower straight back at them. EDG decimate the defense.
With 2 being found from Kung Kung as well. Still continuing to carve into these sites.
Woot and Miniboo make anything of this. It's a 2v4. The ult online for Miniboo, there's chances, but it requires the impetus, a kill to be found at least. But with Woot dropping, chances dwindling, and yeah, return of the fire, a swing from Simon, getting his confidence back.
A lot's been made of the comparison between Kung Kung and Aspas because they played in the upper bracket final. They played many times before actually too. But when you watch Kung Kung play, what's striking to me is that there's such a massive difference between those 2 duelists. Kung Kung a bit more similar to Miniboo, although with more of a flair for individualism. And it makes me think about what Heretics have recently been saying in a lot of their press conferences. Neil was asked in the aftermath of them beating Leviathan, of course both teams have in this arena, how do you deal with Aspas? And Neil, the coach for Heretics, said, well, actually, when you look at his play, he's quite a calculated duelist player. You can deal with it. To us, to Heretics,
ada yang cosplay Cypher.
Explosive duelists that just run in there and try to take over a site and take their timings. We find those players to be more difficult to play against. Could you think of an example that's better suited than Kung Kung to the archetype of player he just described? Neil used Safe as an example, but when you're talking about the matchup here, you can already see that they're struggling to deal with Kung Kung. He's been dunking on them every map, apart from the first.
And he'll take a mile. He will disrespect you. It's been paying off.
That 1-2 combo of Kung Kung and Chishu have dominated the last couple of maps. And we're really waiting for somebody on Team Heretics to step up and have the same impact.
Right now it is spread, and they're just 1 round down, of course. Big ult still left to play for. He's choosing to at least invest now. He does have a stinger in his hands to make it a bit more winnable, but the defensive setup has adjusted. Miniboo and Woots trying to make their mark known here. That's an early opening with Kang Kang falling.
It's very, very tough to hold on to Mound against EDG. They've got really great protocols for this.
They're going to try and reclear.
Yeah. You see the way that they're going to tap door?
Yeah. So Paranoia already sent flying as well. You have to give this one up, and it is respected. Heretics.
Really well done there.
Just pull this util out, now holding Defaulting, drifting back into the crossfire. Setup, he just missed it. I think barely a shoulder, potentially poking out. Ult online, no kill. Chichu is avoiding. Dancing with death with that one. But dodged most of it and still found an opening. In through main, Smoggy's collecting. It's EDG working magic across the map.
What was going on there? Was Boo late on the call to get the Viper wall up? Was Rien's late on the acknowledgement of the com? What is going on over towards B? EDG have just been granted an excellent route back in.
It's that uncertainty swirling. Heretics players are losing track, but maybe Rien's can answer back. It's 2 found. Instant there with a stun. And a swing once more from Simon, but not dead yet. Need to find some value. I believe Smoggy will have to hunt down some kills. TP from Chichu, punished. And it leaves it down to 1. The rookie. Struggling this series, at least in this map as well, with his confidence. And he's got to do it against Miniboo, Benji. Swap of the weapons. Pass the rifle over to the healthier player. And a lockdown committed. Simon, how do you play this?
Simon.
Forced to press forwards, potentially there. He's overstaying his welcome. Swings potentially. Footsteps down! Simon!
Wow, Simon, gila. Clutch. Kelas.
A look of pure relief on his face. No elation.
Hebat Simon, cok.
Managed to make that one work. He was completely stuck, utterly committed to the play. If Heretics had gone in one at a time there, if their spacing hadn't been quite as tight, they had that round. The rest of his team cannot believe it. He's just given them
Sukar dipercaya.
G up to 11. All to the back pocket of Simon. And Miniboo, hard committed. A molly to try and clear his way through, but he's straight up in the air. It's Clay Pigeon shooting, and Kankang not to be denied. He's cracked the sight wide open.
With rifles in hand, the EDG catapult themselves up to 12. There is nothing that Wu is going to be able to do about this. And Benji used his huge retake ult in the prior, and it ended up working against them. A tragic end to Lotus here for Team Heretics by the look of things. They would need some magic to get this one to overtime.
It's going to be 12 for EDG. As you said, you need that magic. Heretics have not come up with the answers.
And kalian continues to tear through them.
It's dominance. It's a 4-piece in that round.
The way that he's supported by utility, there are a lot of teams that have moved away from the idea of setting up one big star player to go in and dominate. But I think EDG are showcasing that with the right supportive elements, it really can work. Rien's rocked.
Lucu kali.
Do you go for that committal at the start, or do you wait to see if EDG pressure C?
Can't let the despair settle in now if you are Heretics. Try and dig deep once more. EDG, straight over towards B. Overdrive by kalian. He's earned that one well. A bit of random spray straight through the smokes, cleared out most of the avenues. So nobody with the plant down. kalian holding it down still with that paranoia and a stun. Disrespected. Miniboo takes the fight straight to him, dropping him down. But Smoggy's there, lying in wait once more. It's all collapsing.
Once more.
Have no more chances in this map. Rien's would have to pick up the pieces. He'd have to pull up a miracle. A double up discipline. EDG have a chokehold onto the site. 13-9. Lotus is theirs.
Match point ini buat Edward Gaming atau EDG.
And I think when you look at those final few rounds and how tight it was the entire time on this map,
wow,
you have to give credit to Simon. That 1v2 and his calmness in that moment has just delivered it for EDG.
And now one map is all that's between EDG and making history.
Ke kamar lagi guys.
Hello, I'm Team Heretics player, Minimum. I mean, I'm happy that we won today. I felt really calm today. I felt really comfortable playing on the stage, like in front of a lot of people. I felt like we are in Berlin office, just chilling another day, you know, like it was good. I want to prove people wrong, that I'm better than people think I am. No one believed in me, but I pushed myself through, so I guess like proving people wrong. But when I joined this team, I just wanted to win not only for myself, but for the people I work with.
So singular and focused. Miniboo already sent away, but Boo stuck around. Punished King, and now, no way! Miniboo double back. He went back to Jack. Doesn't leave Boo to fight alone, and look at the absolute mess of bodies left over towards Elbow. It's on Aspas and Com to try and find some threat here, try and close the gap, and Miniboo, oh my god, so evasive! Miniboo, you are absolutely brilliant at this!
I saw the boys getting into the grand finals in Shanghai, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable, but I was really happy for them. And going through, I was like also expecting to make grand finals in Champions, and here I am now. And I told myself I want that too. And now I'm in Champions finals. I'm not ready to call myself the best duelist in the world, but there is still so much to prove. This is just the beginning.
My oh my, we are turning up the heat in this grand finals best of 5. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka. I've got Mimi on my left as well, and one more very, very special guest. Give a warm welcome, guys, to Kaplan, coach of Sentinels. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Now, earlier, Zelsus was here, and he was rocking a Sentinel shirt. So, I asked him why he was wearing that. You got an EDG shirt on you.
You know, I made the claim they would win today. I just wanted to say Jayo a bunch, practice my Mandarin. It was a no-brainer for me.
He's backing it. How are you guys feeling after that, man?
I mean, I feel like this is such a massive win for EDG. The bounce back was ridiculous on that second map, but here that second half, they were completely in control. The mid-rounding to start off was looking ridiculous.
Yeah, one thing I was really impressed by was you see a lot of these instant A controls on defense on Lotus. It's hard to want to do that against EDG because they have really fast B hits with their comp that normal comps can't do, with the Clove Smokes and being able to Omen Flash at the same time. They've loved doing little A fakes into B in the past. So, usually you can kind of play further back, go to where they're making noise. They're a very scrappy team, right? They played super confident in China. But I think what separates a good team from a great team is being able to self-ante. Be aware of your own issues, your own things that an opponent's going to look at. And this time around, EDG played way slower rounds early attack half. They would get too inserted on A, they'd go back to mound, they'd wait till 30, 40 seconds left to hit. And EDG last year, I just never would have seen them do that.
Yeah.
And having prepared to play their own Lotus earlier in this tournament, I would not have expected that. So to see them be able to get kind of nerdy, methodical, slow, relax on a grand final stage, I really think it shows how much they've leveled up this year.
And at the end of the day, they're getting the best out of both worlds, right? They've managed to find a midterm between being very aggressive, especially also on the defense. Sometimes they will triple down on being extra aggressive if they know they're going to be countered, and sometimes they're going to do something completely different. So it's on that boundary of just preparing it against yourself.
And we got to address Simon. What was that in the lockdown? What happened?
That clutch was ridiculous. I mean, literally one more second, he's locked down. He guaranteed loses the round, but instead he pulls that one off. And it wasn't just that one impressive moment for Simon. I think while he hasn't had incredible stats this tournament, he's been so consistently impactful with his utility, especially when he's playing Breach and Kung Kung is on that Neon. I think his on-the-fly utility, especially with that Breach stun, is really good to adapt to where Kung Kung is pathing, find that next fight, preempt that with utility, and set Kung Kung up to thrive in these opening kills. He's been involved in already 35 opening fights in the 3 maps this series. That's more than the rest of the team combined by far.
What did you make of him? You impressed by him?
I'm impressed. Look, on Haven Attack, he messed up a plant. He looked nervous. Rookie year, IGL change, grand final stage, and to go from that to I'm just gonna stand in this lockdown and just be ice cold, doing that mid match on that grand final stage, that's no joke. That's not easy.
What a chat.
Yeah.
They gotta give him a spray for that, I feel like. Get that in the game, but it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment, and this was Chichu's ace. As the president of the Chichu fan club,
yes, that's me.
What did you make of this?
I think that it was beautiful, unexpected, the way that he just verticals across, getting the boom bot, how he dodges the Prowler. he literally gets everything, 3 kills in the matter of a second. He goes up with the last one. I love that we also get the slow-mo to see it again, because you think it is just Chichu on the side defending it. You already know that he's playing on tree, and it doesn't matter there's 4 people coming for him, because sometimes he shoots back.
Well, here's the thing though, can EDG close this out? We're heading to Bind. Do you have faith, Captain?
I think they'll do it, but I think they'll do it in 5. Look, you know, like Heretics, they had to come right in after another match. EDG had time to prepare, but what comp are Heretics going to play? Are they going to go back to the Gecko, you know, the Gecko Fade? Like, I think so, probably. You know, there's not as much preparation EDG has. It's more of like a team play, brawly fight map. I think that's Heretics' strong suit. I think Heretics can take this one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that it is a very good point that you're bringing, because that's what happened on Haven. Probably EDG prepared for the previous composition. They were expecting to see the Sage and the Gecko and whatnot. They got something completely different. Even though it's a comp that you would usually see on Haven, they were not prepared for the macro of it. Now with Bind, Heretics has the chance to do the same, and they need to do it if they want to stay alive in this grand final.
I think if there was something to keep them in this for EDG to close out in 4 maps, it would be the performance that Kong is having right now. He's always been so good on this map. I think especially when he is playing that Raze, the way he's pathing into these sites, he does such a great job of isolating those site anchors and providing a ton of value for his team here.
This is the other thing though, Heretics, they took down Gen G on this map. Would you like to see them do the Astra Yoru stuff again, or maybe, you know, revert back to what they were doing before?
I think you get away from the Yoru. It was a really nice answer to the Cypher, but they, you know, like, you can play so much faster with other comps, and I'd love to see him speed it up and get a little more scrappy.
Do you think that's what they need to do against EDG, just speed things up and maybe disrupt their tempo a little bit?
Yeah, I think Bind is all about team fights, just less about individual confidence and just team fighting with utility, which I think Heretics are incredible at, so I think if they lean into it, they'll have it.
Yeah, it did surprise me a little bit that I felt like when EDG slowed the game down, they looked actually quite a bit better than Team Heretics when it came down to that mid-round situation. But you're absolutely right that they have been defined by the team fighting for Team Heretics, but that has also been the MO for EDG in the past. But I feel like that's not true to the same extent with this current team. We have seen some of the moments where they're in those team fights, it gets a little bit sloppier. It doesn't feel like the coordination between the players is quite as perfect as Team Heretics just shown this event.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever they have in store, it has to be good, it has to be clean, because right now, Kukuko, it feels like all the momentum, the confidence are on the side of EDG.
Oh yeah, totally. Like first map, yeah, Heretics started off super strong, but they bounced back in incredible fashion in something that was their home ground. If there was some preparation, and Heretics is to keep their composition, we can expect this from EDG again. Also the confidence, so many individual plays, so many 4Ks, aces that we're seeing from their side, makes you feel like every single round is winnable. And against the team, getting that feeling against the teams like with Heretics with so many individual stars makes you a winner.
After losing those 2 maps in a row now, after having a great early lead to the series for Team Heretics, what do you think the conversation is like with their coach right now to bring them back into this final?
I mean, you get to walk away going, look, we lost on their pick. We have time to reset this. Probably throw a little strategy talk of how you can surprise them on Bind a bit. And at this point, I think as a coach, it's nice because you can just call on the players and empower them by saying you've already had experience on these stages, because they have, right? They've been, they played in a grand final in Shanghai, so they ought to know what they're doing here.
But it's really important for them to close out, because if they don't, it's another second place finish. 3 already this year. A heartbreaking way to end it in Shanghai. Twice in EMEA. They can't let that be the way their year ends.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the longer the match prolongs, the hardest it becomes from Heretics. It looks like they lose that kind of steam. We can also think about the amount of matches, the amount of rounds that Heretics has played just in this tournament is outrageous. EDG has had an easier way here. It's not that they didn't fight it, but doing it through the upper bracket, getting those breaks, getting the wins against the teams that you already know you're comfortable against, makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does indeed. And of course, this is EDG's first ever global best of 5 as well. We don't have any info when it comes to their stamina, how they're going to handle when things get a little bit later. But as we take a look at the agent select, let's see, Kaplan, if Heretics have changed from the Astra Yoru, and they have.
Yeah, it looks like they went back to their tried and true. I mean, they're so comfortable with Gecko. Like I said, very, very brawly map. I think they're definitely, they should feel like, oh, we can pilot the meta comp better than the other team. Let's do it.
They absolutely look like they could. It's been great in the past. I think the biggest question is, did EDG see this coming? Were they prepping for the Yoru instead? And does it even matter? Because EDG is a team that once they get that confidence, once these players are standing up, yelling, winning those clutch rounds, they feed off that so well. And it does feel like they're set up here for a chance to win that trophy on Bind.
Well, this could potentially be the last map we see in this grand final. So Kaplan, please do us the honors and toss it over to Bren and Saisho.
All right, Josh, Bren, I just want at least one Jayo each from you this cast. No matter who you're rooting for. A couple Jayos and I'm happy. Take it away.
Listen, that's putting me on the spot with Mandarin. Josh, take it away.
Kaplan, Jayo! There you go. Yeah, I'll root for you.
Excellent, excellent.
Now,
listen.
What a potential final map we have here if EDG are able to close it out, and another spot where Heretics have to dig deep to push it further. I love that the desk was bringing up Heretics BO5 win rates this year. They've only won 2 out of 6 best of 5s that they've been in so far. They've lost 3 of them domestically. They've lost 1 of them in the grand finals of Shanghai. Those are learning moments, but they can't let it slip from them again. Not to a team where it's their first ever time in a spot like this.
EDG are on the cusp. They've already made history for China, for themselves, with a minimum finish. They're looking to carve their place in the history books by being champ winners. Here, Benji instantly answers.
One enemy remaining.
The flood defense comes up with the goods. The plant down for Kang to play around, but smoked off. His team was picked apart. Methodical was the nature. And Heretics now can stick this one. Peace of mind here.
Yeah, there's no way.
There's no chance for Kang. Pissed around for Heretics. That's what they need.
Kang's going to save the armor here, actually. A pretty unusual situation for him to be in. But they already got the plant down, so he doesn't get punished in terms of the money. A lovely play there with the Dizzy. It's actually really similar to the way that you're going to see nobody defending when EDG are on the defense side. Benji swings through, able to shut things down.
One enemy remaining.
I think Heretics should be feeling comfortable here. This is a map that they can turn it around on. But EDG have got some dangerous looks. Chichu's pretty aggressive in the way that he controls towards A short. And they like pressuring over towards Showers and B long. Tend to fight in those kind of areas with a lot of utility coming through from Simon.
I send it flying forwards here, but it's a C's and an A. The combo works to perfection.
It's just perfect.
Yeah. Age-old as it is. Attempt to shore up. Take a Showers as well. Chichu swings in from the side here. In through the smoke is Smoggy. There's danger lurking, but as long as Boo holds his nerve, he'll be able to find it. And yes, indeed he does. So
even spotted out the final player there.
Yeah, Chichu low enough as well that the chances have dwindled to almost naught, and now finally there. So over the line once more. Another round for Heretics. It's 2 in a row with 4 players alive. You can keep it healthy heading into the bonus.
This is another map as well, actually, where I'm going to be taking a look at Miniboo. He received so much praise, and I think a lot of the community is starting to change their mind about their perception of how good he is, to giving him that credit. But he has yet to really come online in this grand final. His performance in the group stage was a little dim. Playoffs, he's been playing fantastically. A massive improvement, like 30% better in playoffs, generally speaking. But I'm waiting for him to have that level of impact.
Oh, the punish. Stimmied up, speed boosted onto the line. They knew that Rians was going to be making a play for that when the smoke was in their faces.
Nice idea from EDG.
Yeah. It's one of the pieces of util, the tools that Dizzy did would otherwise get them that acknowledgement up through B long. Now there's a horn of their own. EDG might be trying to take some space up and over. Still a smoke in their faces. A season and A that's just about dodge, sidestep.
They can go through the teleport here. If Benji ends up taking down Chishu, expect to see that TP over towards A, and then it really is on Miniboo with Spectre and Nade.
Yeah, has not been given up.
EDG staying flexible in this spot, but without any Showers, you know, control or information, it is a gamble to go through that teleporter. That's why I'm saying I think they'll only do it as a last resort. Benji is looking for this fight, though. He is posted really aggressively inside hookah.
Feeling like he needs to step up to it. Side swing, it's traded. The boo's still there. Knock at the front door here. TP immediately. It's going to be cleaning up Chichu. Dropped him, 20 seconds.
Smoggy has to leave.
Yeah, that's a TP.
And now these two players are scattered.
Kang trying to catch that. He does. Rotations. No safety available, not for Boo. Trying to get a run on, trying to see if they can play this timing well, but already plan is down for Smoggy. Retreats to a bit of safety, back into showers. Kang crossfire. Setup is available all the way up in heaven. Down to the wire, tap already. Bullet to the back. Mini Boo down. And Woot left to do it all. Stray bullets running out. Nothing else to work with. But the sidearm and still finds that one. Still reload. Time enough for it. The time is ticking. Thoroughly against him. Smoggy spraying. Spam not on time. I mean, Woot 38. 7 bullets. Round down. Pistol in hand. Smoggy.
That's a round that very easily could have gone the way of Heretics, though, and converted the bonus. It took everything from EDG there. Even after getting the opening kill,
30 seconds.
they needed Kang to be able to win that duel against Boo. If Kang had not been able to pick that up, I don't think they have a chance. And there's the reaction as Kang got killed by the ghost. Masticating furiously.
Top of the orb. Kang's trying to punish. Disrespected. Mini Boo's grabbed it. He's out of there.
And Boo, the danger man from the previous round, who was anchoring B, has now made his way into lamps. And this is a spot that he's going to have to be cautious as the orb drops, but could backstab.
Oh, EDG contacted all the way. Enough to get a kill there. Bullets flying forwards from Boo. Look at the answer. Testing the defense a little bit. EDG in through a short, spam and spray. An attempt to deny that plan from coming down, but EDG get that extension that they were looking for. Tripled up. Lamps is a hot commodity.
Rian still has full util. Mosh into Lamps here would clear that out.
Rumbot sees it, spots it. Minibu just taking the peek anyway. Mosh over the top. Doesn't clear it out. Slightest of angles to play into, and that window of opportunity is seized. Chichu in through the back. Sidestep again, Benji. Meeting him pound for pound. But it's a 2v3. The hourglass is running dry. It's a tap from Woot. He wants to force them out into the open. But no easy access to any of these players. Benji wrapping all the way around. He knows the only option is to run.
Heretics fumble that retake a little, in my opinion. The normal mosh position would cover all of the interior of Lamps. The mosh that was thrown there, it ends up going mostly over towards the kind of entrance to Lamps, which doesn't clear out those positions inside thoroughly enough. Heretics now pushed down onto a bad buy. Benji's one hold of a weapon, really the only thing they have to work around. Are they going to try a sand crunch? Rian's Dizzy lineup would seem to suggest that.
Right there.
King's wrapping around.
Miniboo, I think, is trying to stay flexible. He can commit short or through sand.
They're going to use the thrash here on EDG's side of things. Clears most of the way. Retreat back, get some control over towards B long. Miniboo through the TP. Must have got a tag for him to make a play like that. They want to run them down. Where they stand, Simon.
Crash is ready.
Going to be scratching his head at that one.
Miniboo was looking to take a timing because he couldn't stay short for that long. But Kang's taken one of his own. He slipped into this cubby on B site in front of the Viper wall, and now he can play the rest of his team in.
All over the place! Dizzy! Combines the might, augmented with a showstopper. And Heretics, there's danger lurking around every corner with his squad. That's beauty.
And I was asking when we might see Miniboo have a big play, step up, really feel the tempo of the game. And I think this is the round you point to. He's controlling short with the nade and his sheriff, takes a timing to go through that TP, and then whips it out of hookah. Cranking his crosshair 90.
Deep breaths.
And Team Heretics are now building up to massive ults as well. There is a potential here for kalian to get his online, and maybe that is incentivizing EDG to go and take some showers control. It looks like Miniboo might want to fight, but normally you'd expect him to be doubled up with somebody if indeed he wanted to really fight aggro. This is
again. No way, the path was clear, Miniboo. There's no way you escape. He does not at that.
And then the Thrash comes through to try to showers crunch, but they're not set up for it, and it was too late to bail him out. It's a disaster for Heretics.
No connection, a wasted ult.
Hiding from that boom bot, Brent, just gave EDG the most enormous advantage in the round. And now Heretics forced to take risks. And with the info that plenty of players were showers, they've pushed out B, pushed out Fountain, the fight happening in Cave.
There's a brawl skirmish to take place. kalian, just the one who gets out, dropped down to 1 HP, still lucky to be alive. Benji Fishy, it's your time to shine. Up and past, but the Prowler latching, has to break it, drops down to Snakebite. He's worried about the fast tempo increase. EDG though, gonna temper it around.
EDG have more players alive right now, but they do not have good info. They have no idea where Rienz is. Rienz could still be playing Fountain, he could be tucked in sand somewhere, hookah. EDG are going to have to be meticulous in terms of how they clear out all of these angles, or just group up together and hope they can trade him.
Yeah, kalian's going to take point on that. He's on 1 HP, you might as well. Go for some wide swings. See if the team can trade you out right behind you. Born for most of the way here, Rienz reveals himself. Look down towards it, orbital strike, that's 13 seconds left to plant. That time pressure is applied. EDG have got to make a go of this one. Rebound to the volley, but it just about missed. Simon's still alive. Here's the Nightfall now. Sends it flying, and kalian with it. Oh, there's some value. Benji Fishy. Drop down. Rienz knew where he was from prior. Players are stepping up to the challenge here, but he's going to try and pluck them out of the picture still. EDG troubled up, locking it down, ensuring that Rienz cannot step over that line. Full control. He's hoping for a random shot, but it will not happen in time.
Heretics did what they could to try to salvage that, but really it was lost right from the start. Heretics didn't realize that EDG were going to make a play for the ult ult themselves. And this from Miniboo, I think, is terribly greedy. He was not close to an ult. It wouldn't have materially changed the round in any way. He just thought, might as well, because my boombot didn't see anything. EDG punished him massively for that bad information. And they even pull out the orbital strike on the defense side too.
Smoke. Heretics. Here in signs of life. Dodge, not quite. Benji reveals his hand. It's a judge in play. Simon's going to be hearing that. Making a call to his team. Hookah essentially a no-go. Looks like they might want to make a play for it anyway. There's a seize, rebounds, and it does get the connection, but is there any follow-up? Benji playing in front, and again there's that danger! Ults were committed. If Benji wasn't fried in the process, the bullets at least did the job before it. Boo, up and over.
This is where Chishu loves to take fights, but Rienz on the other side, and Chishu's taking the timing.
Tested here, Chichu with that timing. Puts a bullet there, straight to the brain of Boo. Smoggy trying to evacuate, knows that they have to try and retreat, but already the timing, whipping it around. Woot, he's caught all the way behind them. If he kills Smoggy, it's a spike drop down. This timing and angle is absolutely everything. Smoggy, he wins out that fight. Chichu, the chokehold onto it, but there's gaps into the play, and the pit just plays them in anyway. Dizzy, not broken in time, gets the reveal. Adjustment by Miniboo is immaculate. Eviscerating the opposition, EDG. They can't stand against that.
What a save there from Rienz and Miniboo. Woot is going to have his heart in his mouth. He had the entire round in the palm of his hand. He could have dropped Smoggy and lost the duel, and the rest of his team bail him out of a difficult situation.
The screen down.
Rienz continues to just be superbly consistent, but Miniboo has really activated.
Sometimes it happens.
Then fair enough. Sometimes it does happen. You're in a
sometimes it doesn't happen.
Like I said earlier about Simon's play a few maps ago, it doesn't matter if the round ends up getting salvaged. You just can't let it happen in a big moment. Simon redeemed himself massively on Lotus with the 1v2 he pulled off. I'm sure Woot will have his spot.
EDG going to be taking a tumble here with the money. Kankan's got a rifle in hand. He's the one who has to do the work if there's any chance in the round.
Drawn to where Chishu is playing on the map. He's so aggressive with these lurks, and if you give him 1v1s, he's incredibly good. I'm watching him play over towards Shower here, wondering if he's going to look to play off the rest of his team's distraction, because he takes early backstab timings. If his team are pressuring short, he's going to swing almost immediately, and it looks like Woot looking to clear. Yeah. All right, that should at least give them some idea of where the danger is.
Watch the lie, but Miniboo now, it's going to be under an immense amount of pressure. Woot's going to be covering. Fire over the shoulder. Still trying to lock down that Shower's control as well, but revealed up. There's some danger here still. Sees, connects. They see the tether into the corner. It's a nasty one. Pulls it back from the brink, but not before he is toppled. Ramps control. Once again, putting the premium. Simon, what is that, man? Matters into his own hands. This rookie is lighting them up. You gotta be joking. What is that?
What a round from Simon. Where's he pulled it from? EDG are so good at playing inside smokes and spots like that, but you just don't expect it. First of all, from the Fade player, no matter who it would be.
He's running around like he's playing ranked. The timing as the smoke just doesn't
I think it's pretty fair to say that the pressure seems to be off his shoulders at this point. The difference in what we're seeing from him, from map 1 to recent performances, especially coming out at the back of that 1v2, he's willing to play loosely and make the plays, take the timings. Heretics have the ult, but no weaponry. Time for EDG to take charge. I like that double face.
Yeah, almost with the punish. Almost.
And again, Chishu looking to try to take space off the back of it. As his team pulls those 3 players to B, it softens up A and maybe allows Chishu to find his one. Boombot sails past again. That bad information for Miniboo.
It's costed them rounds. Boo aiming to hold them back. He hears that jump spot. Snaps to the side. No shots on target though from Chishu. And he has revealed his hand here. Here's very deep flank. Woot. Now Laura in hands. Boo seeking to retreat. It's an open angle, unaccounted for.
I like this pause though. You've already killed the smokes player. If you wait out the Viper wall, they've got nothing to be able to stop you. Woot's really the only danger player here, I think.
Gets the info.
Then again, this pit is actually going to be a little difficult to get through. I'm surprised Benji invests this. 4v5 with only a sheriff.
Yeah, Woot's got the info. I think that they're all trying to make their way over towards B, and they're already holding this down, missing the shots. Needed to be towards the dome anyway. And TP's putting the squeeze back onto him. Still, Kang. Maybe a bit of miscom.
Miniboo has ult.
And
This round should be over.
It's theirs for the taking. Showstopper unleashed. Let loose onto the feet. Nobody did not stand a chance. Blown to smithereens, reveals up and counting. 6 seconds left. There's no plant in sight. You can take your time because the round is in the palm of their hands. Heretics swing bank, at least the pendulum. They take control of the map.
Chalk up another 4v5 win for Team Heretics there, but I did not see that one coming. We've seen it all throughout the tournament. They're amazing when they're a man down. But here, they were rifles down as well. No smokes player on defense. The ults ended up closing it out, but really, I think a lot of that is to do with the space that Woot took over towards A, letting them know that it was B. The pit scared EDG. They did not want to fight into the eco weaponry. I can understand why as well. From EDG's perspective, you're thinking, all right, there's a pit down. They probably have a bunch of stingers. Why would we want to go in there?
That's exactly where it thrives, close quarters.
But, I mean, it wasn't. It was a sheriff. It was Benji with a sheriff trying to make himself puff up and look big, look scary.
They postured him away into the open arms of Miniboo. And he's been decimating. I mean, he's 12-5 right now. He's top of the scoreboard for his team. Talked about it, you know, like as a player, I think, shining a light on him. He's just been thriving and improving as the tournament has gone on.
Absolutely. If you compare the stats when he was playing in groups to when he was playing through playoffs, there's just a world of difference. Like I said, he's like 28, 30% more damage, even higher in terms of his like kill improvements. He's still playing the same way. He's still getting aggressive. He's still going for those entries. He's still taking that tip of the spear job for Heretics, but now he's hit it. And he's woken up in this grand final, perhaps just in time.
Back and forth we go. Point reveals. 1 to 2, at least 3 towards the tail end. Good information. EDG going to be taking this one with a much more cautious approach. kalian went away from the ult. I think there might have been a play towards an orb, but for now, sets his eyes over towards Zuka, clears most of it with the boombot. Broken, they think something's up. Prowler. Bit of a handshake occurring. What's the goal for EDG?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. I feel like they've been slowed down in quite a lot of these bind attack rounds, and they haven't quite had enough options available to them when the time ticks down. Here, they're going to try and hit into a site where they've still got Mosh on the defense side. Benji's still got wall up. There's so much they have to get through. Seas, Nightfall.
Exactly.
It looks so tough.
Everything you could ask for if you are Heretics, just trying to bunker down, bolster the defense. And with 23 seconds left, time running short. It's an ult offloaded. kalian trying to get into the mix, into the action, and a fight to be taken, but traded out anyway. Beam down with a Phantom in hand. It's just that 1-for-1, and a plant from Simon. It's going to go off anyway. There's no pushback occurring. Not from Heretics, not right now, but maybe enough damage has been done. It's a 4 versus 4. Reset into the round. Benji was just watching for any sort of stragglers. Hard committed positions by EDG. It's up to Smoggy to hold them back from the elbow angle. Pixel angle to work with. Nade. This is cheeky. Dodges, rebounds, snakebite at hand. Heretics carving out chunks and pieces of the map, but are being met here. At least the firepower. Chichu cannot spray them down in time. That's methodical by Heretics.
That's
enough time on the clock as well for them.
That is beautifully done. Beautiful. Snakebite nade to take down anybody that was going to be playing over towards that default position. And then Riens is so damn consistent. Gets that trade kill onto Smoggy, instantly spray transfers onto nobody as he swings through the Viper wall. He's always there.
Let's keep it up there. Good comms, good.
And he's relaxed as well. Yeah. He just seems like a great asset for the team in terms of keeping them composed in these moments, not letting the energy run away. They're in control on Bind right now. EDG would need a big thrifty. And I think they're running out of ideas on the attack side. The macro, it's not looking anywhere near as clean as we've been seeing on Lotus, for example, if you want to compare the past map.
Okay.
There goes Chichu.
Showing some right where it hurts. Chichu's being a player that's opening up most of these sites like we've been talking about with the lurk timings.
He has been playing in those kind of positions though fairly regularly, so it's a good read from Miniboo.
Repositions up and over to heaven, walking their way forwards. I mean, EDG not to be deterred.
No, and Benji is aware that they're giving Lamps control right now, but it does mean that he's got to watch multiple positions.
Position sucks. I mean, Benji in this spot is going to try and retreat as well. They don't have showers control. Luckily, nobody's there ready to pounce on him when the damage is done. Simon, another play to be made. The rookie wants to step up straight away. Here's that reload! And Boo just barely ready to wrangle control. Straight back at him, orbital strike, no damage done, but Smoggy collecting kills from all across the place. Boo seeking to dominate the angle. Make sure the showers is not being recleared into this 3v3. Satchel's overhead have to be broken. The pressure get into them. Satchel breaks it. Dizzy up and over, in through the smoke though. Nobody spamming, and now swarming. Dominating EDG. What a response.
Said they needed a big thrifty, and there it is. They take round 11. After losing the first player as well, Jishu fell. But I think Benji's spot just ended up being completely exposed there. They couldn't deny Wingman. I think that's such a mistake. If Heretics just make sure that they focus on plant denial on A, they're going to put EDG in really difficult spots. Instead, when you let them get the plant down and get into their post-plant positions, you have a much tougher job at things. And EDG come into this, the final round of what could be the first half of the final map.
Orbital strike for the Thrash.
Yeah, massive ults.
Yeah. Who was holding it preemptively just in case the Thrash was used at the beginning of the round. EDG, no signs of them going for that game plan though. Simon's going to try and fake this presence. Is the Nightfall going to be enough though? That's the question. They don't have map control over towards B. Very much an all-in. They don't have map control over towards B.
It looks like they would want to thrash through sand. Does Boo get the call?
Footsteps.
Not even.
That's true and away. The crossfire set up. It's broken apart to pieces. TP. It's not enough. Boo with just the one, but the orbital strike does at least split them in twine. EDG trying to go for this one now. Smoggy with the plant. Back being held. That's Chichu watching onto the angle. Still with control. Simon is alive and kicking. Making sure that the flank is watched for.
I like the smoke, allows them to take backside control, but they've got so much more to do here, Team Heretics.
Yeah.
They've allowed EDG in again. Plant, post-plant positions, all looking very diligent.
Horns up on either side here. Up and over. Will need to be pre-aimed. Boo's on top of it. Clears the way for most of this hookah.
He sees two.
All he has to be used. Sees up and over. It's dodged, this miss. Simon with the timing. Softened up, damaged up, but the molly now rebounds, and it should be good for the cause already. The circle's starting to shrink. Time is starting to run short. Chichu denies any chances. And 6-6. Once more is where we stand. Perfect parity between these teams. They are pushing each other to the brink.
What a gorgeous wide swing there from Chishu, making sure to isolate the player that was trying to stick it. He's been incredible for EDG across this tournament. And now this Chinese squad only needs 7 more rounds to not just make history, they've already done that, but to win their first time of making it to the finals arena at Champs.
It's a very elite group. Champs winners, trophy lifters. And EDG would love to secure that spot for China. But even before that, we're going to send it down to the floor. A nice little interview.
I'm standing here right now with 2 special guests. We have Genus, Trent, and Icy. Now, how are you guys enjoying the match? Icy, I know you really enjoyed that opening ceremony.
I mean, it's incredible. This is my first event as a spectator, but I'd rather obviously be here playing, but either way, it's insane to be here. The atmosphere is incredible. It's just overall great.
I mean, you can hear it, right? What about you, Trent?
I mean, yeah, the opening ceremony was absolutely crazy. I was upstairs and I could just feel the whole building shaking. It was insane.
Oh yeah, it's a party here for sure. Now, you both played against Team Heretics and EDG in the past. How would you compare and contrast their styles?
I think both teams have insane aimers. This can go either way, I'm not gonna lie. I had EDG going all the way, I had them winning this, but I think Heretics can pull this back and make it in 5 maps.
What about you, Trent?
I thought Heretics was gonna win at the beginning, but now seeing how EDG's playing, I gotta go with them.
Oh, well, that seems to be how this map is going as well, right? So I gotta ask you guys, oh my gosh, listen to the crowd. I gotta ask you guys, who's taking this map?
I think if Heretics win the map, they're winning the series, so I'd say Heretics.
Oh, Trent?
I gotta go against you, I'm going EDG.
Oh, we got both of you on the opposite sides. All right, let's see who has it. We're gonna get back into bind.
Crowd is raring to go. You can see already descending the G2 camp. The players can't make up their minds.
And I think that's indicative of this entire tournament. Both last year and this year, actually, you came into Champions with a dominant team. Fnatic of 2023, Gen G this time. And Gen G losing in groups just blew the field wide open and laid fertile ground for EDG's growth here. For teams to go on mad runs like this, and it's been difficult to predict any match at any point here at Champs. You still can't tell which way this one's going. I do agree with Icy. I think it's possible that Heretics can still get back in, though obviously EDG are in a better spot to close it out.
All they need is bind. All Heretics need is a kill, potentially to open up this A site. Right for the taking. Nobody with a spray down, spam shots, no connection. No damage done. Inside through the smoke, Rians. Beautiful shot.
Fight on the flank here.
Benji's gonna seek to maintain control of this angle. Simon, again, the rookie, asked to do quite a lot in this spot, but diligent. Cool, calm, and collected from almost the entirety of Heretics. It's a pistol round that's in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, major win for them here. EDG did look a little shaky on their attack side macro, which is a wild thing to be saying, considering that they still got 6 rounds out of it. But I would expect Heretics to be extremely drilled in spots like that. This composition offers you so many ways to play. The executes are incredibly difficult to hold against. kalian cannot afford to be giving up first kills like that. He's been the master of putting first kills on his side over the course of this tournament.
Boys, let's go. Guys, let's take control of this map, okay?
You heard that at the end there.
Yeah.
Let's take control of this map.
That's actually what Miniboo was saying when they played against Lev as well. It's all about controlling the tempo, making the play to your pace, and that's almost the same opening as the pistol. Player going for a jump peek, nearly punished. But maybe a bit of bait there, trying to see if Team Heretics would accelerate.
Bagi ya.
Because EDG were stacking with 4 players on B.
Launching smoke. The defense going to get spread up hard a little bit here. No longer a stack, in truth. Heretics happy to slow it down. No point walking into your own demise.
Heretics, 2 players not buying up in this round as well, so they've got some flexibility. They can afford a couple deaths without it knocking the economy.
Yeah.
And I'm looking towards Rienz to see if he can get the Thrash online. Wood's happy to go and try and take this space. He's just looking for information. He's not worried about dying because he is one of the players with just a ghost. Spots 1, spots 2.
It's that earlier damage. Noses 1 in lamps. Hold on, twisting, turning, and shots to potentially be found. Smoggy looking to try and push back, dismiss, but still alive for now.
All he needs to do is hold Smoggy here, and the Seas will hold Smoggy very permanently to the spot.
Rooted in place. Enough for his team to collapse onto it for the reclear.
And now, this is where I'd be asking Rienz to throw the weapon away to somebody else. You know, put it onto Benji or Woot and go hunting with the pistol.
Exactly. Seas is good alongside a nade here. Woot's trying to get himself round to the corner, and luckily, enough wiggle room. Born down and out. Pistols in their face. Close quarters is where they're going to be thriving. Jumping through, double tap. Players are dropping. Suddenly, there's chances. But kalian's low with the rifle in hand. Steady aim. Still a little bit labored, but it gets the job done.
They saved 2 out of 3 of the rifles. So EDG do a bit of damage, but it's not going to be catastrophic. And they did manage to get the Thrash online. So even though it looks dangerous, Heretics are in a position here where they could start snowballing away on Bind.
One enemy remaining.
Miniboo's going to look to pick up a judge. That normally implies that you're looking for something pacey. The Thrash making space for the judge double blast back.
Yeah, holding the nade as well, just in case there is that play happening. Season going to be combined, using conjunction. Thrash all the way through, clears the way in the path in through showers. Judge in hand. Lamb's control there, but it's a satchel and a pivot. They want to go over towards B. Chichu, sole defender, and Miniboo trying to ruin somebody's day.
I'm not sure that was the game plan off the rip, but an audible call by Boo. See how well it works. 3 players from EDG still sticking over towards A, thinking that this might be a re-hit. They're dead wrong.
Yeah, spots a lot there, Chichu. He's going to find it hard to try and get the hell out of there, but takes the timing and takes it well. Heretics are the ones who are running out of options.
Yeah, it's very tough for Miniboo to play the entry when he's got a judge. I think it's time maybe to swap that onto somebody else. Without the blast packs, how are you going to gap close?
45 seconds into the round. No control of A.
If they go for a hookah re-clear straight into the judge, these are the moments that could just lose you the grand finals.
You're going to hear the hearts break of many of these players, or perhaps just sing in unison. Chichu and kalian. That's beautiful work.
It couldn't have gone better for them.
Spectacular.
There's so much danger going for a play like that. And Boo's now has to win a 1v4.
This one part easier, but not the follow-up there. Nobody.
How have they got away with that?
Yeah, quick on the cleanup. That is just Insanity. You're brave to be making it clear like that. You are brave.
I mean, especially when the player's got a judge on the other side, but Chishu is so clean with it. These shots, these two, the deadly duo. A two-headed Hydra, I think EDG has proven to be over the course of this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
With Kangkang and Chishu topping the scoreboard in so many of their maps.
Creeping closer to a potential finish, EDG. Top of the scoreboard, in my opinion, are MVP candidates for the grand finals. At least if you're only looking at EDG. For Heretics, it's up to them to see if they can answer back. They need bind.
And their play with the Thrash found no value really in the prior round. They got stopped by that Seize nade. So a good read from EDG as well. And now going exploring again. These are the spots where Chishu is going to look to try to challenge, but I think Benji tends to play these a little safer. I don't think he'll just walk into Kangkang. But that also means he's not going to clear Kangkang.
Prowler spotted. Broken. TP long control.
They have pushed back the defenders on B. But Simon, Chishu, they're yet to call a rotate, so still 3 players. The strong site is A. That's where Boo wants to end.
Oh, they're going to be going straight into the maw.
They have not cleared Kangkang. In fact, I don't even think they know Kangkang's here. Smoggy to take contact. A Dizzy over the top.
Molly in the hands of Smoggy, and as that contact caught, players are falling to fiery finish, potentially in the A short avenue. Rians has got to answer back. It does so with that shot. Right on target, 2v3. Boo from the side turns into a 2 versus 2, slightly more winnable. Out wide, but accounting for it, and the horn is perfection. Spam from the box just to finish that task, 8-8.
8 sama.
The Heretics were not ready for those final 2 players there. Not whatsoever. Swung out into front sight. Thinking that Chishu and Simon were going to be in, you know, over towards B.
EDG.
Did not get that. What a setup, though. If someone on Team Heretics had managed to take an earlier lurk timing, if Boo had really tried to limit test and walk his way through showers early on, he would have realized that it was empty.
Yeah.
Only nobody who was trying to juggle around so that he could support short and shut down the showers lurk. But Team Heretics, with all of that structure and all of that discipline, don't take risks like that would have paid off in a moment. But you can't find moments much bigger than these.
Momentum shifts to the other side of things here. It's Heretics, despite the replay showing that pressure seems to be washing off the back of these players. They're in a difficult spot. It's 8-8, your economy's ruined. You have some ults to over, at least the orbital strike in your back pocket. But Kangkang's also got that showstopper, and your ideas are getting picked apart. It's not working on the attack so far.
They don't seem to be applying enough pressure early enough to figure out what EDG's setups are. Now I say that, but it's a sample size really of 1, because round 15 was when they had the judge, and I think that in itself caused them the issues. But these are 2 crucial back-to-back round wins for EDG, because it's probably going to give them a 3rd.
It's time for the course correction, excuse me. You're right. EDG primed and ready to take the lead in this map.
I think the goal for EDG in this round, not just to win, but to try to do it cleanly. If you can save Showstopper, you're probably going to get up to almost all of your other big ultimates, and then you're in a great spot for the next rifle round. And this is how games slip away from you. Heretics had their chance to snowball in that bonus. Are EDG going for a re-clear of Octagon right now? Close range against the eco weapons?
No way.
Just the Prowler.
Stinger confirms it. You do not want to be opted into that fight. EDG smoked off. Disrupts this high low that they were going for.
We've seen EDG rely on their individual fragging to bail them out of some contact re-clears that looked really dangerous. Here's another spot that looks pretty dangerous, to be honest.
It's against the half-bind, but the information gathered.
you've got 3 spots that you can be swung from, including the teleporter.
Boo's got his util out. Oh my goodness, almost adjusting still. Kang with the 1 double satchels, committed to try and stay alive. Nobody. Eyes set onto the target. Mosh pit up and over. Now with the nade and the TP's caught. Benji can't get the third, but already he's done the damage and now doubled up. Kills collected. It's a swarm and an overwhelming presence from Heretics in through the side into the back of his showstopper. This is where it should thrive. Up and over. With a shot return. Bullet to the brain. Nobody with a hell of a task. Gargantuan in nature and the wide swing from Rians. Trades it all in place.
What a round for Heretics. They need
Guys, shot mag-grip dulu ya guys.
They maintain the lead somehow against all odds, with scraps and odds and ends to work with. Not even a smile there for the family. They can't bring themselves to believe.
And I can't blame them.
What a small moment that I want to point out in that round as well. What a clutch nature for Rians to stick the plant. For the MasterCard Thrifty, they needed that plant to go down, but Boo pressured early.
Triple swing. EDG might be on that lower weaponry, but there's still that danger lurking every corner. And Heretics are making sure to make sure that they collect these kills.
Fast flank.
No oversight. There's a fast flank. Prowler's going to be dodged for now as well, but Heretics know that they've got open access.
Really nice from Boo, making sure to monitor as the spike was coming in this direction.
Holding onto it. Wait, they've missed the timing. Boo's still holding. Wait, it's down. Hold on, Woot. Forced to pick up the pieces. Can you forge a path to victory, Chichu? With that rifle. But he's just one man now. Dropped down to 5 health. Nade online for Mini Boo. Mosh still available. It's unwinnable.
Yeah, the snake bite too. Every piece of post-plant utility that Heretics could possibly want in a crossfire setup.
Yeah.
Chichu's going to try and valiantly give his life for it, I'm sure.
There it is.
Benji shoots him in the back.
2-round lead for Heretics. Not giving up hope yet.
What a difference that Thrifty has made. What a huge difference it's made. Instead of being in a rifle round where EDG were 9-8 up, we now find the next rifle round where Heretics themselves are 10-8 up.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Nice dealing with aggression, Wood. Well played.
I do love the way that Miniboo gives very specific praise to his teammates.
Yeah.
You know, he's always got a single focus of something he thinks that they did really well, either as a team, together, really making sure that they keep that at the forefront of their mind. This next round is about to be explosive.
It certainly is.
There are 8 ults online, and almost all of them with these bind compositions are round winning. Yeah. You don't really get any that are throwaways.
EDG going to be thinking to themselves, I mean, it's them that press the panic button almost. Timeout taken. They do have a lot of ults of themselves, but the trouble is you can overthink it so easily. Heretics could very well just send this full throttle in for the A rush. You have a showstopper to work with, you have an orbital strike you can clear through most of the map, cleave your way through.
Do you think that's the kind of team Heretics are, though? I think coming out of rounds like this, they tend to be more measured, more cautious.
Waiting for the idea, seeing if EDG have cooked something up.
I think generally speaking, yeah. I think that EDG are more likely to be the team that takes the risk. 10-8 down, even though they're on tournament map here. EDG convert on bind. Things they wouldn't have dared to dream only a few months ago would be realized.
CDG squad, I mean, not only have they broken past their prior limits, at this point, they're dreaming for the whole bloody thing. I mean, this is the culminating moment of the year. Champions 2024, it's the crowning jewel for VCT.
Simon pushed out. So good work maintaining Shower's control at the start of the round. That might be useful, might be important later on if they group up over towards B and need to take the teleport. Simon's going to look to try to re-clear that at the same time as Nobody and Shishu go exploring sand. Both of those areas, though, have no Team Heretics players defaulting. Instead, it's B long, it's short. It looks like it's going to be a fake B exec here that's supposed to go then into a real A execute, relying on that previous control of Showers. The thing is, there's no way that EDG are going to buy that this is really B, in my opinion, because look at the positioning of Nobody and Shishu. They're just full looking at it.
They are. Simon, though, he's playing floating position. He's in spawn, waiting for the sound cues. kangkang re-exploring. He is isolated, he is alone, but it's only Wu to deal with. He hears the Dizzy, clears his way through. Nightfall is used very preemptively. You can sidestep that one with ease if you're Heretics, but 30 seconds. Time is running short.
The fast flank.
And here it is. All emphasis placed onto this. Mini boot. It's a showstopper in his hands. One right decision, one correct guess could completely change the tide of this fight. Wu dismisses the Dizzy with ease once more. Nightfall's dropped, cracking down on his orbital strike, trying to spray them down. Players are dropped on every single angle. Mini boot wins the fight out, and time is barely there to spare. Chichu, no long for this world. Up to 11 for Heretics, and now they're in the driving seat.
What a game, what a map for Miniboo to come online. 20 kills across 19 rounds, and not just the kill factor, but the manner in which he's doing it, and the kills that he's getting are so important. He gets the kill there to deny kangkang as he's trying to put Spike down. Tries to put the Spike down again, swings, kills Smoggy. If he doesn't kill Smoggy, there's 5 seconds left. The round would probably have been over. What a time for Miniboo to wake up in the grand finals.
Now fast tempo play. Slimmy to evacuate, but we'll be able to escape already. That space is given up. Simon, stray shot, finds a mark. You see this smoke, puts the fear of God into you, I think. If you are, Heretics still going to be going for the plant down. Simon trying to get potentially inside that smoke, but no, the plant is not denied.
Team Heretics, they just control no areas on the map.
Yeah. They're corralled, and they're going to be pushed into this corner with this flank online, and now they have that knowledge, but it's a Thrash committed, one of their own. Sprayed down. Nobody's trying to at least turn some heads over towards him, try and play his team into the fight, into the fray once more. Chichu striking where it hurts, but yet shut down in the moment. Right when it matters most now, Simon, he's got to do it all. Sheriff in hand, upgrade in front of them. Yoinks it, but it's not enough. Up to 12 for Heretics.
This team has dug so deep. It was even at the half. It looked like you couldn't separate them on this map. Heretics have stormed off into the lead. A 4-round advantage now for a team that's been in these spots before. And actually, as the series got deeper and deeper, their play ended up trickling off. They couldn't match the pressure of the moment at Shanghai.
But this is a different Heretics. They've learned from prior experience.
What on earth am I looking at with that Viper ult?
I mean, this is spilling out in all sorts of directions.
That's correct. If you don't go and clear that, you're worried they're retaking sand control at all times. kangkang.
Benji! Oh boy.
You do not expect Benji to be picking up an AWP in the final round. kangkang.
A peak. I couldn't tell if kangkang had one of his own or if it was just a rifle in play, but you're not favored there when Benji can just lock it down.
He's so much further away from the corner as well. He's always going to see you first, but kangkang relying on his skill to take him over the line. This pit, though, continues to be a bit of a bother. Heretics, by the look of it, want to kind of commit to the B site and then just leave hookah.
Plays in front of him, goes for the nose scope, spam down, hello, ults online, Chichu, an attempt to deny the plant. Online, but at least collects the kill before the trade is online, up to 12, and that plant goes off without a hitch. Heretics can feel it.
They know the Benji is market.
He's going to be holding it. Still with that operator. You can't really get active into this moment, but oh, hearing the footsteps. Double back. Simon lights him up. Heads will roll, and it's EDG to this. I mean, trying to stay alive into this map at this point. It's all stacked against them. Avenues accounted for. Positions watched, but luck at a draw there. Util out into the hands. Spamming, praying away down to the 1v1. Simon has got to do it all. A tap and a shot landed. It's not over yet for EDG.
Once again, the newest player comes up clutch. The addition of Simon has added so much to their team environment overall. The way in which kangkang's supported. But today, and in the group stage of the tournament too, we've seen Simon be immaculate in high-pressure clutch spots.
It's almost unfair to ask it of him. It's a rookie to the team, his first international event ever in the grand finals of champs.
Come on, please.
But his composure and his aim look clean at the moment. Kang does pick up the operator. It was saved. Got no armor to go along with it, though.
Potential tool that they could use. Slower play by Heretics, and still they are in the driving seat. Nobody tucks himself close, a bit of stray spam, but nobody finding a mark. He's weaving around them, dancing around them, eventually found and dropped. Plants it online, but none the wiser. And an alternate hand to Kang. Spotting the retreating players, at least hearing it, a pre-fire towards the corner, to no avail. Nade, rebounds, damage, connects, it cancels, Rians, he's out of it. Simon's defusing, what a body block! Simon, he's got it all the way. Absolutely spectacular.
What an outrageous play. What a phenomenal protocol for EDG. The nade up and over the top, cancelling the thrash, and then the body block. Get yourself a job in the Premier League as a keeper. Just rattled off his shins. Also, what on earth is nobody doing inside this smoke? Why did it take him 15 seconds to die?
Just absurd. The clearance is going to be haunting Heretics. Timeout called for them. I said they were in the driving seat, but they are losing grip of the map. And with it, the series, the finals. Still 2 rounds is what they've got to work with. All they need is one.
Look at what it's doing to the fans down there, and imagine how that's echoed in the players. The fans have the freedom to sit there and allow it to affect them. The players have to shrug it off and move on instantly, not allow themselves to dwell on it for even a second. Neil looks stressed though. If they lose a couple rounds, it's going to be overtime with EDG having 4 rounds in a row. Heretics have got to close it out in the next 2, otherwise it could be curtains. And that trophy that they can see between the 2 teams, almost a touching distance away, it would be at least a year. Perhaps you may never have an opportunity like this.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's just a brutal moment for it.
Brutal doesn't begin to describe it. You're putting everything into these next 2 rounds. And now even more time to stew, to simmer.
A PC issue. And all of the players, forced silence coming out of talking to their coaches. Time to sit and simmer on the words, and also just take a look over to the trophy. And honestly, try not to think about what it means to them.
Absolutely.
What we've heard from both of these teams in the press conference, but Heretics especially, is that they cannot allow matches like this to have meaning. The more you attach meaning to it, the more difficult it becomes to just allow yourself to be in the moment and treat it like any other match. You see Benji there, eyes closed, meditating, trying to keep himself in the zone.
Focused, locked in.
Have you ever tried to stay focused on a task with 10,000 screaming people around you?
It's very, very difficult. Tell you that for free.
And the rounds that they're going into, truly ridiculous. Listen, no matter which way this slices, we've got an incredible finish here to Champion Seoul. A different region winning every single one of our trophies throughout the year. That's incredible. First time seeing EMEA in a Champs Final since 2021 as well.
I know, sorely missed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Been out of it for a while, but this is a Heretics team, honed and polished over the course of the year as well, which, listen, I remind you, the expectations of this squad were just absolutely at the bottom. People would not expect them to do as well as they did. They got to Madrid, people were describing their performances, potentially that flash in the pan, but not really amounting to too much, but respectable for rookies. Respectable that they made a good go of it. Shanghai, the drive and finish to the finals, but just within touching distance of that trophy there. Not that one in particular, but at least another one, much like it.
And remember that this is the first global tournament where they've had their full team. You're talking about Madrid, Shanghai. They played both of those in Paditek, who I'm not sure exactly where he is right now in the crowd, in the audience. I assume he's at the VIP seats. Only about 20 meters away from the players. He was once up there, twice up there in fact, on stage, but once in the grand finals with them. He'll be willing them on with all of his heart to close things out here on Bind. While most of the other fans in the audience are hoping EDG can bring it back, win cleanly 4 in a row, and hoist that Champions Trophy.
That's what they're all playing for.
God, take a look at this once more. What a timing for a play like that. We had a body block play on something similar in the group stage, where someone was able to headbutt it out the way. This one clacking off the shins.
It's a crew player, I think.
We're seeing such great protocols. You know, if we go on to Abyss, if that's the next map we're looking at, we've seen DRX earlier on in the tournament have that denial of the Astropol post-plant setups.
It's been a lovely tournament for it. Just individuals stepping up in intelligent little ways. Hasn't just been how to take fights, the gunplay, the util. We've seen players
small details.
shine. Yeah, the small details, minutia. All right, back into it here. Heretics hoping to make this round a turning point.
And this could be everything. If Heretics lose, Benji is not going to have enough money. Woot barely with enough. Depending on plant money as well. Heretics need this round to go their way, otherwise we could be looking at overtime.
Big Oats online on the Heretic side. Lots of tools to work with to get it over the line.
It looks like they're trying to disguise Kang here. So they're playing him with the Viper Orb. You're not going to expect this.
No Heretics might have taken it. Hook, line, sinker. It's 4 players. Creeping closer, waiting for re-exploration. Orb in their face. Kang will have to respect this to some degree. Doesn't know if they've crossed up. Boom not broken. Orb once more. Renewed. Refreshed. Snake bite to answer. Hard committed onto the corner. Showstopper right from behind. But Kang skewers them in place. Up and over with a Souljuice cut. EDG making a go of things. 35 seconds. The plant is down. Nade and Molly down at the feet. Dropping Boo in place. And Woot can do naught but watch on in horror as another round is lost beneath them.
3rd in a row for EDG. They're on the EDG train. Heretics might have just lost control of Bind. What a skewering from Kang.
Plays being made, man, all over the place.
We've talked so much about how Kang's actually dropped the operator in this run here. He's picked it back up a little bit. Against Leviathan, he pulled it out 20% of rounds instead of his usual 11, 10. You're seeing him pull it out again here. When the pressure's on, he's got a skill that few others in the world can match.
No one's really possessing it. Ice cold. Heretics relegated down to essentially a bargain bin buy. Don't get me wrong, there's still that danger, but it's all on the line and they're all grouped up. This is very much looking like an all-in play and approach. Horns is not broken, nade and spam right through the box. An opening kill onto Smoggy, pit in place. Nobody seeking to answer back.
This is where Kang should be looking to pick up the rifle. He does. They have Thrash to try to clear the pit. There's still many chances for EDG to take it to overtime.
Flank control watched for, and like you said, the Thrash is going to be clearing and cleaving the way through. Path potentially. Here, lying in wait, Thrash is there alongside a sees. His players need to be defended. Woot steps up to the challenge, but dropped inside. Kang. Overtime in sight. And EDG are hungry for it, trying to will it forward. Defuse the nade, but the shot's online. They don't have it. Time. It's not a line, man. Heartbreak for EDG. The tiniest of differences. And Heretics, they will it forward. We are going to Abyss.
What an incredible contrast that is to the previous time where Chishu was able to body block the molly. This time, Boo makes all the difference. fires it from the same spot. It wasn't blocked. And Simon tries to do what he can, but melts away, incinerated, immolated. And the Red Bull clutch carries Heretics forwards.
All smiles, feeling good, thoughts and prayers across the board, but we are going to map 5. We would not have it any other way.
GG euy, tinggal satu lagi nih. Bis tuannya.
To map 5, baby. Heretics, they pulled it back. I'm your host, Izza, and I'm here once again with Steel, Kakuka, and Mimi. What an incredible bind that was.
It was insane. That last round to close things out, a Kung ace, but not in time past the Molly. And that felt like the story of that game to me. It was so many of these scrappy rounds from Team Heretics, winning eco after eco just to stay alive in this finals.
Yeah, time after time, we see, as you're saying, Heretics really trying to cling on everything that they have, winning those very important rounds. The timeouts are coming in the most important times, but we have to highlight Mini Boo just having the best utility that you got as a duelist when it comes to this ecos. On the other side, EDG also got a lot of rounds that they were not supposed to, but my biggest point of concern is those retakes that we were seeing at the end of it. EDG was not really able to win them.
I mean, speaking of retakes, though, I saw also at the start of the game, Team Heretics wasn't doing their fair share of that as well. One of the first attempts at A through lamps was abysmal. Like, you don't even have to go in there, and I know that Sideshow pointing out on the cast about the placement of the mosh pit, but I have to agree with Mimi about how that last round was a big story about how the entire game went. It was sloppy, it was back and forth, you couldn't predict it until the very end, just because it's just individuals shining at specific moments.
Yeah, and speaking of individuals, Mini Boo, though, what a time for him to come alive. We heard it from his coach, Neil. He is not just the frags. He brings so much to this team.
Yeah, and we also heard it in the PMI. He wants to feel like he can be the best duelist out there. There's so many conversations about other players out there, especially in his own team, right? But he wants to be part of the conversation. He wants to get this trophy to prove it to himself.
He absolutely does. And I mean, facing Kong Kong on the other side, I think he has to. We hadn't seen as many of those star moments from Mini Boo this tournament. I think a lot of it has come down to being very much a system player, getting traded out in a lot of these rounds. Yep. But the games where he is still playing that hyper-aggressive style, setting his team up for success, but also winning a lot of those opening duels and having those individual impact rounds as well. When the game is getting sloppy, like you were talking about in this match, Steel, it is really important to have him playing like this.
I was gonna say, when you get into these really sloppy fights, I noticed from the side of Team Heretics, they would be fumbling around with their abilities. Like, some people would be taking out ability, like Dizzy coming out or Molly's coming out from Boo, and the only person that's really on point with how they're able to handle that chaos when situations get really messy, Mini Boo does shine on top because he's so quick. He has to be as raised.
I mean, as we head on to Abyss, though, I am worried for EDG. Yeah. That is not the way you want to lose on Bind, and you saw it on the faces of those players. They were annoyed, they were angry. Of course you would be in that situation.
It's heartbreaking because you can tell that the pressure is getting to both of the teams. Both of them losing the advantages, losing the ecos, not being able to think through. They already knew that they have a very strong post plan, that they have to deny those positions and they have to do it faster. And moving on to Abyss, it becomes even a bigger concern.
Well, to tack onto that point, it's all about that resilience. It's about, as we talked about, the ecos happening earlier. If you lose a bad round because a Molly gets blocked or because you get ecoed by sheriffs, being able to bounce back and get that next round right after and mentally reset is so important. And we're seeing that from both teams throughout, and we're going into map 5. That's good to have.
No player on that stage has made it to one of these stages before. None of them have made it to the top 4 of an international event in Valorant until they made it here. Sure, there were the earlier moments for Team Heretics when they were playing in Shanghai, when they were losing in that final. But now it's champions, it's another level, and they have to be thinking back to those second place finishes, using that as motivation to come back and really lock in for this final map here.
You can use it as motivation, but again, is the ghost on your back thinking, I already made it to that map number 5. I was here in this position, and the pressure took the best out of me. We're saying they do not want to come second again, but they're clinging to the situation right now. They should be very comfortable about Abyss. I think that the loss that they had against Leviathan yesterday has to do also with the composition and how we're trying to deal with it. But it is not something that we're going to see from EDG.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like deja vu almost. It was Heretics that was on the receiving end of it. They looked boomed on that last map in Shanghai, and also in the previous grand finals they were in as well this year. But EDG, they've never even played a best of 5 on the global stage. I just want to make sure that they're not going to be boomed going to this map.
Well, boomed is definitely not what you want. When I look at these teams, though, and I look at how the games have been progressing so far throughout, starting from that Haven, even especially in that Lotus, how these big team brawls happen. Pound for pound, these guys are toe-to-toe with each other, and it's difficult to predict how things go, and it does come down to these clutch moments. So what I look for in this next map is that endurance race is about how they're able to stay collected and which team is able to build momentum, a string of 4 or 5 rounds in a row instead of just back-to-back or 2 rounds at a time, switching it off.
I mean, we've questioned the stamina of Team Heretics as we take a look at the agent select. Mimi, we know what this comp does. EDG surely will have some answers as well.
Absolutely. I mean, both these comps play a very similar style. For me, a lot of this is going to come down to the mid control. I feel like both these teams, when we saw them play, especially against Leviathan. Struggled with how that harbor comp was taking space in that area of the map. I think providing pressure there is so important to winning on your mid round on Abyss.
Yeah, and when we talk about the pressure, we acknowledge Benji's playing on the Cypher, but EDG does not have that Sentinel. We need to see the value coming out, because I think that for EDG, this double controller suits them so well. They're trying to replicate a little bit of what they do on Lotus.
When they can slice up the map like this and force the fights, which they have been really good at, that's when things get worrying for Team Heretics, especially at that B defense getting split on from middle. That's what I look for Team Heretics.
Well, this is it. No more room for mistakes. It all comes down to one final map, and the winner will be our 2024 champions. Give it up one last time. Show some love. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Excited to get into this one. It's the crowning moment for one of these teams, but on the other side, it will be bitter disappointment.
And if you think about their stories, EDG getting crucified by their fans early this year, failing to live up to expectations, they rebuilt, kicked the door open here at Champs for Chinese teams at international events. They've shown, they've proved that China can compete for trophies, earned that respect on par with any other region. But Heretics, they are the China Slayers. We saw that at Shanghai, defeating all oncomers from that region. And they've learned so much from the grand finals at Shanghai. You can see it in the way they play, in their tenacity, rather than the manner in which they fell over in that prior grand final.
I mean, there's a certain resilience now about this Heretics team. They know that they are capable of lifting a trophy. It's all about learning from those moments, and they appear to have done just that, bringing us here to Abyss, a defining map in our grand finals.
Look at how EDG takes space on this map. It's all about the smokes. They smoked over towards B and A main, normally where you would see defenders put the smokes, just so that they could take control. And that recon dart also gives them priority onto angles.
Priority almost paying off. Minibu has to activate the dash. Drop down to 1 HP.
Benji gonna get challenged here.
He's holding the slightest of off angles here with a knife. Activates the cage. He's going to be hiding in this one. Here's that timing and strikes right where it hurts. Kang removed. Chewing up these players as well, but he's just going to try and survive with the flash in his face through the backside control. He can lay claim and lay waste, but Chichu is doing exactly that on the other side of things. A, cracked wide open. Rotations are forced, and damage still yet to be done. Nobody. He's creeping, crawling forwards, finally reveals his hands. He's using the dart to try and get ahead of the timing, but he's dropped instead.
That's way too aggressive for nobody. It's just giving away the advantage.
Oh,
but Smokey's there.
Minibu! The return of the fire, the return of the shot to 2v2. Anyone's game here for the pistol round.
Nobody's distraction, though, has given these players so much space to go and play with. Chichu's post-plant position is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Somehow Minibu and Benji are reading into it. They're slowly clearing this.
Slowly clearing, but damage needs to be done. Benji Fishy doesn't account for Simon. Once more, this rookies in a team closes out a round, a necessary one.
It's a bit messy for EDG, but you can see the game plan working fairly well. Oh, what a time into a court inside.
30 seconds left.
Astral plane there. Boo completely caught off guard. That's the same kind of timing that Boo himself likes to take on the lurks. Surprised he got caught by that one.
Ada yang pakai baju PRS.
Look at that, smokes being thrown. Astra smoke on B main, Omen smoke on A main. Makes it very, very difficult for Team Heretics to contest these lines early on. And then when they hit the sites, they can still use the Astra stars as util, like stuns in certain areas. You can stun nade, stun shock. You'll still have enough smokes. The weakness of the composition, of course, is that they don't really have that flank watch, and it's something that they had to adapt to over the course of the last time they played Abyss.
Well, Benji makes a good go of things. Chichu saved by the Conqueror.
Oh.
Take flight. Nobody going for that reclear out through mid. See if they can take some space. Who himself looking to potentially take that timing, but no. Instead the stack over towards A, which the gamble will be incorrect.
EDG looking like they're going to get a fairly easy opening here on Abyss. The first couple rounds dodging those thrifties that were nightmarish on Lotus and Bind, actually.
Wow.
Both teams running into
time, right? Weapons dropped off. Chichu doesn't want to risk going down here. Hands it off over towards Simon, goes for the plan as well. He's going to be close. Big ult there. Cosmic Divide. One away now. Chichu can go hunting.
The Cosmic Divide is massively impactful on this site as well. Actually, on both sides. Throwing it down to be able to get cheap.
They realize it. Sorority was one away.
Yeah.
Make the percentage play.
They want to make sure that they deny that.
Kalawan
I
jatuhkan
think it is the right
diri.
play in that moment, actually. Yeah, you don't deny any situations, deny any like shields or anything like that, but the likelihood of you actually being able to do a lot of damage when you've already given EDG full site control, pretty unfortunate. Kind of callous though to send Dizzy in there as well. No need for that, in my opinion.
Dizzy doesn't deserve that. No retrieving that here, bottom of the pit.
Yeah, the real game begins now though.
Yeah, Mini-Boo rifle in hand, alongside Woot. It's a double up, I believe. Hilo set up, and they're going to try and catch this corner with a recall star. Shot that two alongside that flash. This is a little bit precarious as well. These players are going to be trying to meet their match. Hold him beside there. Kang seeking to dash into play, but already dealt with. Dart into one of the players. Woot is tucked. It's at the tipping point here, but he's able to escape in kind.
Yeah, well escaped actually. He was under a huge amount of util pressure there. I like the idea from Heretics. They doubled up on the ult orb, thinking that Chishu was going to play around for it.
Right there.
Uncertainty though, but orb's going to be picked up. Knife is broken. Mini-Boo is low enough still, trying to at least remove one of the heads of these players. EDG do not like what they've seen. Still, they don't have control of the map anywhere else. They're grouped up here for very much an all-in over towards B.
I think Mini-Boo's got to be hitting those. If people are walking into his crosshair, you have to be good for it. This is the final map of the grand finals of champs. You cannot let free kills escape.
Boo. Great timing on the swing. A little bit labor with the follow-up. Able to achieve second kill that he was hoping for. Stars rejuvenated. Mini-Boo. Talk about heating up.
Mini-Boo.
And he will turn up.
Back with a vengeance.
I have the spike.
An impossible task for Smoggy here. We're seeing quite a bit of EDG trying to sneak through along this back pillar route. The more damage he does, the better it is. But he's not going to be able to get even the plant down. Well, I mean, he'll go for it for the money, of course, but not to extend the round.
Into the tail end. Not the worst scenario.
Yeah, it means though that he has to keep the Guardian. Oh, no, he gets the upgrade at the end as well. Not bad. Yeah, this is what I was pointing out, though. Kang looking to try to jump into B along that cliffside is a little unusual. Great shots from Mini-Boo. He needs to be playing well. He was fantastic on Bind.
Yeah.
Really stepped up for them. One of the biggest reasons why Team Heretics were able to deny EDG the trophy, at least for one more map. Team Heretics, though, had a huge defensive anti-strat to try to deny Chishu the ult orb. Well, now he has it. Now he has the Cosmic Divide. What is Team Heretics' game plan around it? We're seeing teams try to put smokes down so that they can walk through the Cosmic Divide. That's normally what teams try to run.
EDG trying to ensure that map control is still potentially theirs, or through, just in case there's somebody getting cheeky. Shock Dart gets rid of the cam, so it's exactly the intent. Remove the question marks, or at least create them on the side of Heretics. Make them re-explore.
And this area of the mid is so important if the attackers are able to take it. It cuts off those defensive rotates.
Tag onto the one. Smoggy's ahead of most of this. Primes him ready. Quick pounce, being double held, and while the Dizzy gets that acknowledgement, connecting. Shots here for Smoggy. Realizes his back is open. The paranoia has to be let loose. Unleashed Dart. Up and over top. Spam potential might be there. Woot will just lock that one down. Crouched up. Finds the angle, but an open B side as a result of it. It's all about whether EDG can find that spacing, and already in through the back of the site. Unexpected Woot. Does not get punished though. Flash up and over towards the top. It's gone 1-for-1 with the kills, and Simon, goodness me, Benji, able to respond.
Power satu.
Flatlines him. Brings it to that 1v2 to clutch. They'd love to win. Nobody offers up the kill anyway. 7 bullets remaining. Chichu knows the play his life.
And as he backs up, this is going to be a tough situation for Benji.
Definitely is. On top of it, tap to force out the first round of this. Position to be played. Cam catches it.
Whoa!
And Chichu catches a bullet straight to the dome. Benji pulls off the almost impossible.
Ay, sakit. Sakit, guys.
Was here as an influencer. He was invited to come and attend champs to kind of introduce his Fortnite following to the game that he'd started to play. Did he rely?
Oh, good. You're very good. You're a very good player. I'm proud of you.
Keren,
Did he
Benny.
rely on his following and his clout to get him into a big team? Did he surround himself with stars in Valorant? No. He grinded tier 2. He got himself onto a rookie squad. He wanted to prove himself, same as anybody else. My God, he has been.
Yeah, hard work has followed this Heretics squad all throughout this year.
Ini dia menjadi
Polishing their play, honing it. It's a deadly edge to this Heretics squad. You can feel it now of all the experience that they have got themselves in. Shocks close to cleared away once more, but it's Trip. Lay it down at the feet. Cosmic Divide will ensure that they don't get spammed down. That's precarious. Kang drifting off to the edge there, but the plan should go down without any problem. Simon lays it down onto the floor. 5v5 still, and the flank is being watched ever so slightly. Still, there's that uncertainty. You can see heads on a swivel. Who's scared of the punish.
Good. Yeah, the star not being laid down here on the spike, actually. Whoa, they did not expect Kang.
Kang's laying claim towards the back of the side. Nowhere clearing. Miniboo has to strike. Spraying down. Survival is necessary.
Chichu.
Enough for the fire from behind. Rian's now sticking. Pull is late. Half already. And up onto the flank. Chichu has brought him an opportunity. And no one can stand against that.
The two Smokes players pinching from either side, shutting things down, showing you the power of this composition that EDG has brought out on Abyss. Chichu was so far away, properly baiting his team, but in a way to play for that post-plant clutch factor. I think EDG needed that one after what Benji had done to them previously. It's also knocked the economy though of Heretics. Even though Benji won the prior round, he was the only player that stayed alive. EDG's economy looking good. Null command available too.
Plenty of action up through mid. Miniboo might be unaccounted. Bladestorm in his hands, flash in his face.
They've definitely seen him in this spot though. The question is just how you deal with it. I'm not sure that you really can. You can obviously stun this position. If it was only Miniboo on his own, you could easily deal with it. But you're worried about other people swinging off his contact.
To get himself out to play this one, a full 5-player hit. Dart up and over. Peace of mind towards the back of the site. The plan. Nothing to deny it here from Heretics, but up onto the flank, Miniboo has to be the playmaker. Smoke's fading. Kang hard committed. No one to play off of him. Looking to take these angles. It is risky. Play like this, forcing them out into the open, updraft dash and away, but somehow missed the mark in the timing. EDG contain the flank, but the flood is now through. Heretics out through the back now. Smokes and Stars placed down, trying to divide and conquer in through the map, but Chichu again. It's a 3-piece into the round and Simon to end. 4 rounds now for EDG.
It's looking even better than the last time we saw them on Abyss, in my opinion. EDG had already demonstrated that with this new composition of theirs, they've got a lot of nice execute ideas. They've got good post-plant ideas too. But what they're adding in here is the macro concept of that little pressure towards mid that we've seen on other rounds, the post-plant flank, the awareness. And it's scary if a team like EDG is getting better on a map as the tournament goes on.
Let's go.
When it's the decider. And Heretics, they have struggled a little bit here, but I think a lot of that they put down to playing against the Harbor that Leviathan had brought out. The thing is, Lev were using the Harbor to go and take mid control, and that's kind of what EDG are looking to do in some of these situations as well. how the Heretics respond.
Absolutely. EDG themselves as well had to adapt over the course of a series on this map. They came up with the right answers. Who has an ult in the back pocket? This is Team Heretics with the timeout. They have to stop the bleeding in its tracks. It's the last map of the Grand Finals, the last map of your year.
Incredible that you've even managed to stretch the year to this length, though. These are our last two teams remaining. And you might have been able to see it coming a little, based on Team Heretics' upsurge at the start of the year and their Shanghai performances. EDG have come out of the blue. You know them from previous years, but this one would be a surprise.
Tegang sekali nih, Cok.
Nobody was expecting this. EDG not missing a beat.
It's
just that here.
It's so tough to deny this space from them. They're just ready to execute in any round because you can't take away a main.
No pushback, damage done. Stray bullets, Rians really needs to be careful here.
Playing in Benji.
Flashes out and through Benji, in through the back once more. Shock darts, laying down the damage, laying down the bullets, but it's just a bit delayed. Rians can't quite deny that one. And now the Thrash, trying to play them back in, is still sprayed down off to the side, collecting these kills. Dissecting the map, Heretics are trying to flood their way back.
Gang, ini nih baru benar-benar grand final ini, Cok.
Post-plan util for days on EDG's side. It comes down to the shots being hit. We're with the defuse. Once more to pull in sight. No half obtained. And drop down to the wire. Hunter's Fury will close with no issues at all. Who is left to scramble? And EDG holds strong.
Heretics have not come up with the answer here. They can't figure out what to do against EDG. It's so difficult to anchor onto the site. Everybody's coming in immediately after Kangkang. Kangkang's being supported by recon darts, flashes, stuns from the Astra as well. And if you can't anchor, well, can you try to retake against this? It's very difficult. The post-plant power is super good from EDG's composition.
Jangan lupa like-nya. Jangan lupa like-nya, guys. Buat yang baru join, para warga-warga.
The economy is booming for EDG. It's a 3-round lead. Looking to keep it going, looking to maintain it all the way through.
I think this is a nice adjustment from Boo, this smoke that he's put down over towards B. Because it tries to keep EDG back a little bit. They've been aiming to take that space themselves. But if they're worried about somebody pushing forwards and playing inside the smoke, it will stall them out a little. But I don't think that's going to be the key difference to Heretics winning the map. It's just a small piece of the puzzle.
Got to come up with answers outside of a round like this where the money is knocked.
And I think they need a fundamental change, because otherwise EDG looks super comfortable.
Just going to give them B main, A main control the whole time, as you were already talking about.
And mid as well, though.
Yeah, you're letting them just explore every single option.
Yeah. Here they smoke off mid. Now, whether or not they're going there, or whether that's just to pull people towards the center of the map for the defenders, remains to be seen. But you see that Heretics, they are just sat back pretty passively. And okay, this one's an eco, but it's reminiscent of how they've played the majority of their defense half so far. I need to see them getting aggressive on defense here, I think.
Tight pushback, Dash is active. In through, there's the slightest of timings, but Rian, the shot just missing. Defense in order here. Simon just pushing back the invaders onto the site. It is theirs. Rian's ult just popped off. It's a winnable scenario, and the kill is collected. Spike needs to go down. 4 seconds, nobody. Will he be able to stick it? Denied! From the brink, Heretics found their answer.
There's no way again! Reminiscent of Haven, that EDG are losing these rounds.
Tidak ada cara lain.
Throwing that utility in.
Wow, wow. Menegangkan sekali, saudara-saudara.
To me, is ludicrously good. I didn't think there was much they could do there to stop that from going down. But with such little time, Rian's found that denial. And the mosh was within, what, 0.3 of a second?
So close.
What a MasterCard thrifty.
Heretics are right back at it. It's an off in the hands of Mini Boot. Not the adjustment that we were perhaps looking for, but They have changed the defensive setup, but mid is open as a result of it. Just the one trip to watch. It's still a weak point.
The trip is desperately important here. Do they see it? Yes, and before they run into it too.
Broken. Mid compromised, pings are already out. EDG looking to maybe set their sights over towards A.
You have to pull people back from the site to monitor these connectors now. And you probably have to go for a re-clear, but that's difficult with Miniboo opping.
And you clear through the fog of war. Smokes at their back, Benji Fishy. Here's the dash. Knows his time is now. That's a mosh pit that he just kicks right into their face, and they weren't perhaps expecting that. Still, Spike dropped down to the feet. The side opened up overwards, at least B main. 3 versus 3 though. This is rapid by Heretics. Looking to shore this one up. Potential for the flood, but an off retake, as you mentioned, is never ideal.
Oi!
Whips it around him.
Pakai OP. Ini Bu.
Not willing to give up that operator just yet, Kang. Down onto the bridge, almost takes the timing straight past the Dizzy. He's causing all sorts of problems right now, and he just needs to buy time for Simon. Striking right where it hurts, dropping these players in their tracks. EDG still here to play and still here to win a trophy.
They're not creeping closer, they're galloping towards it at the moment. They've knocked Heretics down onto another eco round. This one, that mid pressure once more, the macro, it's looking lovely. Nobody's calling is excellent here on the attack side. Even with Miniboo hitting the quick scope, EDG still get themselves into a spot where they're able to convert. Perhaps if they, in that round, if Boo had been able to win his fight as a site anchor, maybe it could have been doable, but he's 1-8 right now. The IGL struggling to get a grasp on the game and a grasp on his gun.
Just not seeing it. Tag up 2. Trip's gonna be broken. Boo under all that pressure. The heat is turned up. Boo can only do so much. It's 1 kill before the fire is returned.
And this time the adjustment from Heretics was that double push. I said I wanted to see them get aggressive on defense. The problem is the map is so big. It just takes so long for Miniboo and Woot to pull off this flank.
By the time they get into this fight, time, as you said, already ticks off. Could be missing the mark on some of this one here. Smuggy's got a lot to watch for here, but same could be said for Heretics. Dizzy though, wants it out still. He's expecting it and lay claims to their life. 7-3. At this point, EDG are not being stopped by anything at all.
Heretics need a game plan adjustment. They've got to figure out a solution here if they want any hope. If bind is to mean anything, they need to figure an answer, because EDG's composition, which is pretty unique, we do not see other teams running this kind of comp. It's just been unstoppable on their attack side.
What's the issue for Heretics here? As you said, they have to come up with the right answers. It's the second timeout burnt. Final map here of our grand finals. It's all on the line and more. It's your entire year culminating. As I said prior, I have a bitter disappointment where you can revel in the glory of a trophy lift that you've only dreamed of up to now.
Heretics have been dreaming about it since that loss in Shanghai. Hoping to take it on the second go around, and it looks like it's slipping further and further away from them. I promise you that trophy, it's equidistant from both teams on the stage, but every time we look, it's inching towards EDG. Willing it in their direction, the fans, the players, the plays they're making. I think this round is everything here. It's the difference between a 9-3 or possibly a 7-5 recovery for Heretics. The ults favor them.
Exactly so. You have the ults to work with, but there's trials and tribulations all across the map.
I was watching EDG the last time they played Abyss. Smoggy actually ulted onto B rafters as part of their exec. So don't put it beyond EDG to do something absolutely nuts here with it all on the line.
Bit of presence from EDG. I think they're worried about the re-clear. Woot has the thrash. Leaving Simon spike in hand.
They've seen this trip before up in mid. I'm surprised they're not sending a shock to try to clear it.
That's easy enough over the top. Don't have to open up your body to it.
Setting up for the A split, which we've not seen very much of. Nobody in mid, nobody to try to punish.
It's a fake, I think. Potentially trying to pull these players for Simon to capitalize, but no, the call is cancelled anyway. They want to take this one in the direction of A.
Get away.
Still lining up, reinforcements arriving here in the footsteps. It's a rumble and a scattered fight indeed. Skirmish to be taken. EDG, a striking right where it hurts. Nobody's detained. But honestly, again, the scaling that's required. Touch to the side and the weapons right out, ready to strike. Boo is dropped in place. And Mini Boo left with it all to do. It's just not possible. Whoop the Wonder Boy. He'll make a good go, but that is just... It's impossible to get past at this point. The team is firing on all cylinders. EDG can feel it. They are
Keren
empowered.
ini cuy.
Taking all of that mid control, setting themselves up. No resistance from Heretics. When two players went to go and re-explore, I don't think they were expected to see 4 of EDG there. They thought that was setting up for an A split. They thought they caught the timing and were starting to rotate. They don't have enough information around the map. They're not playing aggressively enough on the defense side, and they're allowing EDG to run over them.
And scraps with the bye. Final round of the first half of our final map of Champs 2024.
And this drone is going to spot an open site. No defenders, no anchors. Nobody to even break the drone and threaten.
Suara aman kah guys?
Keys been left in the door. Spike exchanges of the hands. You hear these footsteps and have a tap as well.
Kalau kurang kasih tau gua ya.
Counter spam. Push back posture. Boo can't stand against it. Cosmic Divide though is ready. Lying in wait.
The protocols are so good from EDG to get the plant down. They're not getting caught by this.
Benji though, up onto the cross. That was up through mid. Kang was trying to be that delayed pressure, presence, potential. It's all going to be removed now, and you can try and flood these players right back in. G2, spammable angle, finally removed. Front of the site is theirs, and here is the old Cosmic Divide. Has to be used, Simon. What is that? Hunter's Fury, off and around. Where's the next layer?
Nih ya, gua nggak bosan ingetin untuk kalian guys. Jangan lupa like-nya buat kalian yang baru join.
In action, Heretics. Granted that final. Lease on life, a 4th round potentially theirs, and it is theirs indeed. First half of Abyss. Is it enough?
They had to fight tooth and nail just to be able to get that final round. It is desperately difficult for them out there. EDG fully in control, within touching distance.
Half time guys.
Potentially looking at one of the most important pistol rounds of these players' careers. 10 of them on the stage, 1 trophy to work towards in the middle of the stage. And listen, doesn't get harder than this for Heretics.
Their backs are up against the wall. They've been in tough spots before. They've been in losing positions in grand finals before. But they need to find it within them to dig deep. Because otherwise, Kang is literally going to be that close to the trophy. kalian is also only 3 kills away from breaking the global kill record in BO5s. Which, if you remember back, we've had players within touching distance. I think I'm right in saying Zekken even matched it, actually, at Madrid. But it seems like they might be breaking history in every single way, EDG, on this tournament run.
Pushing past their own limits. They weren't content with just sitting at that 3rd place, 2nd place. This is a team that know that trophy is in striking distance. The first trophy lift for China. In their sights, kalian taking that contact, taking point. Backs himself down now. Nerves need to be settled here. Risky venture from kalian as well, taking that peak.
I got the spike.
EDG looking for information in A and B main, throwing that recon dart out. Nobody, not looking to save it in case there's some kind of exec on his side. Heretics also looking to explore mid. Both teams realizing that this part of the map super important. Simon's going to be asked a lot of.
Yeah, with a jiggle. There's the info though, and he's going to be backing away. Pings it out, concedes the space, puts the warning sign onto the minimap.
I like this though. Team Heretics, they're pushing back those players, and they're also denying that mid connector. Now if Simon wants to rotate, he's got to go all the way through spawn, and same could be said for kalian and Smoggy. That puts...
Hold on.
Nobody in Chishu on an island, but nobody... What are you doing? Giving away your position here.
Yeah, I mean, firing the dart.
He gets away with it.
That the play was being made here, and they've lost control of it into the process. Oh my God!
Whoa!
Nobody! Oh, goodness me!
He's come up with the pistol round that might have sealed the deal for China, for EDG, for the team that he just took over IGLing for. In the captain's seat, pushing out onto assistant coach. And he's just made one hell of a play here in round 13.
This year, it's been a year of firsts for VCT. We saw Pacific lift the trophy in the hometown territory of EDG themselves. But they are well on course to make history for themselves, carving out a place amongst the elites.
Chishu could get overwhelmed here.
Definitely could. Plenty of bodies here. Tap goes the Guardian. Well, bullet spread. Full and prey to it still. Nobody seeking to redeem. Chance of that. Reinforcements arrive him, but his head peeking out. Shot darts. Delay. Hopefully allow him that retreat, which he does. So, 3v4, plant is down. Heretics have that extra money to work with, but he'd love the round even more. Flash. Dodged. Now the drone. Broken, cleared. kalian's through. Has that Marshall in play. Benji has to make one of himself. The peaks of perfection from EDG. And we are reaching the apex.
EDG get up to double digits.
Tidak tanggung-tanggung.
3 rounds away. They were 3 rounds away on Bind from being able to win this tournament.
Wow.
But at that point, they were not in the driver's seat. It would have taken 3 cleanly to get to overtime and then to win. Here,
by the way, hello, Lil Mino, welcome.
Tying the game up.
The energy in the Inspire Arena is reaching a crescendo. The crowd can feel it. It's up to Heretics to put a stop to it. Full investment with the buy. Heretics have the rifles to play around with.
Taking A main control, looking for information over towards B. On this map, Boo's lurks, often super important, but he's a player that hasn't particularly been able to get online in this final map. On the defense side, brutalized, currently 3 and 13. As many assists as he has kills. Horrible way to end. But Heretics are gonna hope that they can revive on attack. This a fake. Boo calls Rienz over. Looking to apply some pressure, keep these players rooted to the spot. Maybe weaken A just a little. Smoggy already thought it was a fake, actually. He started rotating away when it was only the drone.
Yeah, I think he was dodging out the sideline as well when he was tagged by the drone. He didn't want to get spammed from that spot, but you're right, it could have been a bait and switch to fake out.
And I mean, look at the way that Simon's pathing too. They're reading into this.
Oh, yeah.
It's so similar to what nobody himself does to fake.
30 seconds
Util is primed and ready. Into the hands of these players on either side here to pull, to meet that one with the Dizzy. Pound for pound, bodies are going to drop one forward. It's Hardy. It's perfect once more. Nobody. And Simon, they combine their might.
Set.
They drop these Heretics players dead. Time against them once more. Boo needs to get this kill and will do just that. Defending, punched up. Rians, rounded about, kill.
Gila. Crazy game. Unbelievable.
Clutching the round, getting EDG up to 11. Those kills also break the kill record in a BO5 at a global event. He knows he's the protagonist. He knows that this is his story to write. We are 2 rounds away from a brand new region. 2 years late to Valorant, in case you missed the memo. And to them lifting a trophy.
Heretics are going to go for the Cosmic Divide play, looking for the plant, looking to try to play the post.
It's fast and loose, but it's what they require in a moment like this. Up and over, Chichu weaving in and out, needs to stay alive in this time, but already being swarmed, Dizzy up and around in his face. And kills are collected at least, with Chichu dropped as a chance. Plan already down for Heretics. That's what the ults are good for here. But up through heaven as well, plenty more bodies left to meet them. Spamming away, Mini Boo! Sheriff in hand. He's done enough surely for them. No rifle picked up, but the damage done with those 2 players dropped. He's got to be feeling good about it. Players retreat, EDG realizing, let's give this one up. Let's play for it at a future round.
Every round is going to feel like a mountain to climb for Heretics. They need so many of them. This one, hugely important, but they're not going to have an ultimate like that to work with every day of the week. It's another MasterCard Thrifty. We've seen so many of them. So many of them in this grand finals. But you can't rely on them. You cannot have that be the only kind of situation in which you're winning. Cast caution to the wind. Go for it when you have rifles online as well.
Round by round, but okay, focus.
Focus is called for by Miniboo.
God, this is a wild setup. Going for the flash.
Hold up.
For Kankan to peek immediately by the look of things. Now, are they doing enough contact instead? Waiting.
Timing.
Yeah, waiting to see if there's a Dizzy, a recon.
That gives them precisely the right timing. So Paranoia probably to accompany this, and yes it is. Moves its way through the dart though. Responds, and Heretics push back. Defensive play of EDG.
Yeah, Kankan there as well, rattling out either information or commands.
With Heretics winning their Thrifty, pendulum does swing in terms of that momentum. The economy as well on the side now of Heretics. Have money to work with, but the issue is the buffer in terms of rounds is not exactly theirs. It's a high-low from EDG. And a big test here for Chichu and nobody. Rotating around though, they've given up the positions that they were once holding. Smoke activated, nobody's inside it. Trying to get ahead of the curve and ahead of most of these players as well, but barrels out, instant trade, Woot is good for it. Star up and over, Chichu trying to stun, trying to stay alive, but against that, it's an onslaught, and it's overwhelming. Simon back in the fray, in the fight, but dropped at a moment's notice like that. This is Heretics again.
Ini kalau Edward Gaming juara, selamat ya guys ya.
That Mosh lineup is really good for being able to deal with the way that Chichu wants to anchor the site. He only had a Sheriff at hand. I've seen nobody go for plays like that where he tucks inside a smoke.
Enjoy.
Pistol round most recently, it did actually pay off for him. He got out. Got 3. This time 1 for 1, and that trading from Heretics that they rely on comes through. They actually need those weapons. Kills like that, really important. Look at Smoggy's credits. Got nothing to work with. He at the very least needed to save a gun. And Kankan backs off.
Bit of wandering, bit of wading into the side towards the tail end, and they do collect that kill. Keep it as a consolation prize. The benefit for Heretics here is they're generating these ults. The petrol motion machine, you can definitely keep it rolling.
You can to some degree, yeah. They've got Hunter's Fury online for the next one. Nobody also has that to respond with. And the other big thing to keep in the back of your head here is that Chishu actually has a Cosmic Divide for retake.
This could be the day I die for you.
Who needs an opening ceremony? Get these guys out here next time.
And if that's, if that doesn't speak volumes of the state of mind of these Heretics players, that's the difference for them. Heretics now, once more with a tempo. They might have been looking to strike that dart. Lands up towards heaven.
This is all a fake. You see the spike going in the opposite direction here.
Yeah, sails over.
It's a really convincing fake, though.
Of course, it's got 3 players behind it. Activates the dash to no avail. He's not going to be getting any action anytime soon.
One of the problems with this round. Hello, the spike's coming back over to this side of the map.
What is the call?
What is going on here? Boo's changing his mind, perhaps. One of the weird things is that Heretics like to play offside post plants. They love them. You can't really do that this round. You're just going to end up locked away. That Cosmic Divide up in your face is going to be very difficult to play around. So on-site aggressive post plants have to be called here for Heretics. And it worries me that Boo is so far away.
The reveal. What a mistake. Stack of players now coming. Dart. It's going to be Cloudburst. Cannot defend. Kangang away from that angle. Still heaven. Untouched. And Chichi around the back as well. Good with the aim, but still damage not enough done. Hunter's Fury, if nobody is let loose, it's ripped out into place, and the kill is collected but used in kind by Rians. It's not an ult that they're going to have here. And EDG, they can pounce on this. They can claim that 12.
They can back off sight. Chishu fell in the midst of all of this. No Cosmic Divide available.
But still potentially overzealous. Past their own trips into the backside controller. Paranoia sweeps his way through and cuts out those angles. Dart up and over. Swing from Benji. Boom provides the finishing cover. And the firing line is there. Simon can only do so much. The position like this, it is to no avail once more. 7 rounds for Heretics. If you're going to make this happen, if you're going to try and deny history being made, it has to be on that basis, 1 round at a time.
A jump scare there for nobody, I think, as he expected everybody on Heretics, I'm sure, to be playing offside post plants. Benji and Boo spring out of smoke. Boo living up to his name. EDG are taking attack timeout here to talk about things.
I was trying to drop you the bomb for so long, and I kept dropping my gun.
Well, I mean, I guess that'll happen when the nerves are coming out.
10,000 screaming fans surrounding you.
And these players can't afford to think about how big the match is, but we get the pleasure of doing so. I did want to touch on Kang Kang again, because you were talking about him as being the main character of this arc. When he first started playing Valorant, he was just a boy with a dream. He really was so young. And throughout his meteoric rise in China, to his explosive entry onto the global stage, and then these scarring defeats earlier this year, I feel like he's been adapting, persevering. He's also grown into the one man who could actually fulfill that young boy's dream. There's only one Kang Kang. You see it in the fact that he's set the record here in this match, performing in every single map.
Oh, yeah. It's poetic, I think. This matchup here, Heretics, they got brothers in arm, quite literally brothers in arm. Minibu and Boo aiming for that trophy, trying to take a stab at it. And Kang Kang himself has been carrying the namesake of his brother this entire time. All for that trophy lift that both of these teams are going to be hoping, praying for. A play made, dash forwards, Kang Kang. It's lighter weaponry to work with. Benji Fishy has to hold back the line. Overwhelmed and swarmed. Too many bodies. The Blade Storm is unleashed. Kang Kang trying to make the most of this. Right there behind them, they've lost control of the flank. Heretics have to keep a watchful eye onto this one, but options available if they want to flip the map.
Concealment.
Low enough. 1 bullet will do him in. Kang Kang aims to do the most, and an open sightline head is found. Out for the side once more. Boo swings, perfect timing, but leaps into the fray and wasn't expecting that. Smoggy, fully aware. Rians potentially accounted for, maybe heard the footsteps, maybe not, I'm not too sure. Still gets the job done. Time is ticking. Woot to do it all. Thrash in hand. You can see to deny, you can see to delay. Up and over the TP. Woot! Has he got it done?
That's so close.
The circle shrinking.
I don't think he's got it.
It's milliseconds. Smoggy. Oh my!
$120 milliseconds away from taking EDG to tournament point. A sloppy post plant gets the job done and denies that round.
I'm speechless. Woot's no stranger to coming down to the wire.
Do you think he was confident about the internal clock there?
I don't know. It's a nail biter.
Reminiscent of that final round of Bind. 4 rounds in a row now for Heretics, and the Red Bull clutch. They can't even believe it.
Let's go! Control is shifting for EDG over this series. What is that? Is that an arena dipped in red, I see? Is that a tech pause once more?
Another quick one by the sounds of it, is what I'm being told. But my God, we were talking earlier about how some of these pauses in the action had come at spots where it was an imbalanced situation anyway.
Oh yeah.
Can't even remember what map it was. I think it was Sunset. One team vastly in control. That was EDG at the time. Now here, cut the tension with a knife. The people in the arena don't know whether to start cheers or to chew the ends of their fingers off.
Oh yeah.
Because it's so real, the possibility of this comeback. EDG were fully in control, and now they're having to avoid letting it all go away from them. We're back in.
Yeah, straight back in. The timer is ticking. Kang hyping the back up, keeping the morale and players on their feet. Like you said, the comeback is very much on. It's very much real. You cannot let moments like this define you. To let your chances slip away. Mini boot. It's a rapid play from Heretics. He's going to be leading the charge once more. Blade Storm, dash to the side. Evacuation, caught on either side. Up and over though. The high ground perch and potentially the danger zone. Dizzy up and over the top. Connections abound. Heretics are dropping them all in their place. It's Rians. Watchful eye onto all the angles. He dominates them onto the side. Simon to respond, but it's only the one. Ult is available in the back pocket. But do you choose to use it? Do you choose to commit? Heads available, ready to be popped. But it's all Rians and Woot, side by side. He slapped them down.
The Turkish brothers in arms. Playing next to the Lithuanian brothers in blood, Heretics. They've just come out with another blinder, and they've taken the final kill, denying a crucial gun away from EDG. Chishu has no money to play with. They could try to scrap together a buy, but it would be an ugly looking thing. 5 in a row.
5 in a row. And I was so ready to tell you the story of heartbreak for Heretics. A squad that has got so close in the past with rookies on this team. Honed and polished over the course of the year. And it was looking like they were going to be denied that chance at a trophy. But fate wrangled, twisted out of the hands of these EDG players. The pressure shifted onto them, and Kang forced to step up to the moment. Dash to avoid, and shots are fired. Kang, he's monstrous when he gets going, and he does it almost single-handedly.
The angel of death has descended on Heretics. What did we just watch with Guardian in hand?
There's no way. Snaps it up.
On Lotus, they ended it on a thrifty. Here, Kang once more breaks another record with that pop-off. He's now got the most kills in any BO5 in competitive Valorant in VCT. Globals, regionals, anything. This guy's farming.
He's the main character. He's got the aura to back it up. It's the impetus now. And the tension just breaks with that four-piece.
Yes, you were all ready to tell the story of heartbreak for Heretics. I hope you didn't throw away the pages of the book.
Oh no, it's still there. It's come so close to the finish line once more. Closer than ever before to the finish line. Touching distance of the trophy. EDG steal it right back. Kang in hand, the signature weapon of this man right here. Been highlighting him, been gassing him. He's going to be under that pressure, but still delivers. One shot found. And a chisel slowly etching away the potential for EDG to make history for China. A trophy lift in sight. Rians with the plan. Cosmic Divide providing that safety. But it fades away. And a reset called for. Player disadvantage still here. Plenty of targets. Open and shut. Simon with the ult. Paranoia sweeps. This is it. An attempt to deny. Quick scope in place. EDG. It's up to Boo to push them back and away. TP's up and over. No kill to be found. It's one man. What can he do against the bite of EDG? Absolutely squat.
After 4 years of hard work, of blood and sweat, today, might finally see that time for the tears that Kang's been holding back. He said he wouldn't cry until he'd won a championship. He didn't just win today. He sealed, signed, and delivered the game for them at the end there on Abyss. His tears on the other side as two back-to-back grand finals fall away from Heretics. Heartbreaking fashion. But the bitter taste of defeat in Shanghai swept away, cleansed from the palate. One sweet sip of success from that Champs Trophy will make all the pain worthwhile for EDG.
Tale of heartbreak is open on the faces of the Heretics players. They walk away from another finals, knowing, realizing that they came so close to that glory. Quite literally that touching distance. Today, fortunately for them, not to be their day. Instead, it's EDG, a trophy lying in wait.
It's theirs. China has the hunger. Viewership records are nothing compared to the appetite for trophies, I can tell you that. And it can never be sated, that appetite. The high that they're feeling now, I'm sure is just going to drive EDG back to the climb, ever chasing. And this is a squad that knows what it is to chase. But what a year they've had. This team is mostly rookies to make 2 grand finals. Other teams would kill to be in spots that they have found themselves in this year.
Bitter for them to swallow. They'll be thinking about this moment for quite some time. Respect shown between these two teams. EDG, though, are the stars of our show.
세상이 아닙니다. 2024년 발로란트 챔피언 에드워드 게이밍!
It's vindicating, it's validating. But Kang and the rest of his squad have finally lifted the trophy. Not just for EDG, for the region as a whole. And as I said prior, 2 years late to the party of VCT. They were playing catch-up. People thought it might never arrive. But I'll tell you right now, EDG have arrived and they are here to stay.
Gankog was talking about holding back tears at previous events, but there's no sign of that on his face today. Smoggy overwhelmed in the moment, as you'd expect. But this squad, they look like, for the most part, they are relishing the moment.
Oh yeah, it's got to be cathartic.
Surrounded by fans, travelled from far and wide to see history made. It was history for EDG to even get here to play in this arena. They've never made top 4 before.
No.
They certainly never lifted a trophy.
Never lifted a trophy, not on the global stage. Like you said, they never made top 4 before. And they weren't content with stopping at that point. They broke past their limits all throughout this tournament. But the trophy was the sole goal, and they knew that they were capable of lifting it.
An unbelievable game that we had. Ending here on Abyss. With so many players from EDG stepping up. Simon, too, deserves talking about. This guy turning up to his first ever international event. He lifts the Champions Trophy.
It's an unbelievable story. One that most players dream of. But for him, it's a reality. For EDG, it's a reality. No longer that distant dream of wondering when they will be able to contest, hold a candle to the rest of the regions.
China are here. For some esports, there's a before and an after. When certain regions, Korea, China, whichever it might be, get involved, it's very possible that we have been living in the before. Oh yeah. We may end up looking back on this years from now as a turning point. With the viewership, the player base, the size that it is in China, EDG could just be the first. But what a first they've been to not only open the door, which is what Kankan said all along. Their job was to open the door for the whole region. They booted it open, slammed it down, crushed Heretics underneath the other side.
They carved the path out wide in the open, as you've already said. They made plays, they adapted, they overcome as well difficulties that this squad has had after Shanghai. Any hurdle that faced them. A lot of teams would drift into despair. Not EDG. They rebuilt, they were reborn from the ashes after crashing out. And now, we'll send it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview. Let's hear from the winners themselves. EDG, your 2024 champions.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, joining us tonight will be Valorant Studio Head Anna Donlin and Global Head of Valorant Esports Leo Faria to help us congratulate our champions, EDG! 네, 우승팀 시상에는 애나 던런 발로란트 스튜디오 헤드 레오 파리아 발로란트 e스포츠 글로벌 총괄님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. Congratulations, EDG. Guys, let's hear from the champions. Simon, I'm gonna go to you first. You joined the team just a month ago, and now here you are as the world champion. Not everybody gets to do that. Not everybody can do that. So how does it feel to be the champion of the world? 사이먼 선수 불과 한 달 전에 팀에 합류해서 한 달 뒤 이렇게 세계 챔피언이 됐습니다. 아무나 이렇게 챔피언이 될 수 있는 건 아니잖아요. 지금 기분이 어떤지 물어보고 싶네요.
赛梦选手，你在1个月之前其实才刚刚加入到 EDG， 你就站在这里获得了世界冠军的头衔，不是所有人都有机会能够做到这样，也不是所有人都能做到这样。那现在站在这里，你的心情怎么样呢？
很激动，也很开心。然后我能站到这里，也是因为他们。就每个人的努力，对。
I'm really happy and excited. I'm here because all of the effort from my teammates.
너무 행복하고요. 그리고 사실 이렇게 챔피언이 될 수 있었던 공은 옆에 있는 선수들에게 모두 돌리겠다고 얘기했습니다. 이어서 스모기 선수 만나볼게요. 눈물이 멈추지 않는 것 같은데요. 눈물 뒤에는 어떤 의미가 있는지 물어보겠습니다. 스모기, I see tears. It's an emotional night for you. Tell us, what's behind the tears?
Smokey 选手，我们可以看到你非常激动的流下了泪水，这对你来说一定是一个思绪万千的夜晚。能不能告诉我们，在这眼泪的背后代表着什么呢？
我觉得我们太他妈不容易了。然后，
呀。
从伊斯坦布尔到现在，我觉得这条路走得太难了。然后我觉得团队里的所有人为了这个梦想都特别努力。我很感谢EDG的所有人。
It is really not easy for us from Istanbul to now to here. It's freaking hard for everyone. And it's because all of the effort from all of my teammates, and I thank every one of them.
진짜 이스탄불부터 여기까지 오기 쉽지 않았거든요. 스모기 선수 말로 존나 힘들었다고 합니다. 근데 팀원들이 한 명 한 명 너무나도 잘해줬고 너무너무 고마운 마음이고 이 팀원들 덕분에 여기까지 올라올 수 있었다고 얘기를 했습니다. 옆에 있는 캉캉 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 눈물은 흐르지 않네요. 사람들이 정말 챔피언은 그냥 태어나는 게 아니다, 만들어진다라고 얘기를 하잖아요. 캉캉 선수를 챔피언으로 만들어준 것, 그 빛나는 요소는 뭐였는지도 묻고 싶습니다. 캉캉, no tears from you? But they say the heroes are not born, they're made. So what was it that made you into a world champion besides the trophy itself?
康康今天没有眼泪哦，没有哭哦。他们都说，其实冠军不是凭空而生的，而是锻造出来的。那你觉得是什么成就你成为了冠军呢？
我觉得这个东西有很多吧，像我的兄弟们、我的家人、我身后的无数个人，我支持我的粉丝们，还有以及 VCT CN 所有的队伍，他们都在我们背后，我们为什么不能拿这个冠军？
A lot, my brothers, my families, my friends, and of course, all of the fans behind us, and finally, of course, all of the teams from VCT, all of the supporters behind our back. Why can't we get this championship?
Okay, one more sentence. 现在世界聚焦于 CNFPS.
And now, the whole world gonna focus VCT CNFPS.
정말 많은 것들이 있었다고 합니다. 형도 그렇고요, 가족들도 있었고요, 그리고 이 팀원들도 있었고, 그리고 무엇보다 중요한 거, 이렇게 중국 리그를 응원해주시는 분들, 중국에 있는 모든 팀들, 그 모두가 하나가 되었기 때문에 이런 사람들의 응원과 그리고 관심이 있었기 때문에 어떻게 EDG가 우승을 안 할 수 있지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하고요. 거기다가 한마디 더 붙이겠다고 했습니다. 이제 전 세계가 중국의 FPS를 집중해서 볼 것이다 라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이어서 노바디 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 이젠 그냥 노바디가 아니에요. 세계 챔피언입니다. 지금 이 순간 어떤 생각이 떠오를까요? Nobody? You're not a nobody. You're a world champion. What's on your mind right now?
Nobody 选手，虽然你的 ID 是 Nobody， 但你绝不是一个无名小卒。现在你是世界冠军了，有什么感受呢？
我从未想过这一天来得如此之快。我现在只希望今天晚上我睡觉，明天醒来，这不是一场梦。
I never think this day will come that early for us. I just hope today I go to sleep and tomorrow I get up. I hope this is not a dream.
이렇게 빨리 우승이란 순간이 올 줄 몰랐다고 얘기를 하고, 오늘 일단 너무 피곤하기 때문에 좀 잠을 푹 자고 내일 일어나면 이게 꿈이 아니기를 바란다고, 그 정도로 믿기지 않는다고 얘기했습니다. 이어서 치추 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 오늘 굉장히 많은 것들이 일어났고 또 특히나 우승이라는 타이틀을 거머쥐면서 가족분들도 굉장히 자랑스러울 것 같습니다. 지금 이 순간 세계 정상에 서서 세상에게 어떤 이야기를 들려주고 싶을까요? 쭈쭈? A lot has happened tonight. You guys are the world champions. You made your family very proud. So while you're at the top of the world, what would you like to say to the world?
球球选手，今天你们获得了世界冠军，你让你的家人们都为你感到了骄傲。那今天站在这里，成为世界之巅的那个人，有没有什么话想要对全世界说的呢？
我觉得这个现在亚洲已经有不少队伍拿冠军了，我感觉就是整个亚洲不弱吧，而且不要小瞧我们。然后我觉得我的期待还有一个大师赛的冠军。
There are a lot of teams get to championship from Asia, so I think don't look down us. I mean, I still need one championship from Masters. I think.
From Masters, okay?
Yes.
이렇게 아시아 팀들이 챔피언스에서 좋은 모습, 저력을 보여주고 있으니까요. 다시는 이제 아시아 팀 무시하지 말고 지주 선수 같은 경우에는 마스터즈 트로피 한번 들어보고 싶다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이어서 먹을 감독님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 감독님, 중국 지역의 첫 번째 트로피입니다. 올해 초 이렇게 선수들과 함께 일을 하게 됐을 때 이렇게 우승을 할 거라고 예상은 하셨는지, 그리고 도대체 어떻게 하신 건지 물어보고 싶습니다. 먹을 first trophy for CN region as a whole. At the beginning of this year, did you expect this to happen, and how did you do it?
Margo 选手，这是我们 Margo 教练，这是我们 VCT CN 的第一座冠军的奖杯。那在今年年初的时候，你就有预想过我们会拿到这样的成就吗？以及你们到底是怎么做到的呢？
去年在洛杉矶看的那场决赛给了我很多力量，在那个现场，我当观众的瞬间，看到那个决赛的舞台，我当时就在想，我什么时候能站在这个上边，然后。就是这个幻想这个瞬间的无数个日夜吧，给了我这种力量，能让我跟这个队伍一起拿世界冠军。
Last year, LA champions, I was there like as an audience, and that moment, the grand final, and that moment gave me power. And the day and night, we working hard every day, and kind of using this kind of power, and with every teammates with me, and we finally get here.
사실 지난 LA 챔피언스를 지켜보면서 관중석에서 봤는데 뭔가 굉장한 동기부여가 됐고 뭔가 알 수 없는 힘을 느꼈는데요. 그때 느꼈던 그 감정 그대로 정말 여기 있는 선수들 그리고 감독님 모두 열심히 해왔고 또 그때부터인지 EDG의 힘을 키워가면서 오늘 이렇게 결승까지 와서 우승을 이뤄냈다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 EDG 선수들 그리고 감독님 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드릴게요. Give it up one more time for our champions, EDG!
Wah, siapa nih MVP award?
Thank you everyone, and that's not all. Stick around because in a couple of moments we will be announcing our first Valorant's most valuable players. See you soon.
Okay guys, itulah.
We will be indeed, but first EDG.
Okay guys.
What an insane series, all the way to 5. Abyss, like I said, it's the new split. Only
Oke guys, itu dia live stream kita hari ini. Nanti kita lanjut MPL ya guys ya, yang BTR lawan EVOS. Thank you buat teman-teman semua yang udah nonton Grand Final VCT Champion Seoul. Selamat untuk DG atau Edward Gaming. Nice try untuk dan DGWP untuk tim HERETICS atau GH ya guys. So I will right back and I'll see you the next live stream. Bye bye guys.